Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for being here today. I'm Nazirul, chair of today's event, and it is my privilege to welcome you to the inaugural Geopolitical Security Forum on Data and Democracy. First, I'd like to extend my thoughts to my friend and colleague, Dr. Priya Sharma, who's supposed to be the MC today, but she had to rush off back home in Seremban because her mother's not well. So we wish her mother a swift recovery and soon. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to first the Professor Dato Dr. Adeeba Kamarulzaman, President of the Pro Vice Chancellor of Monash University, Malaysia, for graciously accepting our invitation today. Professor Matthew Nicholson for granting us this platform as part of the Monash 25th anniversary celebration this year. Professor Nafiz Alam, Head of School of Business, for giving us the idea of bringing all the stakeholders together for this important topic. Special thanks to Prof. Mohan and Dr. Majid for helping us bring here our distinguished keynote speakers. My colleagues at the Schools of Business, Arts and Social Sciences, Information Technology, and Monash Indonesia. Prof. Ernil and my colleagues at Commercial Department, thank you for supporting us. And my friend and former colleague, Mr. Rizwan Ripin, who championed this event. He's moved on to another position, but it's because of him that we are here today. So thank you, Rizwan. The tireless Miss Parvin over there for the smooth organization of this event here. Miss Ilyani for designing these nice posters. Our students, volunteers from the Monash Political Awareness Club, and the facilities unit as well for accommodating us in this wonderful setting. So the conception of today's forum can be traced back to an online seminar in May of last year for my econometrics class, actually, where we had Mr. Rafizi Ramli. Back then was not the Minister of Economy yet. So he was speaking in his capacity as the CEO of Pinbook, where they were the first to start a large-scale survey of voters and to have a more micro target of voters for GE general election in 2018. So we had about 20 attendees back then. The second one was in October of last year. We had 5 academic speakers and 1 keynote, which was Ms. Latifa Koya. At the time was the former chief of the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission. So we had, it's also an online event, so we had about 40 attendees then. So today, now we finally have an in-person event. We have 2 keynote speakers and 10 academic industry speakers. And I think we are expecting about 100 people in attendance throughout the day. So the intersection of data and democracy constitute so many domains, and it really demands interdisciplinary collaboration. So we should look at how algorithms influence public opinions, electoral processes, and democratic governance. So we have to re-examine the ethical and societal ramifications of business practices that leverages algorithms and consumers' data, while also exploring the innovative and less exploitative business practices. But on the brighter side, the use of big data and algorithm can bring solutions, transformative solutions to economic and social development in our country and also globally that we should take advantage of. And so we want these technologies to be used for the good of the masses, not for destruction, not for the privileged few, not for power, and not just for greed. At my home department of econometrics, we have this mantra. We always say, data is the new oil. We always tell the future students, data is the new oil. This is where it is, you know. But over the years, I realized that that comparison is more real than we expect. Because just as oil has fueled our civilization for the past century or so, data has now fueled our digital age in seemingly boundless possibilities. But just as oil is wreaking havoc on our planet now, as we relatively recently realized, so is data is disrupting our democratic processes, our societal fabric, who to trust, where can we trust our sources from, and things like that. So And that is really shaking up the cohesion of our society. We just look at the scandals in the Brexit campaign, Facebook, Cambridge Analytica, closer to home, the election of Marcos Jr. in the Philippines, and of course, the attack on the United States Capitol on January 6th of last year. And we can see the magnitude of this risk. So the confluence of data and democracy seems to be raising many questions and concerns, often more unsettling than reassuring. And some of the facts that you'll hear today are downright terrifying, to be honest. And you might feel that we are already losing control of this thing. But our forum today, we hope to chart new pathways of optimism, new perspective, and renewed appreciation of human ingenuity. So thank you for joining us today here in the Parent Theater and online as well, wherever you are. And I look forward to a productive and enlightening discussion. Thank you. So now it is my pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Adeeba Kamarulzaman, President and Pro Vice Chancellor of Monash University, Malaysia, to give her opening speech. Thank you. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Prof. Nazirul, Dr. Nazirul, and Prof. Nafi Salam, the head of school, and distinguished guests and colleagues. Congratulations, Nazirul, for putting this forum together, Data and Democracy, a geopolitical security forum. As Nazirul mentioned, this is part of the 25th anniversary celebration for Monash, Malaysia. We have put together this three global challenges that speak to the themes that Monash has chosen as its focus for driving its educational and research excellence, taking into account the challenges that the world face in climate change, in what is known as thriving communities, as well as these geopolitical challenges. Monash is encouraging its academics and to work on these three major challenges. Of course, we are not going to limit other areas of work, but in terms of focusing, in terms of bringing multidisciplinary teams together, these are the three themes: climate change, what is broadly known as thriving communities, and geopolitical challenges. So as part of the 25th anniversary celebration, we initially had a really successful workshop on addressing the climate change problem, looking at just transition. The second was on thriving communities in conjunction with the 25th anniversary dinner and graduation, where we had our current Vice Chancellor, acting Vice Chancellor, moderate a really lively discussion on the state of education in Malaysia that probably needs several more forum to get it to where I think all of us here in the room hope to see a reform education system in Malaysia. And thirdly, a very, very important topic that Nazirul has successfully put together today. So thank you very much to all our keynote speakers. And the other thing that I noticed about this is a collaboration between Monash Malaysia and Monash Indonesia, the youngest of the international campuses, 3 years old, and graduated its first cohort of graduates earlier this year, or a few months ago, actually. So as the bigger Monash family, the group really wants to see collaboration between the campuses, and also a focus towards Southeast Asia and the needs and challenges in our region. Nazirul touched on the importance of data and regulations and governance for democracy. Reflecting on my own profession as a healthcare worker, I think the advance of technology and most recently AI, of course, we welcome it. But as we also saw in the COVID-19 pandemic, it also has seen the rise in misinformation and disinformation, which actually has been shown to have consequences, terrible consequences, in the form of fake news, in the form of causing vaccine denial and vaccine mistrust. And a really nice study in the US published, I think, about 6 months ago that compared Republican voters versus Democratic Party voters that charted, unfortunately, the connection between being a Republican voter and mortality. What they showed was prior to the rollout of the vaccines, the death rates between Republican voters and Democratic voters were not too dissimilar, because it kind of falls back to risk factors such as age, such as comorbidities, access to treatment, etc., etc. But once the vaccines became available, there were more Republican voters who were not who had the mistrust of vaccines, and the Kaplan-Meier curve kind of diverged quite significantly and was associated with a larger number of deaths amongst Republican voters. So I'm sure each of you in the room have also during COVID-19 experienced the fake news that at the click of your WhatsApp could spread very, very quickly. That said, Bill Gates put chips in the mRNA vaccine and all kinds of misinformation that unfortunately led people to reject the vaccine. So, of course, from a democracy point of view, the advent of AI and data is very, very important. But from a survival point of view, it has real consequences. As an academic institution, we're all also grappling with what to do with AI and ChatGPT, for example. Unfortunately, Monash, as a group, has come out with, and it's a work in progress. I think no one can claim to know how to deal with this, but we're all trying our best, I think, because the technology is changing faster than we can even stop to think about what to do about it. But Monash as a group has come out with clear guidance to all the academic staff in terms of how to handle this new technology in terms of usage by our students, in how to use it for assessments, etc. But it is a conversation that needs to continue, and we all have to constantly keep up with this emergence of new technology and how quickly it's changing, and how quickly it's improving, but also the negative consequences that they bring with it. So I applaud the School of Business in Nazirul and the team for putting this together, and we need to continue having these conversations and learn from each other, and also be kind of the backbone for research, and hopefully for policy guidance in this country. It's one thing to, it's one thing for us at Monash Malaysia to adopt the guidance from Australia, but it's also important to adapt in terms of, the cultural, differences that we have here in Malaysia. So well done, Nazirul and Prof. Nafis and the team for taking the initiative on this and to put up your hand to take on that third theme of the geopolitical challenges as part of Impact 2030. And I wish you all well. I'm sorry that I can't stay because it's a busy period for Monash Malaysia. There's a third conference workshop that I need to go to and this one is the School of Medicine and trying to get the interest of school students in STEM, another major problem that Malaysia faces, that something like only 40% of school leavers want to go to higher education, and some very scary number, and even fewer who want to take up STEM. As an example, our School of Engineering, which enjoys very high ranking, has unlike the School of Business, has trouble attracting students. I'm not embarrassed to say this. And when I was speaking to Prof. Hamdi at UM doesn't have a big problem of attracting students of engineering, but he said virtually every other public university where it's free to do engineering is struggling to attract students into engineering and also private universities. So it's a worrying trend, given that there's so much need for engineers in this country. Something like 26,000 related engineers and related professions needed in semiconductors alone. So I digress from the topic of data and democracy, but again, I want to thank Nazirul and the School of Business for initiating this very important discussion for the country and the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Adeeba. Yeah, when she talked about how vaccine misinformation was so rampant during the COVID, it shows that if there's some kind of financial advantage or power advantage to be gained, people are willing to do anything, even if it leads to people's death, millions of death. And when we conceptualize democracy here, it's not just about electoral process, not just about voting and all that, but it's about a democracy where everyone participates and everyone benefits for their well-being and their friends and society and family and so on. And therefore, the discussion here does include healthcare as well, does include education, does include climate change and all of that. So having a vibrant and healthy democracy means we are all living well and fairly, right? So for our next speaker, keynote speech, the first one is Dr. Azmi Sharom. He's the Deputy Chairman of the Election Commission of Malaysia. He holds a PhD in International Environmental Law from University of London School of Rental and African Studies, an LLM from Nottingham and LLB from Sheffield. He previously served as Associate Professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Malaya. He also headed the Human Rights Research Group at the same institution. A prolific writer and columnist, his book, Brave New World, Greatest Hits, contains, as the book cover describes, and I quote, groovy chapters on politics, exclamation mark, education, race relations, law, and many more. And with 2 original songs as well included in the book. His other books include Human Rights and Democracy in Indonesia and Malaysia, Challenging the Norms and Pushing the Boundaries. He's quite well acquainted with controversies and Malaysia's infamous Sedition Act as well. Dr. Azmi is known for his incisive and often biting commentary, but at the same time humorous and fair. So it is my pleasure to welcome our first keynote speaker, Dr. Azmi Sharom. Please welcome.
Thank you, Naz. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I was a bit late because I got lost and I ended up in the bowels of Monash. And I swear I was going to die. There's a Santa Claus just standing there. It's extremely frightening. And anyway, I will be speaking about data and democracy in the context of the Election Commission of Malaysia. Now, that is your warning. Because if you want to leave for the next half an hour, I completely understand. I can't imagine a more boring topic. However, if you choose to stay, let me assure you that I was teaching for 30 years at University of Malaya. I'm used to people falling asleep on me. I will not take offense. Malaysia is very digitally connected. 96.8% of us are connected online. 89.3% of us use WhatsApp. And 26.8 million of us are active 26.8 million of us are active social media users. That is 79% of our population use social media. I'm very pleased to say that I am one of the elite 21% who do not use social media and never will. Now, such connectivity raises many issues, many good. Apart from being able to watch football anytime, anywhere, voters can now change their voting address via an app and thus save themselves the trouble of going to the post office and actually talking to a human being. However, I'm here to speak about the problems and the issues that we at the EC face regarding data. Now, before I begin, it will be prudent to point out that what exactly the Election Commission is empowered to do. According to Article 113 of the Federal Constitution, our tasks are three, and they are to maintain and update the electoral roll, to run elections, and to draw the electoral boundaries. Now, this presentation will therefore be based on these three jobs that we have, and how it's related to data and the importance of data. The underlying themes will be on the accuracy of data and accessibility to data. Accuracy is important in the context of democracy, as we need to ensure that those who can vote are allowed to vote. Furthermore, as far as possible, I believe that the principle of one person, one vote is a worthy ideal which we must strive for. And naturally, in any democracy, accessibility is important for transparency and accountability. Now, let's look at the electoral roll and the kind of issues that we have with it. This country now allows all citizens over the age of 18 to vote, finally. And registration to be a voter is automatic. In the past, you had to make an effort to register as a voter, but not anymore. This is no longer the case. As soon as you turn 18, you're automatically registered as a voter. When automatic registration came into effect, 40% of eligible voters were not registered. So slightly under half of us. Almost overnight, the number of voters jumped from approximately 14 million to over 20 million voters. So that was a huge jump. And today, around 40,000 voters are automatically registered every month. That's those who have turned 18. The main issue here is the accuracy of the data. The Election Commission uses data obtained from the National Registration Department. In other words, we use IC data. That's our source of data. When we registered the 40% a few years ago, and as we continuously register the newly adult, all our information comes from the National Registration Department. So in other words, we are end users of data. We're not creators of data. We're end users of data. Just how accurate is this data? By and large, it's quite accurate. Before the NRD sort of attacks me, by and large, they are accurate, but there are problems. All right, before I continue, are there any participants from Sabah? Please raise your hand. Do not be shy. Any Sabahans here? Because if there are Sabahans, they're going to attack me, as Sabahans tend to do, right? Because they'll, I've got to tell you, right? What? Okay, no Sabahans, but I will represent them. Oh, there might be an. Oh my goodness, is this online?
Yes.
Oh, this is this is very frightening. Now I'm aware that many Sabahans are concerned about the legitimacy of those who have Malaysian identity cards. Many a time I have been asked if the EC can do anything about it. I'm not trying to shift responsibility, but really it's not our job to determine the citizenship of a person. You know, when we are faced with a document, which is a legal document, your IC, what are we going to do? And I've asked many people this: do you really want to give the Election Commission the power to say this IC is no good? I think that will cause a lot more problems than it will solve. You know, so much so if there are any Sabahans online watching, I understand your frustration, but really it's not something which I think the Election Commission can deal with. And it's probably not something that it's desirable for us to deal with. We need experts for this, not us. Anyway, moving on. The problem with IC data is that there is no standardized. I'm sorry, is it meant to be this dark? Yeah, I'm getting old. I can't see my own speech. Thanks, Naz. Moving on. The problem with IC data is that there is no standardized addressing system. You know, so our postcode system is extremely crude. You know, our postcodes, it's designed really for the post offices. The postcode is basically the area which the individual post office have their jurisdiction. It's not like the postcode in, say, the UK, where the postcode is virtually your address, right? Our postcode is just basically the area for the local post office. That's what our postcodes are. So our addressing system is quite crude. The inaccuracy means that we could get anomalies, especially when determining a voter's locality. What is a locality? A locality is an area within a constitution, and the locality determines where you vote, which voting center you go to. So my locality, for example, determines that I go and vote in Sekolah Sultan Alam Shah, or in Petaling Jaya Section 11. Now I go there because that's my locality. Addresses with no house numbers, especially if it's on a very long road, means it's difficult for us to determine exactly where a person's locality is. And then there are overly general addresses. I could give you some, but I'll just make one up. So for example, Azmi, Sharom, Kampung, Badak, Bulat, Kedah. That doesn't help us. But that is the kind, those are sometimes the kind of addresses that we get, although I think the problem is getting less. The same goes when people do not change their polling address and the address on their IC is no longer in existence. So for example, the Pekeliling flats in KL, it's gone. But some people still have Pekeliling flats on their ICs because they haven't changed it. This will lead to questions of ghost voters coming from places long gone. You know, how can a person come from this place? It's not there anymore. It must be a spirit. Ghost voters also come in the form of the abnormally old and the dead. So last election, I got last general election. We've been having so many elections. When I say last election, I don't know which one it is. The last election, for example, I got a message with a picture of an obituary. And a very furious person complained that his father had passed away, but he's still on the voter list, voter roll. And the obituary was the proof, right? Upon investigation, we found that his death was never registered with the NRD. So if it's not registered, the relevant information doesn't come to us. And so the name remains on the roll. You know, so what about the very old? You know, there's some very, very old people around. Some still want to be politicians, but you know, they but there's some even older than that, you know. I mean, there's some people on the electoral roll who make Yoda look like Grogu. All right. So even now there are complaints about, you know, these very, very aged people who are lurking in our electoral rolls. But once again, the problem is this: if the family doesn't report their death, we don't get the information, and we don't strike out the names. So there's been suggestions. Why don't you just strike out those who are really, really old? Or just strike them out. I mean, nobody lives that long, right? Well, we hope nobody lives that long. Some people shouldn't be living anymore. Just strike it out, man. If it goes beyond a certain point, which is logical, strike it out. Yes, I suppose we could do that, but there is a fear that some really, really, really old but sprightly guy turns up at the polling booth and say, why is my name not on the electoral roll? So unless we get legitimate and proper confirmation that someone has died, it's something that we're not very comfortable in doing. And I can understand that. You never know what's going to happen, right? Now, with regard to accessibility to the electoral roll, every month the supplementary roll is open for examination. The supplementary roll is the updated roll we put together every month. It used to be every quarter. So forgive me for boasting, but I think this is quite an improvement. Anyway, the supplementary roll is open for examination in case anyone wants to make an objection on people who have changed their polling address. You can't object to people who are registered. No longer. In the past, you could. You could actually object to new registrations. But now, because of automatic registration, there's no objection for that anymore. But you can object for people who you think have not moved where they said they moved. So, for example, if Naz changed his address next door to mine, and I know that the house next door, there's nothing living there except a flock of seagulls, I can raise an objection. Right? So the roll is open for the supplementary roll is open for people to have a look at it. Once the objection period is over, then this access is taken away, but the electoral roll is still accessible, but you have to pay for it. You have to buy it. There is accessibility, but it's pricey. It's a bit pricey. I admit that. One point to be made here: the data sold is limited. We don't give every single detail of the voter, right? So, for example, you have the name, you have part of the IC number, not the entire IC number. Don't worry if somebody is buying a mobile phone on your IC; it's not the fault of the Election Commission. And what else is there? Yeah, the locality and the house number. So it's the data that we do sell is limited. One issue that has come up is the security of our electoral roll data. That means when we keep it, not the stuff that we sell, but the stuff that we have, can people hack into it? There have been some news reports of data put on sale, and they say it came from us, and which is very important, which is possible. It could have come from us because we sell it. If it came from us, we sold it. But a lot of this data has details that we don't give out or we don't sell. So sometimes when you get news like this, it's possible that they combine data from other sources as well. But with regards to actual hacking, we don't really have, there's been investigations, we can't find anything yet. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened. I'm not making excuses, but so far we haven't found anything. There are things like firewalls and things like that, which I have no understanding of whatsoever, but there are apparently security measures which are quite strong, as they assure me. I don't know, I can't test it. So with regards to data accuracy, it's very, very clear that we have to work on this. And this is going to be an ongoing thing. It has to be something which is interagency. We have to work with the NRD, and we have to work with other agencies which in the future might have a role to play with regards to data. For example, with addressing. It might not be the NRD, it might be other agencies working on that. So we have to work closely to improve it. That is an ongoing process. Now, what about the running of elections? Here, the concern is the type of information that floats around and spreads very quickly during elections. There are some types of information which may fall under the Election Offences Act. We don't have the term hate speech. The term hate speech does not exist in the Election Offences Act, but we do have offences of promoting feelings of ill will or hostility, where if it is an offence to make statements with a view or with a tendency to promote feelings of ill will, discontent, or hostility between persons of the same race or different races, or of the same class or different classes. So that exists. So if this was to occur, if someone thinks that something like this has happened, then they have to make a police report, and further action or no further action will then be taken. However, this provision was made at a time when online activity was not envisaged. And perhaps it is time to scrutinize the law and see if there's a need for change. The Election Offences Act is very much based on things that happen in the real world. It wasn't designed with the internet in mind. It's also limited because the Election Offences Act only applies to a time that before, during, or after the election, and this is not defined. So, you know, all sorts of information, if it goes beyond that period, then it's not within the Election Offences Act. What about false data? What about, you know, regarding a candidate or party? What about that kind of stuff? There's no law really, apart from general laws of defamation, etc. And where the Election Commission is concerned, we have decided as a matter of policy to take proactive action, by which I mean we publish a correction on our own social media, on our own websites, but only on matters false, you know, when there's false news regarding the electoral process. So that's our current policy. If there's something out there which says, for example, the election has been cancelled, we will deal with that. But we won't deal with stuff dealing with candidates or parties. That is the stand that we're taking now, simply because there is a, you know, there's a very real possibility that we would be accused of being partial, one way or the other. So, so for example, if there is a tweet or a Musk X or whatever it's called now, floating about saying, you know, the election is cancelled, fine, that we will deal with. But if there's one that says that this candidate is such and such, we're not going to deal with that. That's the policy we have now. I mean, you can criticize me for that if you want. That's why I'm here. Electoral boundaries, last one. I'm almost done. Firstly, let me be clear that I'm well aware that there's great disgruntlement regarding electoral boundaries. I know, namely malapportionment and gerrymandering. Right, these two things. Yes. I'm aware. We have a responsibility to limit or at least keep to a minimum such things. But to a certain extent, our hands are tied. So parliamentary seats are determined by the federal constitution. And it's not balanced at all, according to population. Perlis, for example, has 3 parliamentary seats. But the number of voters in Perlis is less than the number of voters in PJ. Sabah and Sarawak are extremely overrepresented. Selangor and Terengganu are underrepresented. Okay, this is not a criticism before anyone online decides to kill me. It's just the way it is. It's just the constitution. All right, and of course, Malaysia Agreement 1963. All right, there's nothing we can do about that. Nothing. The best we can do is make things more balanced within each state. That's the best we can do. We can't have a constituency which is equal nationally, the size of constituency. We cannot make the sizes of constituency equal nationally. The best we can do is that make it more or less equal within each state. The problem is that many voters live in one place but vote in another. And the false changing of voting address is harder now. right? Before there used to be, there's a concern that people just change their voting address according to where they are paid to change their voting address. But that's difficult now because in order to change your polling address, you need to change your IC address. So your IC must have a new address. We don't accept anything else anymore, right? And to change your IC address is a bit tougher than before because you have to have proof that you are living in a particular place, a new place. However, many either do not change their IC address, or even if they do, they don't let us know that they've changed their IC address, and so their polling address remains their old polling address. This means that some constituencies have far more voters than is actually reflected in the electoral roll. And this will affect things like monetary allocations, etc., as well as not accurately reflecting the level of malapportionment. So that is an issue that we have. And again, that unfortunately it's something which legally people are allowed to do that. Constitutionally, people are allowed to do that. We vote according to domicile, not according to residence. Oftentimes, I get quite irritated by criticisms about certain things, like, for example, why okay, I'm going to put myself in serious danger here. Why is it that the Election Commission doesn't make it easier for people who live far away to vote? Right? I'll get that every now and then. Say, okay, dude, we don't make it harder for you. You can vote anywhere you live. It's up to you to change where you want to vote. But if you want to vote far, far away, then you vote far, far away. Every time I've moved house, I've changed my address, I've changed my polling address because that's where I'm resident. That member of parliament is representing me, not the member of parliament of Glugol, where the last time I lived was in 1989. Right? But the law allows us to do that, and so unfortunately, that's the way it is. Also, I get a lot of stuff like, why do we make postal votes easier, like America? I said, dude, the Americans know who their candidate is months before. The Americans also know when the election is years before because it's fixed. Our elections, as you all well know, can happen as and when the politicians figure they like an election. Right? Okay, let's have one next week. Woohoo! Right? Let's dissolve parliament now. The longer I'm in this job, the more I dislike politicians. I have mentioned some of the issues and problems that the EC faces with regards to data, but I would like to finish on a more general note. Open data. Big thing. Or as open as possible is a necessary thing in a mature democracy. There are government policies on this matter, such as the Open Data Policy of 2015 and the Data Sharing Policy of 2021, respectively Pelaksanaan Data Terbuka Sektor Awam dan Dasar Perkongsian Data Sektor Awam. But much discretion is still left in the hands of the respective agencies. A mindset change coupled with strong leadership is needed for these policies to truly take hold. Perhaps a freedom of information law will help because the agencies and the civil servants might be more willing to make data accessible rather than having to deal with individual requests on an ad hoc basis. Perhaps that will help. But data is something which, in my experience, guarded very jealously, when it shouldn't be. Whatever it is, we need to change and we need to adapt because data, its gathering, storage, and accessibility will continue to change as technologies change. And this has to be done with the underlying principle that democracy must be served. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Azmi. As he said, the business of the Election Commission might be mundane and technical, but it is the fundamental right in a democracy. It is the pillar, it is the bloodline of democracy. The fact that everyone can have one vote that is equal and so many of the ideals which may be constitutionally impossible It's how the way it is. But I think it's something we can aspire to. Also glad that you can have some time to say out some grievances in a way. It's a tough job, you know. Right. So we do have a little bit of time. Do you mind, Azmi, if we have some questions from the audience? Put you in more trouble. So is there any questions from the audience? Yes, Dr. Loga. All the way back there.
Hey, Loga, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm all right, man.
Just a quick question. I think the most recent trend seems to be apologies, I have to repeat the question. There seems to be a trend about lately there should not be any statements made about a 3R. And I think that is a very welcomed trend so that it does not invoke any troubled situation. Your comment, please, about the 3R. To what extent do you think this is being complied with, or to what extent the candidates themselves are complying with it, so on and so forth? Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, look, cheers. I'm not a prof anymore, yeah, so just call me Azmi. And actually, I was never a prof. They never promoted me. Yeah, the 3R thing. I mean, okay, for me, the issue here is the balance between the freedom of speech and some sort of control, of course, right? And the I'm not going to say whether it's good or bad, all right, okay, but what I'm going to say is that when we're dealing with things like this, the issue is definition, and it can be, you know, it can be problematic, all right? So so unless we're clear as to what we mean by 3Rs, all right, so let me give you an example. I think I fell into one of the R's when I got into trouble all those years ago, although I never actually said anything about that R. But I think that's the only reason why I got, you know, the Sedition Act thrown at me, was because I think it was an R, which I offended. All right? Even though I didn't mean to do it, even though I didn't specifically say anything about it as such, right? But, you know, so when you have laws which restrict speech, I think you have to be very, very careful. I understand the concerns, the fears, you know, people get nasty, and over the last few years, people are nastier than ever, right? But for me, it boils down to definition, because it's very risky to restrict even further the rather limited freedom of speech that we have. Okay, is that anyway? You know, it's fine if you don't. Like I said, I was teaching for 30 years. I usually don't get any questions at all.
Any other questions?
All right, very cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Azmi. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Tricia Yeoh. She is the CEO of Ideas Institute for Democracy and Economic Affairs. She is also an adjunct senior research fellow at our School of Arts and Social Sciences, right over here. She holds a PhD in political science from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, which she examined the federal-state relations and opposition subnational durability within dominant party authoritarian regimes. That's a PhD for you. She's a Monash University Malaysia alumna, yes, and majoring in econometrics and marketing. And she holds a master's in research methods in psychology from Warwick. Her publications include the books The Spirit of Merdeka, The Road to Reform, and The States of Reform. She received the Distinguished Alumni Award from us, Monash University Malaysia, in 2017, and most recently, the 25th Anniversary Alumni Award in July this year. And just a few days ago, Dr. Tricia was named as one of the 100 change makers creating real impact in Malaysia by Wiki Impact. So it is my pleasure to welcome our next keynote speaker, Dr. Tricia Yeoh. Please welcome.
Thank you so much for that very generous introduction. And it's so good to be back at Monash. When I say back, I don't really mean back, because when I studied at Monash, we studied at Sunway University. So I told your colleagues earlier that all the money that we gave to Monash University, that we paid for our school fees, have contributed to your wonderful campus and building here. So well done. So thank you to Nazirul, chair of this conference, Prof. Nafis Alam, head of School of Business, Dr. Azmi Sharom, deputy chair of the Election Commission, colleagues from Monash, students, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can tell, I love being back at Monash. I have had various affiliations here, and I look forward to doing more together. You know, last week I gave a talk at Inti University College. It was like, you know, more than 100 students, and the topic was on the state of politics in Malaysia today. And after I gave that speech, two students came up to me, and one of the girls, who was, I suppose, 18 already, said, why should I be given the right to vote? You know, we all know that the voting age has been lowered to 18. I don't know anything. I can only, you know, I only get news and information from my parents. I don't know what to trust. That was one. The second guy, who was, you know, very desperately, came up to me and he said, oh, Tricia, please tell me what to read. I don't know what to read anymore. I don't know what to trust. There's so much information being, you know, lobbied at us, that news of Malaysia, news of anything global, you know, especially with things like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict going on, they don't know what to read and they don't know what to trust. So I think this really is, it captures the zeitgeist of our times. Even we have very little contact point about what to trust. Who do we trust? So thanks for inviting me here. I just want to say up front that I'm coming from a think tank, so I come from ideas, and I don't claim to know the best or the latest technologies. Many of you are researchers on data and democracy, but I come to you speaking with experience about policy work and in the policy world. So as a think tank, we focus on evidence-based solutions, right? And we, as an independent think tank, we also have the privilege of actually sitting right in the middle between various stakeholders. We meet with government, civil society, academia, like you here today, media, and the private sector. All of our work is aimed at trying to find the right policy solutions for the biggest and the most current policy problems. And this definitely is one of the biggest and most current policy problems that we're facing. And I think because of our unique makeup, we also have found ourselves in that very interesting space in between the different stakeholders, where both government policymakers on the one hand and private corporations on the other hand want to talk to us, right? They want to ask us, how can we help them solve their problems? On the one hand, I think that's what was given to me today, like basically the problem of business and data. On the one hand, the private sector always wants to speed ahead. They want to find efficient solutions to making their business work. And many times, they actually honestly do believe that they're doing good, right? But on the other hand, governments want to regulate them, keeping them in line with their laws and policy. We know, for example, that data is a valuable commodity. It was said earlier that data is the new oil. We know this for some of us who are on social media or who use apps on our phone. Others may not. But there are positive aspects, right, that aid scientific research and public health. How many of you, track the number of steps that you've taken in a day through your phones? I think in the area of health and health science, the evidence is quite clear that there can be good benefits to it. But we also know, and here's where I talk about some of the problems, right? That businesses increasingly profit from data. COVID-19 pandemic was a period where all of us were stuck at home, no matter where we were in the world. And that accelerated data collection for more precise product offerings. Every time that you clicked on something from Shopee or Lazada or wherever you bought your goods from, data was being collected from your device, from your phones. So this dependence on data means that companies have detailed user information. It's a marketer and advertiser's dream, right? In the past, you would just go to the shops, pick up the products. Nobody would know who you are. But we know now that algorithms use this data for targeted ads, modifying our behavior. So I opened up my social media as well to see what kind of ads were targeted at me. There was something on, maternity athleisure. I don't know what athleisure means. There was another one called, using sustainable products to produce gym clothing. So save our seas, shop today, something like that, right? Obviously, social media knows who I am and what my profile is. I think basically, this phenomenon raises the questions about our freedom of choice. Shoshana Zuboff, who wrote the book called The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, emphasized that surveillance capitalists now modify our behavior. Our behavior is actually actively being changed as we speak. The more data is collected from us, the data is used for us to market at us. So the question is, can we really choose freely? Another problem is filter bubbles. So filter bubbles on social media platforms, we know this already, further divide our communities and undermine our democracy and rational conversations. What are the implications on a country as heterogeneous as Malaysia? If you happen to belong in a conservative grouping, or if you are a past supporter, it means that you're only going to be exposed to that kind of news. And if you're a liberal, you're only going to be exposed to the kind of news that liberals read. The less and less engagement you have with each other, the communities are no longer going to be able to understand each other and assume the worst of the other. Due to the increasing amount of data generated as well, we have incidents like the huge Yahoo breach, where more than 3 billion users' data was accessible, data privacy problems with apps like MySejahtera. I don't know how many of you still have MySejahtera as an app in your phones. It was compulsory for us, right, during the COVID-19 period. And I think there are still a lot of questions there about what company was making use of the data and who actually owns the data that has been collected. So all of this, is basically highlights the importance of protecting data. Then, of course, we have the advent of AI. I'm sure some of you will be talking about that today. I just watched something this morning which says that technology has progressed so much that with just 3 seconds of our voices, or playing of the piano, the AI can generate our voices and probably can deliver the speech, better than me. So what does this say about things like scams, cyber fraud, identity theft? I mean, the list just goes on and on. So I think there is a consensus here that 2023, this is the year where we can no longer really trust video and photos. And if we can't trust that, there's a huge trust deficit in the world today of our institutions, of our governments, of corporations. Who then can we turn to? So I understand that there's this feelings of loss, of hopelessness, right? We know that because we ourselves feel like we are subject to the hands of these, big corporations. One of the solutions lies in better regulation over data security and cybersecurity. Malaysia has something called the PDPA, the Personal Data Protection Act. But it's still very weak, and there are many amendments that are needed, right, to make companies accountable for data that's in their possession, and that's happening right now. But here's what I really want to say. The truth is that government is constantly playing a catch-up game, and innovation will always outpace regulation. Laws, policies will always lag behind corporate disruptors. The speed at which the digital world is moving today means that government will always be lagging behind. But this is not new. We think it's new, but it's not. The phenomenon of playing catch up is not new. I've been in this policy think tank world for, about 15 years, and I've seen all kinds of new things that came up, and governments saying, oh, we're scared of this, and consumers worried as well. So in June 2015, right, that's like 8 years ago now, we received this call from a company called Uber. So everyone knows Uber, right? Today. They had then been operating in Malaysia for about a year, and they were facing problems from taxi companies that were increasingly threatened buy this new tech kid on the block. Regulators were on their back, wanted to ban them from operating in the country. Around the same time, another company emerged called Airbnb. And they were also facing issues, right? Because Malaysian hotel operators were raising concerns about unregulated accommodations, safety standards. How can we trust these new disruptors? In both cases, the government didn't really have a clue what to do. Their initial reaction was to just have blanket bans on these disruptors. In the end, the companies managed to reach some kind of compromise with the government, but it was only made possible through many behind-the-scenes engagement meetings with policymakers. So just remember that, and I'm going to come back to that when I close. These engagement meetings, right? So Grab, another app that everyone probably has in their phones today. This is again in the early days. So again, regulators wanted to ban them. Imagine if they banned them today, you know, we wouldn't have them in our phones. We actually worked with Grab to produce some research to show how drivers of Grab actually increase their quality of life because they can easily, actually it was really funny, taxi drivers, so without Grab, taxi drivers would often sit in their taxis waiting for passengers, and many of the male taxi drivers were found to have kidney problems because they would wait in their taxis and they wouldn't go to the toilet. So they would just sit in their taxis, you know, basically not go and pee. Whereas with Grab, they had that right to be able to, you know, accept or deny rights. So basically, these companies had to conduct research, engage with think tanks like ours to show policy impact of how tech could actually make lives better. And it was just something as simple as reducing their kidney problems, right? So that's just an example of how I think we can use the policy space to have these conversations. But I think another problem is who regulates. So I think the question is, okay, yes, we regulate, but who regulates and which body does that? IBM in Malaysia, I remember this as well because they also reached out to us. They wanted to launch their new personified like health robot called Watson. It was this powerful AI system. I think they have it called Watson X now, right? And they wanted to use it in the field of healthcare. But because it was 2017 and they belonged both in the categories of health and technology, the government just didn't know what to do, right? They're like, is it the Ministry of Health that should regulate you? Or is it the Ministry of, what would it be? They've changed the names many times now to adapt with the current trends. So the ministries in charge of both areas, they were bouncing back and forth between two ministries. And in the end, I think they finally got it approved, but this is the point. We talked about voting. PAS is a political party that has just recently launched its My One PAS app. It's a super app that you can find on your phone today. This is just last week. They have an e-wallet. It enables users to pay bills, and with MasterCard, they collaborated. So users can actually have financial transactions of 35,000 as the limit, and including international transactions, right? Although I don't know whether they got approval from Bank Negara for this yet. We're doing another project right now on fintech, financial tech. So Grab, again, mentioned Grab, it's a super app. It allows you to buy food, allows you to do ride sharing, buy groceries. Again, who regulates this? Who's going to regulate PAS? Is it Bank Negara? Is it, you know, the Election Commission? Who's going to tell them that you have to shut your app down, right? So the situation we face today, based on the problems we are grappling with, is really not new. It feels new, but I just want to bring this new insight that it's not that new. Regulators have been playing catch up forever. It's a new issue, but it's the same playbook. And it comes to democracy, right? This is the title of our conference today. Does data strengthen or undermine democracy when in the hands of business? I think ultimately it depends on how we manage these businesses. We often have this thing about big business being this like big bad boys out there, but after all, they're made up of people too. They, just like politicians, react, they respond to people's behavior. They are highly sensitive to negative news. Reputational damage is disastrous for business. And there's no running away, right, from the digital economy. The World Economic Forum Future of the Jobs Report 2023 says that more than 75% of companies are going to adopt AI and cloud computing in the future. Data scientists are one of the fastest growing jobs in the world today. So maybe even my job will be irrelevant in 10, 20 years from now, or maybe even your jobs. I'm sorry to threaten you, but I mean, as academics, like, is there job security for what we do, or is it that we need to be able to learn to grapple with the data, with the tech, and then use that for good? Malaysia is one of the fastest growing data centers as well. We're ranked 4th behind Singapore, Hong Kong, and South Korea in this, data center competitiveness index. And what I'm trying to say is, moving forward, if we are to embrace this digital economy as part and parcel of our economic ecosystem of the future, what can we do to counter these loopholes where data does undermine democracy, or does, restrict our freedoms of choice, so to speak? I offer 3 very broad solutions that I think as a society we can approach, and hopefully this can be discussed the rest of the day. So first, government should not necessarily have more regulation, but better regulation. What does that mean, right? So the regulation must be well balanced between allowing the agility of businesses to run efficiently for profit, while at the same time adhering to some basic principles of transparency, fairness, and the rule of law. The government should exercise their role as setting the ground rules of the game. The best thing they can do is to create this environment for competition to flourish. Competition is what makes businesses respond better to the market. Malaysia has something called the Competition Act, but it's got so many loopholes. Whole sectors like telco are carved out of that. So, we have Malaysia, MyCC, the Malaysia's Competition Commission, which needs to do better in creating more competition. Something specific the government can do right immediately is to follow after the EU. It's technical and boring. It's called the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. It has this very, very extremely stringent law that provides protections to all of us, right, as individuals. There's a long list of principles there based on things like, accuracy, storage limitation, integrity, confidentiality. Basically, if you want to know what GDPR is, it's this. It requires all websites to explicitly disclose that they are collecting your personal data. So the businesses are legally obliged to inform you why, how they're going to store this data. And this is what we should expect our government to do as well. If there's anything that the Malaysian government can do tomorrow, overnight, it would be this: follow the EU GDPR. The EU GDPR also last month fined TikTok, $368 million for violating the personal data of children, because the sign-up process on TikTok makes the accounts public by default. And if you open TikTok today, I don't know how many of you have TikTok in your phones. Well, if you're interested in data and democracy and tech, I would highly recommend you open it. In fact, it was the day after the election last year in November. That was the day that I downloaded TikTok and I opened it on my phone, because I had heard so much about how political parties were using TikTok as a platform for these 3R issues, right? And I just wanted to know, what kind of nonsense was being spewed out on that platform. And I think I knew what to expect, but even watching it created this kind of visceral experience where if you're not used to it, it's very repugnant. The content, it draws you in as well. There's no time for breathing. It's video after video. It's short. So the other thing I wanted to say is that it's not just data that's the new commodity. Attention is the new commodity. You can search for it. It's the economics of attention, and it is attention that these social media platforms are actually marketing. They want to draw us in for as long as possible on whatever platform as possible, because that's where they get their ad revenue, right? Where was I? TikTok. Yeah. So anyway, the point is that TikTok was fined And I think if the same regulation were to have impact here, they would probably do the same. I know the Minister of Communications, Fahmi Fadzil, is trying hard, and I think they've called TikTok for discussions and so on. Well, it will be a long time before any regional standards come about in Asia. You know, ASEAN is nowhere near what the EU is. You know, people actually don't think much of ASEAN because they don't have that weight, right? We do have an ASEAN framework on digital data governance and the APEC privacy framework, but they're not really enforceable. We don't have harmonized laws in this region. So that's all to do with government, what regulators can do. The big second thing is companies themselves. You can't go anywhere today without hearing about this thing called ESG. It's actually very boring. And if you go to ESG conferences, yes, you are probably bound to fall asleep. It's boring, but maybe the boring technical things are actually what's needed. Maybe that's exactly what we do need. Environmental and social and governance bottom lines, right? Can the companies show us that they're doing these things? BHR, Business and Human Rights, Ideas has been involved in drafting of what's called a National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. There's a big conference today, actually, and I'm going to head over there. So if they launch this NAP on BHR, there will also be things there and sort of conditions or suggestions of how businesses can do better. The US, for example, only lifted its ban on palm oil products from Malaysia after they determined that our goods were no longer produced with forced labor. The EU intends to phase out imports of palm oil-based biofuel by 2030. That affects Malaysia and Indonesia because we are the two largest palm oil producers in the world. So I think using these standards, can we see the same thing happening for tech? Can we see the same thing happening for data? Bursa Malaysia regulates all publicly listed companies in Malaysia, and they've recently enhanced their sustainability reporting requirements to include data privacy and security. So, but what does that all mean, right? Like, it's so much jargon. What does that mean? Like, I just want to know, what are you requiring your companies to do? How can there be better transparency for me? And businesses can also just move ahead of the curve. They don't have to wait for governments anymore. Apple is a great example. So I see some people are using Apple now in the room. It's a great example of how they moved ahead of the curve as well. They just went ahead with innovative privacy and security technologies that were built in to their computer, into their products, on their Safari browser, and so on. The market responds happily to this, and companies can learn from this and from Apple. Finally, and most importantly, it's about us. It's about educating ourselves, right? So if you ask yourself today, do you know how many apps you have in your phone? Probably not. You've downloaded like one a day, maybe. And you just rush through the security and the consent forms, right? Because you just want to use that app straight away, and you don't read. Are you aware of what data that you consented to provide to all these apps and platforms? Can you choose better browsers to protect yourself, especially if you're working on like highly sensitive information? Have you used passwords that are not easily compromised? Where do you store your passwords? So I think those kinds of security checks for ourselves are the same things that we should encourage our peers to do, especially our parents, right, who may have not very much digital knowledge. Where can industry, innovation, and academia come in? All of you brilliant people here. Can an app be built that once installed can do this sweep of all apps in your device and tell you what sort of data is being held by which app and for how long? Dr. Azmi mentioned open data. Can we demand better open data requirements from both government and companies about the kinds of data that we are sharing? Ultimately, we need to demand transparency. We need to be told in simple language and in simple terms what sort of data is being collected, held by whom, for how long, and where. We need to be notified of the data breaches, when and if they take place. Data that originates from one country should be held in that country, and if it is being transferred to another location, this should also be informed to us. Stakeholders need to come together to build alliances. The US has something called the National Cybersecurity Alliance. Singapore is also way ahead of Malaysia in this regard. And so I think there's a lot that can be done when you talk about things like transparency demands, ethical business behavior, and how data is handled. So I just want to end with like what we think ideas can do. In the policy world, in the think tank world, the answers are not always clearly black and white. I think I have given you some black and white answers, but the reality is that it's when the stakeholders come together in a room to discuss things and to bring people together, that's when the magic happens. I'll tell you, a story about how we were working on something called procurement. So again, very dry, very boring, like who knows about public procurement here. But public procurement is so important because that's where corruption comes in. The governments have relationships with, long relationship vendors. And what we did was we brought people in a room and we sat them down from government, from private sector for a period of like 12 months. And that's, like I said, where the magic really happened. Agencies from government sat down together under the same roof and said, oh, I've been trying to get a meeting with this agency. This is the same government, yeah, for 2 years. And we haven't got that meeting until ideas brought us together in the same room. We hear the same thing all the time about tech, about SMEs. Basically, my point is policy reform takes a long time. And it's like, it takes so much effort. We've been working on something called political financing regulation. So Malaysia does not have political financing laws, nothing that governs how parties get money. So that's why, money has flown in from overseas, from questionable sources and so on. But we've been working on this for about 4 years, 3 to 4 years, and it's only now that the term having political financing act has entered into the lexicon, right? Politicians now talk about the need for it. But that didn't come out from thin air. We worked hard at it. We had workshops, we've had roundtables, we go down to the ground. Our team just came back from Johor, Malacca. Last weekend it was Terengganu and Pahang, where we speak to not just politicians and policymakers, but people on the ground, asking them, what do you want out of your political parties? What can you expect to have, better, more transparent and rule of law regulations in the country? So I think Nafis said earlier that you don't want this to just be all, okay, everything's bad, but you want us to have some kind of point of optimism, right? So I'm going to take that challenge and tell you today that while you think all may be doom and gloom, AI is going to take over our lives, our identities. If anyone has watched the first episode of the latest Black Mirror season, you'll know what I'm talking about, where not just your voice and video was taken, but the entire person's identity, right? And that's not too far from the truth, right? Recently, the Hollywood writers actually had a huge strike because it's something to do with AI, right? So the writers said that their roles were being taken away from them because the videos of actors and so on can just be written by AI without having the writer's involvement. So the point is, let's not think about this as doom and gloom. My main points coming here today is, one, this is not new. Regulations will always have to play catch-up game with the private sector. You regulate something today, tomorrow the tech companies are going to do something else, but we can still do things about it. Get government involvement. Regulation is important. Get businesses to know that ESG and BHR are exactly what's expected of them, and we ourselves, educate the people around us, and make use of this kind of collaborations where we can bring stakeholders together in a room and discuss the details, right? The devil's in the details. What kind of policy exactly do we want? Can we have it flexible to make sure there's business efficiency, but also protect the lives of people and make sure that, for example, your savings are all not going to get taken away, your lifetime savings. So with that, I hope and I look forward to seeing how this discussion will move ahead. Policy change is possible. Let's see what kind of policy changes we want to see to make data and democracy possible hand in hand in the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Tricia. Yeah, I'm glad that you highlighted on the policies, how we can make an impact. So us in academia, we always aspire to do that, not just writing papers and publish and so on, but we want to make real impact. And the reality is more difficult. It takes years and years. There's a lot of boundaries, a lot of hesitations and resistance from all parties. So hopefully we can chart some way forward. Any questions for Dr. Tricia? Yes, Dr. Loga. Again.
I heard you say it again. No, I was just curious to find out. You were saying that I think we have heard this comment many a times that the law and technology have to catch up with each other. It's like a Tom and Jerry cartoon. You're chasing after each other. Just wondering how did Europe manage to achieve this, where they were able to set down the regulation and play catch-up game? How did they manage to do that? Thank you.
I mean, I don't know the details of what exactly happened, but this is not a new law, right? The GDPR came up in 2018, so it's already 5 years ago. I think it just staying ahead of the curve just means that you need to have your research. That's why research is so important, right? To know what's ahead. And of course, the EU, being the EU, has not just regulations on data, but they have, I mean, some even complain about the fact that they have too stringent regulations on many other things. So that's the balancing act that needs to be thought through. I mentioned the palm oil biofuel case as well earlier. I mean, some would believe that this regulation is actually protectionist in nature. That this law actually is protectionist over rapeseed oil and the oils that are actually in Europe itself compared to palm oil, which is in Southeast Asia. So my point is that let's also take it with a pinch of salt. Like, not all regulation is necessarily good. There may be negative outcomes, but I think your question is how did they manage to do it? I don't have the answer to that. I'm sorry, but the EU is just a different kettle of fish altogether. They've built this up over the years, and they had foresight. And research is important. Research to know what's new on the frontiers of technology. Thank you. Any others? Nothing else? Then yeah, I'm happy to sit down.
Sorry.
Prof.
Thank you very much, Tricia. Very illuminating and also somewhat very concerning presentation. And I'm sure we're all mired in this anyway, right? It's today.
Yeah.
And the minute we use Google, I don't think we are so naive as to believe our data has not been sold already.
Yeah.
Right? Because when I was on sabbatical in the Bay Area 10 years ago, what I noticed at Stanford and UC Berkeley and UCSF is that they actually had their own system. They did not use the Google system. They did not use Gmail that we're using so well and so interconnectedly in many other universities worldwide. So that was an observation. And data is being sold as we speak, right? What I wanted to ask you is, how do you see engagement with youths going forward? Because our youth, and quite a number of us them are here, are the ones that are very into TikTok, very much into putting data in that space, their uncles, fathers, grannies, whatnot. And they are the ones who may be not that aware of regulations that need to be in place, their own rights, and their data, being misused or abused. I love data, don't get me wrong. I'm a human geneticist, right? I like big data, I work on big data. How do you see the space in educating people to try and stem this? The horses may have bolted, maybe there are a few horses left in the stables. How do we actually stem some of these and make people more aware of their rights? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we hope that more like NGOs and groups like us actually will start to create these kind of educational materials, right? I think my biggest concern is actually about children. I have 2 young children, and I don't know photos that have been on social media, which actually I have posted as well. Will those photos actually be used in the future to blackmail them? So I think those concerns are real. We need to. So one thing is definitely educating ourselves and each other. But the other thing was, I mean, I'm just curious as well. Like, if any of you have young children, it feels like the more exposed they are, so they're definitely more exposed than us because so we come from a dinosaur generation. It's not at our fingertips, but because they're so exposed to it, it also seems like they have a better handle of what's real and what's not. Now, that's just a hypothesis. I don't know. We were discussing it internally yesterday in my office, and my colleague's daughter actually tells her mom, and she's only like 9, right? Oh, this is not true. We've seen this somewhere else. So I think that exposure in this case might be better than restricting them, because if you restrict them entirely, they're just going to go out and believe everything that they see. So I've tried to start telling my 5-year-old that, so when she watches something on video, I'll ask her, like, do you think that's true? Like, do you think that's real, or is it fake? So I think asking those questions, getting them to think for themselves, is the best way forward. I kind of alluded to that earlier, right? When I said that government can never come up with like the best law and the best policy and regulation, because it will never work. You try and stop, it's that game that you play, the hammering of the, what is it? What animal is it? The whack-a-mole, right? You whack one mole here, something else will pop up. So you can never stem this advance of tech, and that's just the nature of tech. Tech moves fast, right? The collective AI intelligence of the world will just be beyond what we can do, even in our collective brain space here. Not saying that you're all stupid, but my point is that I think exposure is like the vaccination. You expose yourself to some parts of it so that you can use that muscle. What is the muscle that we need to exercise? We need to exercise the muscle of discernment, the muscle of wisdom, so that the facts that you're receiving, you can make that judgment. So I go back to that story that I said in the very beginning. This boy, right, who came up to me so desperate, tell me what to read. Like, tell me which platforms to believe, because I don't know what to believe anymore. That's the feeling that we get, I think, right? We don't know what to believe. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, what's real? Who shot the rocket into the church? So I all of my 5 minutes, because I had to leave, I just told him, please just read more. Read as much as you can. Expose yourself to everything. Fake news, real news, whatever it is. And eventually you will somehow be able to have your own filtration system. Like, trust yourself, like trust your intellect to be able to do that. And this comes, every forum I go to talks about education system. So I'm going to say it comes down to our education system. It's true, right? Like, are we equipping our children and our people to think for themselves? One of our core principles and ideas is individual liberty, which believes in this principle, this very basic principle, that we all have that individual capacity in our heads, in our brains, to process things, to make sense of things, to conclude with reason and rationale. And to encourage that we do that as well. So we have this liberalism conference every year. I think giving the right to people to question and debate and doubt, that's really the key for me. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Sorry, very long answer. Thank you. All right.
Next question.
Oh, no more.
Yes, Emma, our next speaker.
Okay.
Thank you. Just picking up on what Prof said just before, the problem with our education system is that it's also invaded by Google.
Invaded, you say?
by Google.
Invaded by Google.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, the education system is not necessarily a sort of oasis that's free of all these corporations that work against us. It's entangled. And so I wonder what you think about, well, increasingly what's happening is that the spaces where we come together are corporate spaces. And that's because of social media being owned by corporations, right? So there's not really any public spaces anymore. So I wonder if you could speak to that. I mean, there's the GDPR, there's the need for content moderation as well as data protection, but then we're always just moderating these corporate, right? So what about public service media? What happened to that? Like, why aren't we talking about public platforms that are owned by people, the people?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I don't think I have the answer. Well, you can tell us your answer. You're speaking next, right, Prof? But I think what comes to mind is Benedict Anderson's Imagine Communities, right? So he wrote this book so long ago, and he talked about how it was text, paper, and then newspapers that allowed allowed governments to create these imagined communities. So he said that nations too are imagined communities, right? Without newspapers, without that text, we would actually never know that we're part of the same nation. So then, what you're saying is true, which it is, it means that the communities that we are part of now are corporate communities. So it's a corporate platform that we're on. I don't know. I see traditional media as just not being able to catch up either. And they do have a role for sure. Radio, television, all of these are public service platforms that are no longer even relevant today. But there is an interesting possible way of evading this. I think it's about reactivating maybe somehow making use of tech and integrating that into the traditional spaces. I don't know exactly how that would work, but yeah, it's again whether government has the capacity and speed to catch up with what's exciting in the corporate and private spaces. Yeah. Thank you. Oh no, there's more. Yes.
So, I should commit to any as well. Have any of you heard of Clearview AI? Clearview, CLEARVIEW. Kind of you, right?
No.
So it's something as simple as I can upload a photo of you. It will find every available photo of you through any platform, through any service. And it's used in the US by the police department to actually catch criminals. Right? And none of us here are aware of it. Right? And you actually realize no amount of policy is able to block it, get strike for 3-5 years, doesn't work. The only one policy which is working in the internet at the moment is copyright law. If you want to print something off the internet, PCMA is the only way. Right? Every other policy, EU as well, right, hasn't been successful at all. Right? So PCMA is the only way. And if you were to ask me, privacy doesn't exist online. You want privacy, go be online. Right? When you use your Google Map, right, currently we are tracking you. Even in Monash, with your phone, the Wi-Fi is tracking where you are. You're going to a shopping mall, IKEA, your entire pathway, everyone knows. Right? There's no such thing as privacy. If you want privacy, be offline. Right?
Yeah, I was thinking again about that question earlier. This is not the best solution, but it is one solution, and I said that earlier in my speech, and that's competition. So we cannot stop the private corporations from taking over our brain space, right, or taking over the internet. What we can do is make sure that there are laws that don't allow monopolies. So if there is just one big tech corporation that is monopolizing everything that's on our laptops and our devices, then that's actually really a bad thing. Yeah, what do our laws say about the monopoly of Google? I don't know. But if there are more companies that come up, and if more good tech, like, so maybe we can frame it as, you know, I don't know, good tech versus bad tech. Are there more good tech companies that can come up and use those platforms for good as opposed to, you know, for bad? I think we all saw what happened when Mark Zuckerberg allowed Facebook to be used and for Russian disinformation in the US. So can there be the reverse of that? I don't know. Create it. We can't. No, doom and gloom. Yeah, but I think the catch-up game is really difficult. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I don't have better answers. I think hopefully all of you can answer some of the questions that I couldn't today. But thank you so much for the invitation, and I think I'll just leave now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. So thank you, Dr. Tricia. So for our next speaker, so we start with the academic speaker. And to facilitate that, I welcome Brian from the Monash Political Awareness Club. Please welcome.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming, and I would like to thank Dr. Nazirul for actually allowing us, Monash Political Awareness Club, to be here, to be part of this event, and actually work on, I guess, being a part of the collaborator for this. And I think it's important that we as a club, actually, we stand for political awareness. And for this Geopolitical Security Forum, we talked about not just about data, as our keynote speakers, Dr. Tricia and Dr. Azmi mentioned about democracy, data, policies, and regulations needed. And I think we are advocating for not just the youth, but overall the entire population regarding policies and political awareness. So just an insight, I'd like to thank both of them for sharing their insights. And we're going to move on to our first academic speaker for the day, Professor Emma. She's an associate professor at Monash University in the media and communication side. She's from School of Arts and Social Science. Her research work lies in the ethnographic in nature and attends to the interaction of material and social worlds through a focus on the everyday uses of new media technologies. Today, she'll be sharing with the topic of WhatsApp business, a simple chat app that's become a multi-sided market. So let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Emma to the stage.
Thanks, Brian, for the introduction. I'd like to thank the School of Business for this amazing forum, especially Naz, for the work you put in for this. Yeah, it's really great. And I'd also like to just send a message of like as much support as it's possible to give to the Political Awareness Club. It's just fantastic to see this club, you know, that there hasn't been anything like it before. And it's an amazing development. And I think like we're just so glad that you guys have done this. And yeah, anything we can do to help, please just yell out. So yeah, my name's Emma Bolsh. I've got this admin job looking after research at SAS, and I'm also the director of a yet to be launched research centre called the Southeast Asia Research Centre for Digital Tech and Society, which is based at the School of Arts and Social Sciences. And we'll be looking particularly at this question of regulation. Yes, we are looking to the GDPR as one example of where, you know, efforts to regulate have been successful, but there are also other examples from India and Brazil that I think are instructive. And so we're really interested in doing impactful research, or what they call mission-oriented research, to get conversations and also, you know, organised action around the great need for regulation, particularly in the ASEAN region. So yeah, without further ado, I'll get to my paper, which is about WhatsApp. Hopefully it will only take 20 minutes. Yeah. So in October in 2021, I'm not sure if anyone remembers this, but people around the world discovered that they couldn't access Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. And all of these three platforms, all of them are owned by Meta, as you probably know, seem to be completely wiped from the internet. So for many people who use these platforms as their main connections to friends, family, news, and businesses around the world, this amounted to basically a social blackout, and some of you might have experienced this. Users looked to Twitter to find out what had happened, as reported in the media and by Twitter's official accounts, who cheekily tweeted, "Hello, literally everybody." So Meta, which is formerly Facebook, were forced to explain the cause of the outage via their official outlets on Twitter and reassure users that they were working on the problem. Rivals took the opportunity to respond with humour. In a reply to a tweet from the WhatsApp official Twitter account, one user mentioned Telegram and asked suggestively if the Russian-owned app was single. To which Telegram replied, "Come over, the servers are up and my parents aren't home." Yes. So how do I slide through? Yeah. So in many countries, WhatsApp has risen to become more than a one-to-one communication app or a privacy-focused alternative to the other social media platforms. With its low data use and generous data plans, private and public group chats, media sharing, and digital payment and business functions, it's been referred to as an essential communication utility. So, you know, like water, like telephones used to be, like the post, whose ubiquity and embeddedness in the daily life of users becomes especially apparent when it breaks down. Right? It's not until it breaks down that you realise how important it is. The outage showed how WhatsApp has become so integral to many people's daily rhythms and interactions that losing access to it feels like being locked out of social life. And I think I was just thinking about what Tricia was saying before about competition. I think this really points to some of the problems of competition as a solution, because these tech companies are really relying on a thing called network effects in order to grow, right? And that means that they're trying to make themselves indispensable, right? So if you leave that app, you really feel it. It's very, very inconvenient, right? So here we see like a meme from Brazil in which someone's having a heart attack because they haven't had access to WhatsApp. And the caption says, "Is this real? 48 hours without WhatsApp?" And he's really like has to be comforted by his friends and relatives. So we know WhatsApp has evolved to become incredibly important to people's social lives across the globe. And this paper will focus on how Meta has leveraged these, what I call network effects, which describes the way a service grows in value exponentially as new end users join. Network effects lay at the foundation of Meta's efforts to develop WhatsApp technically and economically to maximize its capacity to support Meta's core advertising business. High switching costs render the platform valuable because they increase user dependence on the platforms, making it an attractive prospect for business users wanting to grow their client base. In this paper, I'll trace these developments and argue that the evolution of WhatsApp's business features can be seen as problematic for democracy, as it represents an instance of the large-scale corporate transformation of a realm of public discourse, or the so-called town square. I don't know if Malaysians are familiar with that metaphor. The town square is somewhere where we gather to deliberate and discuss among ourselves to form public opinion. Into a realm that's organised around and oriented to the exchange for profit, or the marketplace. So like I was saying before, increasingly we're just coming together in order to deliberate in the marketplace. There's no longer any town square, okay? And that has very serious implications for how we imagine ourselves as citizens within a democracy, because obviously you're going to have more rights if you have more consuming power, right? and that undermines the very fundamental nature and the very fundamental principles of democracy. So the corporate takeover of all corners of the internet leaves us with little room to imagine ourselves as anything other than consumers. Evidence from India and Brazil, where WhatsApp business features have been rolled out and tested, show how Meta's strategy for monetizing the app risks turning it into a service that's a far cry from its tagline, secure, reliable, and simple. Increasingly, users come to see WhatsApp as spammy, messy, and unreliable. So this is about how WhatsApp began and some of the sort of principles that were at the basis of its founding. It was founded in 2009 by two former Yahoo employees. They're called Brian Acton and Jan Kum. And its popularity grew very quickly in non-English speaking countries like Latin America, such as in Latin America, India, Southeast Asia, and Europe. Southeast Asia and Europe and Latin America, not countries. I realise that. So in many of these places, WhatsApp became popular because of its low data usage and low cost relative to standard phone calls. In addition, smartphone usage in these markets had just begun to take off, so it kind of rode the smartphone revolution. And WhatsApp's simple design further contributed to its wide appeal, with users only requiring a mobile phone number to register. So WhatsApp was one of many messaging apps, as you can see from this slide, which I won't leave for very long because it has a recording attached to it, it turns out, including Snapchat, Messenger, Telegram, Signal, and Instagram Messenger, as well as WeChat, KakaoTalk, and Discord. They were all established around the 2010s. And it can be associated with, like the emergence of messaging apps can be associated with, with the appification of culture associated with both the Android and iOS app stores. Right? So prior to this time, mobile software applications or apps lived on users' mobile phones in the form of simple programs like Snake or Tetris. Does anyone remember Snake? It wasn't until the launch of iOS and later Google Play and so on that mobile apps came to rival web-based applications and crystallize a certain definition of apps that's come to shape of how we think of the relationship between software and ourselves. So we often think of apps when we think of software. Or maybe it's that site, sorry. So by December 2009, WhatsApp had attracted about 250,000 followers, so it became popular quite quickly. And by 2014, it had 200 million followers. And Facebook acquired, what was then Facebook, acquired WhatsApp in 2014 for $19 billion, which was more than 12 times higher than WhatsApp valuation for the previous year. Since that time, speculation has obviously been rife about how Meta, what is now Meta, is going to monetize WhatsApp. So the early promise of providing a secure, ad-free way to communicate with family, friends, and close acquaintances remained a core promise of WhatsApp under Kuman Action's stewardship. They continued to run WhatsApp even though Meta had bought it. So the principles that were underlying this vision were that it would not carry advertising, it would not store messages on its servers, and it would maintain a focus on delivering a gimmickless, reliable, friction-free user experience. To reassure users, Acton and Kum explained that after the sale, a key part of the deal was a promise from Mark Zuckerberg that WhatsApp would remain independent and that monetizing plans would be frozen for at least 5 years.
But next, I'll look at how newly introduced features that are designed to enable monetization how they're in contradiction with the platform's public statements about safety and privacy. Okay, so this is from the WhatsApp website. The menu shows various options that are an indication of where the platform is heading. Under Features tab, WhatsApp displays what the platform has on offer. Message privately, stay connected, build community, express yourself, and WhatsApp Business. WhatsApp Business is the only option that, when clicked on, redirects people to a completely new website with its own menu showing different navigation paths, products, resources, blogs, developers, partners. So unlike WhatsApp's main website, Meta's logo is visible on the landing page of WhatsApp's business solutions. And this is kind of like an indication of how important WhatsApp Business is to Meta's monetization strategy. And if you look on the WhatsApp blog and also the Meta blog, you know, Mark Zuckerberg makes no secret of the fact that WhatsApp is absolutely at the center of the future of the company. Yeah. So looking at two features, WhatsApp Business App and the WhatsApp Business API, we can see how WhatsApp's evolution into a platform for businesses creates issues around data protection and privacy. The development of WhatsApp business products not only allows users' private data to be accessed by businesses, but by allowing advertising messages to target users' private WhatsApp accounts, it also alters how people have hitherto experienced the platform as simple, reliable, and ad-free. I don't know if anyone's noticed an increase in the number of spammy things that they get through their WhatsApp, but I have, and apparently it's a real problem in India. Yeah. So the WhatsApp Business App is tailored to facilitate communications between small business owners and their customers, display products, and facilitate shipping. It can be seen as akin to both a CRM, or a customer relations management tool, and a storefront. I have WhatsApp Business. It's kind of cool. You can create these catalogs, and yeah, where goods are exhibited through catalogs and traded through the carts function. In some jurisdictions, you can even pay and buy for things on WhatsApp Business. Yeah, not in Malaysia yet. In India, you can. So WhatsApp Pay is a system that enables the transfer of funds between two accounts of participating banks via WhatsApp. So the business app is free to use, although WhatsApp has repeatedly said that in the future they intend to monetize the product by either charging businesses a fee for using the apps, or by charging a fee for a premium version. While businesses have to download the business app to chat and sell products to people, customers communicate with businesses via the main mobile chat app, right? So we just use our normal WhatsApp account to chat with businesses. So for everyday users, interacting with businesses occurs within the boundaries of the same app interface that they use to communicate with families and friends. So you can see a pattern in which, like, WhatsApp has acquired these meanings, sometimes quite intricate and like varied meanings in different sort of cultural spaces, for people to interact with, you know, loved ones, with friends, with families. It's indispensable, right? It's part of our close relationships that we have with people. It's integrated into the way that we use humor. It has very intricate social meanings. And this is what Meta is leveraging, this sort of indispensability, these like very important and intimate meanings that WhatsApp has, in order to use it as a basis for selling things to us, right? You can't get away, you're trapped. Okay, so I'll move now to the business API, which is the other principal feature of this monetization strategy. It was launched in 2018. The company refers to it as the business platform. What platform means in this instance is, it's used in this computational sense, which means programmable infrastructure upon which other software can build and run. Right, so it's I think that means it's part of a stack. The IT people can correct me there. There are two kinds of platforms, and one of them is a stack, the other is intermediary. So the business API has no front-end interface, but allows medium to large corporations to connect with WhatsApp users via WhatsApp business solution providers, right? So ordinary people don't use it. It's for big businesses. These providers are professional customer messaging and workspace organizing software companies, and WhatsApp recognizes as legitimate. In a sense, the business API, which is hosted on Meta's data infrastructure via the Meta for Developers platform, can be considered as a bridge or a point of contact between large businesses and regular WhatsApp users. So it's connecting large businesses to the large user base of WhatsApp. So the problem with WhatsApp business products, both the business app and the business API, is that obviously they compromise user privacy. And while chats between customers and a business remain like peer-to-peer chats, encrypted, they may not be private, as some businesses employ third-party non-encrypted cloud services to manage and store their chats. WhatsApp shows users when businesses are using third-party software companies in an attempt for transparency. But the fact that WhatsApp chats are managed by third parties and stored outside WhatsApp creates a privacy loophole. And further, the technological evolution of WhatsApp business solutions in key markets indicate that Meta wants to do more than chat on WhatsApp. In Brazil, WhatsApp tested an in-app business directory feature called Business Search that allows users to find businesses from within the app instead of having to search for them on Google. And this suggests that for ordinary users, the WhatsApp core mobile chat app is evolving into something like a super app. Yeah, like the chat-based super apps of WeChat, Line, and KakaoTalk. So I will quickly conclude. With a comment about what all this means for the impossibility of privacy on the platform. WhatsApp insists that its products facilitate private communication and sell end-to-end encryption as a guarantee for their promise. But user privacy is hard to maintain within WhatsApp's current technological development. The progressive increase in group size, I didn't talk about that actually, with communities being the last iteration. So now you can create these, I think, I've forgotten how big they are. I think they're 1,000 up to 1,000 people. You can create very large groups on WhatsApp. And the business-oriented features are transforming WhatsApp's main mobile app into a space where communication among strangers is the norm, right? So it's becoming a large kind of public space which is commercially oriented, like a mall. This means that these stakeholders can chat with people beyond the main mobile app, for instance, through third-party software development companies or through WhatsApp's other web app instances, such as the desktop app and the business app. And interoperability also means that these stakeholders can easily store WhatsApp communications in other services that are often unencrypted. Okay, so one of the things that you'll see when you open your WhatsApp chat is this is end-to-end encrypted. It's a scam. That's the end of my talk. Thank you for bearing with me.
Perhaps we can get like 1 or 2 questions from the panel. If anyone would like to raise their hands for any questions, the committee will also pass you the microphone. If you have any questions, you may raise up your hand.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I was wondering if you could share a few thoughts on that weird notion of social media being the digital town square. I mean, somehow this notion has been around, and they have, well, invested a lot of money into making us believe that they are. But in many ways, I think it's so much more like a local, rather run-down mall, which is hyper commercialized and actually guarded by an underpaid private security guard. So, can you say anything on whether there are ways to change that perception among the broader public to see social media for what they are? And these are these hyper commercialized spaces.
Yeah. I think one of the sort of great successes of these companies is how they've hijacked the public imagination about them. And, you know, that it's underhanded. I think it's something that Mark Zuckerberg used, actually, the town square idea as a way of associating Facebook with democracy. Yeah. I mean, the town square being a key sort of element of, you know, one of a key democratic institution, I guess, or a metaphor for one. Being, you know, a place where public discourse is created and produced. So yeah, so how do we combat this sort of underhanded, you know, casting? Coming back to education, we have to find ways to intervene in public discourse in ways that counter that. Yeah, and that, what does that mean? I guess well, I mean, it means identifying appropriate stakeholders. It means working with think tanks. You know, it shouldn't just all be behind doors at the policy level. I think we need to create more conversation and debate at the public level. Yeah, that's you know, we need to do that. I don't know how, but it's something we're going to be thinking about.
All right. Is there any? We can take one last question before we move on to the next speaker. Perhaps if there's no any raised hands, and I'll pass on to Gelson, who will be introducing the next speaker. So let's give a round of applause and thank you, Dr.
All right. Hey guys. Starting off with before we get into the next speaker, I would like to thank Dr. Emma for that very insightful session about the multi-layered nuances behind us, the surface level ideas that we have about such a widely used app like WhatsApp. I'm Gelson. I'm a student representative from the Monash Political Awareness Club, and I'm sure you've already heard a lot from our Vice President, Brian, but we would also like to thank Dr. Nazirul for this extremely informative opportunity to be a part of this event, as well as thank the previous speakers as well for all of your very inspiring speeches, right? They're very laden with wisdom, with expertise, and speaking from a much more personal angle, beyond just my participation in MONPAC, the Political Awareness Club, this session thus far has been a very informative reminder of the impact that this subject has on my future as a youth, right? There's a multifaceted plethora of different lessons that we can definitely take about the evolution of our society as a digital civilization, right? From the pacing of regulation on data collection to competition of big tech and digital media like WhatsApp. And so as we step into our next academic speaker, we're zooming out towards a much more global perspective. As we delve into the country of Myanmar, we're about to explore a high impact application of digital technology that can literally make or break nations. And who better to teach us about such nuanced material than Dr. Stefan Baechtold? Dr. Stefan Baechtold is a research fellow at the School of Arts and Social Sciences. His extensive background blends very critical academic research with substantial experience as an evaluator, practitioner, and trainer in the international development and peace building in Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Middle East. He has served as an in-country representative in Myanmar for Swiss Peace, as well as a program officer for the Peace Building Analysis and Impact Program in these. And in these functions, he has advised, he has evaluated, and has trained numerous institutions like the United Nations, the European Union, various governments, both international and local, as well as NGOs and civil society organizations. Currently, Dr. Stefan researches the interactions of digital technologies with the state of Myanmar and Malaysia against the backdrop of the global pandemic, combining approaches from the fields of international political sociology and science and technology studies. So everyone, I would like to invite a warm welcome to Dr. Stefan with all this very insightful discussion about blackouts and whitelists, digital technologies, and state formation in Myanmar.
Right. Thank you very much for the warm welcome and introduction. I really like that intro. Can I hire you guys to introduce me at other locations, maybe? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I was very glad when Nazirul kind of pointed out the doom and gloom that is oftentimes associated with digital technologies, and I was like, well, that's right down my alley. This is my department, the doom and gloom of technology. But then he said we should bring in some positive perspectives. Closer. Yeah. Okay. Then he said, as an additional challenge, we should bring in positive perspectives and outlooks. And I'm a bit afraid I'm going to fail that challenge spectacularly. Because, I mean, yes, oftentimes we think about things like disinformation, misinformation, and so on when we speak about tech. But as you will see from my presentation, technologies have much more far-reaching ramifications. And yeah, this is going to get dark. I'm going to speak about Myanmar. My talk is entitled of Blackouts, Whitelists, and Terrorist Others, exploring the role of socio-technical imaginaries in state formations in Myanmar. Yes, that's a bit of a handful of a title, but don't worry, I'm going to walk you through it, what I mean by that. The reason why I'm talking about Myanmar and not of one of the other nations that you usually hear about when we speak about Facebook and TikTok and social media and so on, is that Myanmar in many ways is a very extreme example. And I think it shows a lot of the tendencies that we see in all societies, but same tendencies on steroids. So you can really see the effects that unchecked monopolies of a social media company can have. And I mean, these are drastic. So in that sense, I think there's a lot of lessons that we can take from the very tragic experience of Myanmar and social media. So this is based on a paper I published earlier this year. So I will try to weave a bit more newer thinking into this. And I would like to invite you to reconsider a few of our conceptions that we have of technology and what it does for us. And especially to kind of overcome these simplifying assumptions and narratives that especially tech proponents from Silicon Valley often feed us, like for example that the digital town square. I'm sorry, who made that up? I mean, that is not what digital technologies are doing. And I think the same is also for proponents who say that digital technology is the same as progress. No, it's not.
Yes, much better. So, wait, do I have discussions? Okay, well, I mean, it was introductory anyway, so you can disregard that. But I think it's really about kind of, reconsidering this easy narrative that tech is selling us. That tech makes everything easier, tech makes everything better, and more connected world is a better world. I have very, very, very large question marks for all of these. Good. So let's get into my case, and I'll explain why. So basically, my case is Myanmar, which on February 1, 2021, woke up to a no internet connection signal. Well, displayed on millions of smartphones. So what had happened was that soldiers of the Myanmar military had taken over the offices of the major telecommunication providers. They had cut wires, they held guns to people's heads, forced technicians to shut down the internet. So the internet was off, and this turned out to be a coup. And the typical interpretation of things like that is that, well, in a coup, the military is an authoritarian actor, so they are afraid of free speech, they are afraid of the internet, because they can't control the internet, so they shut it down. as you will see, this is another one of these simplifying narratives that we still have in our heads. The one of liberation technologies. The idea that digital technologies is somehow something that fosters democracy, or that helps civil societies organize and overthrow their dictators. It's a myth or a notion that has been around since the Arab Spring uprising, and a lot of it is still believed, even though there's, if you look at what actually happened in these cases, there's very little to this myth. But also, if you look at Myanmar, I mean, after the coup, you have seen a lot of so-called Instagrammable protests. I mean, street protests sprung up and they were framed in a way that made them shareable, that made them go viral, they were staged and performed in a way that actually makes these things Instagrammable. So these digital technologies, they played a role in how political action happened. At the same time, you also had civil disobedience movements who were organizing Facebook, who were organizing strikes in the public sector, who literally stopped the whole country from functioning. And yes, Facebook played a role in that. And you also had countrywide internet blackouts that made you think, well, okay, so the military was really afraid of the internet, and that's why they shut it down. Now, at first glance, it seems to confirm, so these liberation technologies, again, are playing a role. But then, using narratives are not really my thing. I'm more in the doom and gloom territory. So, maybe there is a more complicated story here. So, if the internet is so fundamentally democratic rights and against authoritarianism, then why are democratic resistance groups blowing up mobile phone towers? Yeah, they're basically taking down the internet. And I think when you're looking closer at what technologies actually do in specific contexts, then you find a lot of these oddities, and this is what I'm going to delve into. So I started wondering, okay, how is digital tech actually entangled with conflict and state formation? What kind of political agency is digital tech developing? And that is far beyond just disinformation, misinformation, fake news. Actually, as you will see, digital tech is so deeply ingrained and entangled with our societies nowadays that it goes to the very foundations of how we function as a society. And I am thankful for Dr. Tricia, who mentioned Benedict Anderson's concept of imagined nations. Because in my work, I use similar concepts that speak to how nations are formed and imagined. And, well, I would say it's not the newspapers anymore. It's other technologies. And that includes things like Meta or Facebook, that includes 4G mobile towers, that includes cables, that includes smartphones, apps. And we have to actually look at these to understand political conflicts today, and not just at the military and the activists and so on. Good. Yeah, quickly I'm gonna talk about my approach to that, where I'm coming from with this perspective, then very quickly I'm talk about digital tech in Myanmar, blackouts and terrorist others, and then attempt a conclusion. So my approach, I mean, it has been mentioned in the very generous introduction, thank you again for that, and we will talk about your employment in the future. So what I'm using is a strong influence from science and technology studies. I mean, background in political science and sociology, yes. Science and technology studies is basically a social science perspective on tech. So I'm interested in how society shapes technology and vice versa. So the idea is that these two are actually consistent interaction. And that means that, technologies are not understood as neutral tools. They have their politics, full stop. There's no way around it. And one particularly interesting bit is that technologies are often part of so-called socio-technical imaginaries. This especially for infrastructure, where specific infrastructures are kind of at the base of how a nation or a community or a region imagines itself, how it performs itself, how it practices itself, and people get clearer when it comes to examples. Great. The second bit that I would like to stress here is that the SES that I'm using is well, very explicitly decolonial. I think what we oftentimes overlook is that a lot of the tech companies are coming from a specific place in Silicon Valley, and then they're kind of projected into the rest of the world. I mean, this is the understanding that tech is developed there, then it trickles down. And I would like to question or to interrogate that notion because it's not true. I mean, developing countries, especially, they oftentimes play rather fundamental roles in developing technology, specifically in public policy, health, policing, government, and so on. That oftentimes the periphery, or formerly the colonies, were actually used as sites of experimentation and so on, and then technology would be imported back into the metropolis. I mean, most prominent example for the fingerprint, that wasn't invented in England. It was used by the English in the British Raj, in the colony, and then at some point found its way back into the metropolis where we all know it for ours. And I would say the same is the case for digital technologies, because in many ways, as we'll see from my talk, that Myanmar has served as a, well, what could be understood as an imperial laboratory for Facebook. So why talk about Myanmar? And there we have to speak about a rather specific context. I'm trying to keep it short because when it comes to Myanmar, I have a tendency of talking more and more. So very quickly, Myanmar was used to be known as a very authoritarian country before 2010s. When the military actually announced the transition to democracy, peace, and open economy, so they very quickly and, well, very effectively actually introduced reforms to allow freedom of speech, free elections. They released opposition leader Aung San Suu Kyi from house arrest. They opened the economy for foreign investment liberalization. And that meant that they basically also connected the country to the internet. Before 2010, Myanmar's internet usage was in the single digits, 7% of the population had access. A SIM card for your phone was going around $2,000, which, yeah, it's a bit much. And after this liberalization, the price went down to $1.50 for a SIM card. So suddenly, the internet became accessible for vast majorities of the population, and Facebook entered this market extremely aggressively with their free basics program, where they, when you're using the Facebook app to access that, they will waive the data cost. So that meant that Facebook on a predominantly mobile market became absolutely dominant. I mean, for many people in Myanmar, Facebook was built-in. When they would Google stuff, they wouldn't Google it. They would actually type things into the search bar within the Facebook app. Because this is where the Myanmar internet happened. This is where people had their pages, this is where all the content was. Government ministries and so on, they also didn't have the homepage, they just had a Facebook profile page. And as you can imagine, yeah, there were some problems with that massive domination of one actor. So, as I said earlier, technology is not just something neutral or politically, well, irrelevant. I mean, it was the military who built that infrastructure of, or allowed the building of that infrastructure to connect the country via 4G signals. And this was always tied to that kind of idea of we are jumping a few stages because we come late to the game, so we jump straight to mobile technology. And that impressed a lot of people. I mean, for example, a quote from Eric Schmidt, the Google CEO back then, when he was visiting Myanmar, like, well, the country will leapfrog 20 years. We will see how they can shape themselves, and what I believe will be its extremely rapid social development. I mean, same for the military. The military said, well, I mean, this is about technology, yes, but it's also about achieving national unity. So we need infrastructure to connect our national races. The greater the number of roads, railroads, and bridges the nation sees, the friendlier the relations will be among national races. And I mean, this is a country who has been at war internally for 70 years, like 7 decades. This is the longest running civil conflict in the world. And in that sense, it'd be striking if someone said, well, okay, well, we could just build infrastructure, put some roads, railroads, bridges, and then everything will be fine. It usually doesn't work like that. Because when you look at Myanmar, at that time, these are the areas that were controlled by ethnic armed organizations. So these are, what is colored here is basically separate states. I mean, these territories, they function as de facto states with their own institutions, ministries, symbols, armies, and they were not under direct control by the center. However, the military framed this new idea of the leapfrog of technology, of mobile internet, and that goes across these boundaries. I mean, 4G signals, they do not stop at a military checkpoint or at an armed groups checkpoint. They are directly palpable within all these territories, even if the military has no direct presence there. So in that sense, connecting the country, creating a unified, connected Myanmar was always very much a one-sided nation-building exercise. And that is obviously highly political. Now let's go to the place where it went terribly wrong. Oh, I think do I need to hurry up already? No, okay, good. So, when you kind of build the nation, or you project an idea of the nation, build on connectivity that's bringing everybody together under, well, 4G network, how do you justify turning the internet off? It's kind of difficult now. So, something that actually happened over quite a few years is interesting to note here. That this idea of the unified Myanmar, that's connected via this leapfrog, via its progress, via this digital technology, that also created a racialized, threatening terrorist other. So basically you have an idea of Myanmar as connected unity, but then also somebody that needs to be disconnected from that. It's in the name of security needs to be excluded from this. I mean, this is a very typical construction you find quite often. In Myanmar, this has rather drastic kind of a consequence. I mean, I imagine you are familiar with the genocide against the Rohingya minority. And this framing of the threatening terrorist other, I mean, that was first used, yes, against the Rohingya, but it was also a heavily digitized phenomenon. I mean, yes, it obviously had its real world implications, but to make that possible, the military ran very extensive password-perfect networks that were fostering public opinion, that were influencing, that were splitting online hate speech. It went to a point where the New York Times actually spoke of a genocide incited on Facebook with posts from Myanmar's military. So the military ran its troll factories where hundreds of soldiers did nothing else than typing comments, repeating the military's narrative, saying that this is not a genocide, they make it all up, and even running inconspicuous influencer networks where they promoted skincare, celebrity news, football results, and who you are supposed to hate today. So, in that sense, you see Facebook, well, was kind of directly involved in that. Now, interestingly, this idea of a terrorist other that needs to be disconnected, I mean, the military started to use that on other people, not just Rohingya. It also, from 2018 onwards, invoked this terrorist other, this time against the Arakan army. And there it was also justified to disconnect the whole of Rakhine State for 18 months. That was, I think, the longest internet shutdown in history then. And again, it was about performing an authority in an area where the military is not directly present. Now, with the February 2021 coup, they certainly extended this construction of the terrorist other to everybody. I mean, now it included protesters, disobedience groups, activists, nurses who were on strike, teachers who were on strike, the exile government, basically everybody now was labeled terrorists and hence had to be disconnected. And there you can see a lot of new practices or authoritarian practices that come up where controlling connectivity becomes one of the main prime aims. It's not about connecting anymore, it's not about disconnecting anymore. It's about that balance that I call dis/connection, where you have a whitelisted internet. That means that you can only access certain sites that have been pre-authorized. You have a ban on social media, and that kind of alternates with complete blackouts. At the same time, soldiers are actively using social media, TikTok quite infamously, to influence public discourse and try to find information on resistant movements and so on. It's what they call information bombard. So, in that sense, we're coming back to the initial question: why do we blow up network towers? I mean, I think I've given you an idea that it wasn't just the resistance movement that was tech savvy that used social media and connectivity to its advantage. It was military as well, and they were very, very good. So, in that sense, digital technologies have a lot of different effects that they realize, and some of them are democratic, yes, some of them are the absolute opposite of democratic. And that means that network towers have become non-living targets in guerrilla warfare. I mean, you are targeting the military's investments because these are Mitel Tower, which is a military-owned company, so you build them up. And with that, it also kind of emphasizes how digital technology itself takes on various strange roles in this conflict. Because from blowing up a mobile phone tower, you actually get a lot of materials like batteries, generators, solar panels. These are tremendously helpful for guerrilla warfare. And you can even build astonishingly accurate improvised grenade launchers from scrap metals that you get from a mobile phone tower. So in that sense, a lot of the technology is injected into certain spaces and has a lot of effects that we can barely understand. And I think it's high time to reconsider of how much we actually need, or whether we should consider some of these implications before we launch ourselves aggressively into new markets. And this might be my conclusion, I think. That, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ambiguity there. I mean, as I said, this simplifying binary of democratic actors connect and authoritarian actors disconnect is far too simplistic. I mean, we live in a world where there's a lot of entangled, intermesh assemblages of different factors that produce our final results that we observe. And in Myanmar, you see that all sides have made very extensive and strategic use of digital tech. I mean, the military, the civil disobedience movement, People's Defense Force, and yes, some of them have democratizing effects, others have not, or are they quite the opposite? And I think from a broader perspective, and there I'm trying to kind of link to what the other speakers have said, that brings us back to the question of, well, if technology has such ambiguous and potentially harmful effects, well, that's very unpleasant for a lot of international actors who have projected their technology very aggressively into place without asking much or without being prepared for any kind of negative effects coming from it. I mean, Facebook being there a prime example. And I think when you look at how aggressively Facebook expanded in Myanmar and then just well, basically winged it, muddled through, ignored warnings, somehow came up with a few policy solutions after the New York Times pointed them out as being at the center of a genocide. I mean, that's a very, very long time to react. And it almost looks like a very experimental kind of mindset. Moving into a developing country, we can deploy our teams, we can try things out, we move fast, we break things. And I'm sorry, this mindset is just not enough, not anymore. And developing countries deserve better than serving as the imperial laboratories where tech giants can experiment without any consequence or without considering their political effects. Good, I'm going to stop here. And yeah, maybe I can spread some optimism after doom and gloom in the comments and questions. Good, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Stefan, for that extremely powerful insight about the double-edged narratives that the internet can spread and the application of technology in war. I do believe that we have enough time for about 1 or 2 questions from the crowd. So just raise your hands if you have any questions for Dr. Stefan, and I will give you this microphone. Yes, you in the middle.
Thanks for the speech, Dr. Stefan. I just want to know a little more about the context of Myanmar. So initially, like Facebook aggressively expanded, and then we saw the government started to create these like very anti-terrorist or very anti-minority groups on Facebook. So initially, Facebook did nothing in terms of moderating this or in terms of trying to stop the hate speech. And when it was pointed out by the New York Times, they try anything at all in terms of moderation, or were they largely unsuccessful?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's well, the whole story is even more embarrassing for Facebook than I even hinted at, but I can't go into all the details here. But I mean, honestly, if you look at it from now, this perspective, it's quite shocking. I mean, to give you an example, Myanmar has 50 million people. Have a guess how many content moderators Facebook had in 2015, when some of the first effects of that were visible. How many content moderators did they have who speak Burmese? And that is only the majority language. How many? Have a guess. No, it wasn't 0. It was 1. I think the year after, they increased that by 100%, making it true. And maybe this is a longer answer then, but a lot of it, well, relied on being able to ignore things, because Myanmar was considered as something that nobody really was caring that much about in Silicon Valley. Until it was literally landing at the doorstep saying that, hey, New York Times front page genocide, okay, that's bad for PR. And before that, I mean, and even after that, I mean, I think they have like 200 now of content moderators, but a lot of it was like fleeing into these technical narratives of, oh, we're just going to find an AI who actually can fix that. And I mean, I would love to see, I would love to show you a few examples of their first test where they failed again, quite miserably. It's the kind of, well, I would call it a technical utopian mindset where they see their technology as progress per se, unquestionable. It needs to be there, there's no question. And then it's a technical question of finding solutions to the problems it creates, but never questioning the technology itself. And I think we as societies, we actually should start doing that much more.
Yeah, so leading on from that point, basically, what do you recommend, or do you have any recommendations in mind when it comes to bringing these technologies in? I mean, the slapstick, I think, answer would be, oh, just throw in the technology and then have like a lot of moderators or have an AI moderator. But we all know, especially in these developing countries, there's a lot of different contexts. For example, I'm not sure of the case in Myanmar, but there's like different ethnic groups with their own factor states. They have their own Facebook group. So then, how do you determine who's right, who's wrong? So, any recommendations?
Exactly. I mean, I think a lot of it boils down to, I mean, there are no easy solutions to these kind of questions. I mean, yeah, we have seen that. I think a lot of it is meant to rein in certain technological companies and force them to develop certain things or otherwise accept boundaries. I mean, the kind of endless growth, endless data production, endless new oil, we can discuss about that afterwards. I think that is just not flying anymore. And I think for that we need pressure from politicians from side, from all corners basically. And I think a lot of it boils down to us as end users of these products. Is there really sensitivity for that model of data colonialism or data generation at any cost that we so easily subscribe to? I mean, all of us enable that by saying, hey, I don't want to pay for a messenger service. I used to pay one. But I mean, there's this very old saying that I'm sure you've heard ad nauseam now, that if you don't pay for a product, you are not a client, you're not a user of it, you are the product. It's your information, it's your data, it's you being sold. And I think we need to come to a point where people realize that and are willing to maybe pay for certain services and pay for a service that is done in a way that is not relying on selling you or your information. And there is some examples for that. But yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
All right. So moving on from the more nation-nuanced material about nation building in Myanmar, but still very connected to the development of skewed narratives on the internet. I'd like to welcome our next academic speaker, Dr. Ian Lim on his talk about social networks, content algorithms, and the spread of misinformation. Everyone give him a hand.
Okay. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I will be pretty fast because it's almost lunchtime, right? Social as a bit of a background, right? My PhD research was actually on user profiling. And it was back in 2005, 2006, right? Where I actually profile people online, look at their relationship and so on. And for my interaction with companies, with banks, with the government, online privacy never existed. Like your telco company have been tracking your mobile phone usage for years. Your bank, like how much loan you're eligible, right? Cannot touch that privacy. Okay, so first of all, you know what is social media, but how does it relate to news? Okay, so here is user generated content, right? It's very straightforward. There's a Facebook, there's a Twitter ads or ads previously known as Twitter, as a Windows, LinkedIn, TikTok, Wiki, and so on and so on. But the aspect where everyone usually miss out on is the second part of the Web 2. Users are not only generating content, but they are the one who distribute and disseminate it. Right? So yes, you can have all the policy maker where you look at all the companies, but the main spread of misinformation is never from the companies. Right? The companies just provide the platform on WhatsApp. Right? Your parents, your father, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather, they always forward something. And if you want them to moderate it, are you willing to lose the privacy of the WhatsApp? No, right? So this is usually the main problem with it. And number of steps, right? So for writers, right, you can actually see a drop in the trust of news, especially for traditional media. On the other hand, you see an increase on social network. Right? Most people, okay, can use format Facebook, okay, fine. Right? They can be public, they can be good. On WhatsApp, right, which is totally private. Right? And you can't do anything about it totally. Right? And amazingly, if you look at the US, you see a drop in the trust of social news. Right? Why? Because of Donald Trump. Right? When Trump actually entered in 2017, he actually dropped. So to put the entire context into timeline, earlier we heard a lot about fake news. But in 2017, right, there is a proper classification, right, which is what? Misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. And you will actually realize something, right? Misinformation is when the information is false, but you share it recklessly. This is what our parents have been practicing. Right? There's no harm in sharing. There's no harm. Right? Which is why it's reckless. Right? And you don't do anything about it. And there's another more unique one, which is your misinformation. Correct information, use the malicious intent. Right? So, yes, right, the problem is not about misinformation alone. It's a combination of all three. Misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So, as an open type of question, look at your social media, identify what are the main group of information, main group of misinformation, right? And look at how you can address it. So, blah, 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 a lot of regulation, blah, 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 right? Laws, fine, nothing is going to change, obviously. Right? They've been seeing it for years and years. If you open Google now and search AI, one of the main articles, AI is the gate of regulators. Right? There was a book about it, which was published. Right? And right, it's very, very slow. And the whole legal process can so many loopholes which can be abused. Right? So now you know what misinformation is, fake news, blah, blah, blah. Why are social networks not doing anything? Here is the most important point, and as what Stefan said, right? You are the product, right? A very popular meme, right? Why are you not going to bed? Someone is wrong on the internet. Very, very common. And what happens? You drive engagement, right? And advertisers love engagement. The longer you are on the platform arguing with someone, the more I learn about you, the more information I have about you, right? Discussion, right? Audience. And that is how companies make money. So why should the social network interfere, right? Because they are bringing in a lot of money. Talking about TikTok, there's a very popular term, doom scrolling, right? When you're on your Instagram, Shorts, TikTok, blah, blah, you consume content after content. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. And that's it, it's 3 a.m. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 8 a.m. Right? It's a very common threat. Right? And to make it worse, because of the personalization, right? What I Google, what you Google is always different. Google actually see 2015, I believe. Right? So you're creating a confirmation bias. You're seeing what you want to see. That's why after what happened with the Malaysian election, I didn't bother with TikTok. Because I'm very sure what I see will be very different. But because personalization actually exists. So can you moderate personalization? Not really. Because everyone is seeing different things. You can't replicate it. Right? And once you know how the algorithm works, algorithms are just a recipe. Right? Fancy words for business people to show money at us. It is Chinese. Right? But it's something very simple. Right? And once you figure it out, right, it's a bit out of nowhere, it's making millions. Right? Because he is the one that figure out how YouTube recommendation works. You can push whatever you want accordingly. Okay? So moving forward, moderation, right? Yes, if it agree with me, I will call it moderation. If it's against me, it will be censorship. Can go right way. It's a very fine line. Can if you do, can if you don't. Right? Can literally no solution. And each time you try something, ask the 5 questions. Who should have the authority? Right? Who should be your moderator? Right? What should be moderator? Private information, public information, my WhatsApp group, my personal WhatsApp, my Snapchat, right? Why should there even be one in the first place? Where is your freedom of speech? Okay? Where should it actually kick in? Why should it kick in before anything happens, minority report? Why, or should it be after something happens? You do not know. Right? Of course, you can afford the AI to kick in, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't work, obviously. Right? And finally, how to label truth. I was thinking if I should use kid example or not. Right? So when I say I support the Palestine, right? Am I supporting Hamas? Right? Half truth are very difficult to label. In fact, knowledge and information is difficult to label. I can support human life, but how I present my sense can be interpreted differently. Right? So the labeling is a difficult task. Okay? And just as a bonus, right? We are going to see the same discussion about AI, policing AI, safety AI, blah blah blah, right? Google, OpenAI, blah blah blah. You will see the same discussion. And I will say you will get the same answer. There is no one right way. So you see a lot of stuff, right? All is all gloom, right? Actually, no. In the Google Cluster Media Summit last year, with a participator, by someone from Cambridge actually said, don't try to debug. You pre-bind it instead, right? So they kind of do research. They actually update a lot of numbers. Usually, once something becomes viral, no matter what you do, it's too late. You are too slow, and the worst thing is you cannot even reach the audience. Malaysia has a website called Sebenarnya. As any of you heard of it, Sebenarnya, right? Most of you go. It's a fact-checking website in Malaysia, but no one knows it. The same problem as what we have here, right? You cannot reach the audience which you want, right? And ironically, right, the internet already have a solution because of the cloud, right? Reddit, right? Can already a community can fetch that. Wikipedia, right? Until now, they have been perfect. So, if you listen to both of these podcasts, right, you actually realize the solution is readily available. Up to the point, right, when you go for information online, when you Google, right, you put in the word Reddit at the back. Right? I'm not sure most of us young ones do. Up to the point that Reddit is not going to ban Google bots for collecting it. Your ChatGPT, your Llama, right, all your large language model, they are all straight on Reddit. So if something so stupid as AI can learn about the truth, why not use it? Right? So what else? Right? As much as I really dislike X, formerly known as Twitter, it is a meme. Every news article you see this X bracket, formerly known as Twitter, as much as I dislike it, as much as how they are being, they are actually moving in the right direction. One of the best things is community notes. Right? You actually realize it's not the responsibility of the government or of the companies, platform owners to moderate, right? Because it comes back to the 5 questions. They should actually provide the tools for people to moderate themselves, to be more aware, or you're able to be more woke, right? So it is what it is, and it's currently going very, very nicely, right? As you can see here, you can see the same for Trump, Biden, both sides, right? So now it becomes a very fun game of me trying to prove whatever you're saying is disinformation or misinformation, right? And all these resources should be available, right? I will just fast forward a little bit, right? I just pull out the same thing. The 3 slides I presented earlier, I did not put any citations. So should you trust what I actually mentioned? Right? And this is how easy it is to trust someone, right? With fancy graphics, right? Fancy graphics, big names, you will believe me. Right? I cycle off with sources, right? They are all sources. When I come to what I want to manipulate you will just believe me. Right? And I'm very sure most of you believe me. Right? Same concept. So, in other words, right, social media usage will continue to grow because Bitcoin is a scam. Right? So the web will be stopping at Web 2.0. Right? Can go such as Web 3. Right? Stop thinking about fake news. Right? It's more complex. Misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. Right? Different form requires different intervention. You don't just have a blanket, it doesn't work. Companies have tried for years. Right? It doesn't work. Okay? So education is the most important thing. Right? you need to have the mindset to always press here. Pre-buy is better than try to keep up. Right? It's very, very important. Right? And last and final one, it's not up to the platform to moderate. Right? They will not moderate because it's part of their revenue stream. Right? And they won't intervene because that is part of their unique selling point. Right? TikTok is very, very popular because they personalize what you want very, very well. They will never ever change it. It's their unique selling point. It's their trade secret. So on the other hand, provide tools to make everything much easier. Like I won't go to Stefan yet. Like it exists for years, but none of you are aware of it. Like it needs to be baked into the platform by itself. Like quicker committee note. Okay, committee notes. Something funny. Like please follow my ads. It sounds very wrong, right? So ask me why. But the platforms should have functions to help you verify misinformation, malinformation much easier. Okay, so pretty much that's all from my side. Pretty fast on time. Does anyone have any questions? All right.
I have.
Yeah.
So one of your solutions is the wisdom of the crowd, right? How can we scale that up so that it really is much more mass than what we have currently? I mean, Reddit is of course a good platform, but how else?
Okay, so it actually depends on the platform, right? In the past, it was not as quicker, like before it became apps, as something where you are able to like, you are able to share, right? And that is one of the ways for you to estimate how good information is. Right? When more people share, it becomes better. When more people like, it becomes better. If your account is verified, it becomes more trustable. Right? So in the end, it comes down to quantity. Yes, it can be manipulated for sure, right? But the ideal goal is not to prevent manipulation, it's to make the cost of manipulation so expensive, it's not worth the effort. Right? And that is why you see a lot of the tech companies are trying. Right? They are not trying to prevent it. They actually realize you can't prevent it, it's an arms race. Right? So the only way you can do it is to make it so difficult and so expensive if you want to manipulate it. So on Reddit, that mechanisms like both fuzzy, right? You will see very old forums now where they actually count not only the number of posts of individuals, but the number of likes they receive, the amount of karma they receive. And if they are reported a lot, the number of times reported will be visible as well. Right? So just provide as much information as possible to the user, they make the judgment by themselves. Because in the end, we cannot favor it, right? It's good subjective. For you to scale it across the internet, unfortunately, it's not possible. You can't, the internet is very large, and the moment you try to retweet something, another one will pop up. You can't find it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our afternoon session on Data and Democracy at Geopolitical Security Forum. And I'm here today to introduce our speakers for the afternoon session. I'm Everly from School of Business. And here with us, we have our first speaker, Dr. Ridoan Karim. He is a lecturer in School of Business, Malaysia, from the Business Law and Taxation Department. And Ridoan has a passion in doing clean energy implementation and development. He believes that doing clean energy implementation and development alone cannot solve climate-related issue by itself, but we need an inclusive, equitable, sustainable, and socially responsible energy system that can prioritize distributive justice. Ridoan has his background as a consultant and fellow in projects funded by the University of Malaya, Monash Data Futures Institutes. He also consistently leads professional training sessions with Monash, REDA, Institute Digital Marketing Program, accelerators, and various other private and public entities. So I'm here to give a warm welcome to Dr. Ridoan to talk about towards an international framework for regulating AI and big data. Over to you, Dr. Ridoan.
Thank you so much, Yuguli, for for such a generous introduction of mine. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. I hope all of you are awake, although we have done our lunch and a very brief. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and a very brief session in the morning and very energetic as well. Today I'll be talking about AI and big data and how we can regulate it from the international perspective. Practically speaking, data is the fuel of AI. If we stop fueling AI, they can't generate any information for us. So for them, data is everything. I'll look into how we can have a perspective where we all believe we can regulate AI, but such a regulation should be happening in an equitable process, in a just process. Okay. Can anyone recognize these pictures? Can anyone tell me what they picturize? The atomic bomb, yes. These pictures are from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In 1945, two nuclear atoms devastated two cities in Japan. But definitely, it did not only devastate Japan, it also shocked the whole world. Now, these two events are the first, and so far, the last event of atomic bombing. And I hope there will be no other atomic bombing in the future. The world came to know about the power of nuclear science. Everyone understands what nuclear science can do and how it has the potential to demolish or to end the whole civilization and even the whole world as well. But look at now, from 1945 to 2023, we spent almost 70 years. We do not feel the same threat from the nuclear science anymore. We do not feel that nuclear science or even nuclear bomb or weapons will destroy us. No, we don't. Can anyone tell me why we don't feel that nuclear technology will not destroy us? Any idea? Because we have a global consensus. We agree that we will only use nuclear technology for peaceful purpose. And how we have done it? Any idea? That global consensus that we're talking about? We have done it through international law. Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which promises that we will only use nuclear technology only for peaceful purpose and not for the purpose that can devastate the whole world. Now, let's think about AI in the similar manner. A lot of people think and believe AI and nuclear science are mostly have the same characteristics. It has dual nature. One, it can benefit the whole world, society, and advance human civilization. To another, it can devastate all of us. And I guess that is the reason the whole world believes the need to regulate AI. But we all are stuck in one position. How to do that? How to create a global consensus where we believe, we agree that we will only use AI for the benefit of the society. That is what the Economist just published yesterday. The world wants to regulate AI, but does not quite know how. The question how, it's a very broad question. I don't have data, statistics to show how to regulate AI. I guess none of us, none scholar in the whole world have that data or a strategy. But what I believe, we need to have that philosophical conversations. debates where we can ask ourselves, ask policymakers, ask scholars how to come to the point where we can have a law or an international framework that will help us to regulate AI. This is where I believe we need to go back and ask the definition of law, where it stands. The definition of law actually categorized with two main principles. One is maintaining order, and another one is establishing justice. But when we see a lot of laws and regulations diverting from that two goals, we feel bad, but it's happening and it will happen. This is how we can ask some evaluative and normative questions where we can see how we can actually regulate AI. So generally, evaluative questions are the one that will judge where we stand with this AI and big data. And the normative questions, it will ask how we will help ourselves to make ethical decision making related to AI. For example, if AI is implemented, how should we solve injustices? I have a colleague who is nearly 8 years old. He's teaching business law, trade law. And believe me, the hard skills that he has, that means the knowledge, is quite enormous. I can't even compare my one with him. But frankly speaking, he's having a lot of challenges in the classroom to deal with the technology. So we can see the technology development will create more inequality in the society. It's not about anymore the hard skill. It's mostly now who are or who can actually take care of the technological part of it. They will have the better hand in the society. So this is where we call it the tech literate and tech literate. Definitely, there will be more injustices other than inequality. So we should ask, where are the injustices and how should we solve it? Then there are procedural questions as well. The development of AI, is it happening in a fair process? If not, what are maybe the processes that we need to follow? And the recognition, who are ignored in this process? A lot of policymakers are now discussing about having internet as a fundamental human rights, which kind of makes sense. You know, human rights are not anymore just those 5 human needs: food, shelter, clothes, education, and so on. No. To achieve those food, even shelter, even education, having technological, having this technological support is very much needed. For example, without the internet, we can't avail the education anymore. And maybe in future, without AI, we don't know how to get information. So if you can tweak with AI, if you have the access to AI, might be you are in the better position than those who doesn't have. And that is why we need to understand these 3 core principles of justice. Distributional justice that seeks to rectify disparities introduced by AI on a global scale. It focuses on the equitable allocation of resources, opportunities, and benefits. Generally, because of AI, we'll definitely see a lot of social, economic, and political shaping and reshaping. For example, dehumanization, job losses, privacy violations, and issues relating to intellectual property. These are the bigger aspect of AI implementation in the society, right? We will have a lot of job loss. We'll see, even in US, there are cases where it has been argued or debated whether AI-generated content can be copyrighted or not. So these are the first-hand issues. And to deal with this first-hand issue, we look into the injustices and how we can solve them. The second one is the procedural justice. Procedural justice revolves around establishing transparent and equitable development process of AI. And the third principle is recognition justice. The recognition justice acknowledges the negative impacts of AI on human lives and takes proactive measures to mitigate them. For example, the principle aims to deal with the digital divide, the issues between tech literate and tech illiterate, and the inequalities that AI may create in the future. So when I talk about AI and law, there are simply a couple of issues that we can identify now. One is algorithmic biasness of AI. The second one is data privacy and protection. The third one is AI liability. That means if AI provides any wrong content, misinformation, or if AI is implemented in an industry and if it creates a disaster, we will be liable. And the last one probably is the intellectual property. So what category should we give to the AI generated content? A lot of legal scholars believe we have enough law, national and international, to deal with the AI issues. And we don't need actually a new law or new regulations to deal with AI. Now, we can have existing laws, and in fact, the existing international laws cover a wide range of issues, including human rights, trade, intellectual property, cybersecurity, and more. It also gives some flexibility, adaptability and interpretation of biasness, data privacy, and data protection. We have GDPR in Europe, we have PDPA, Personal Data Protection Act in Malaysia, which can be interpreted quite differently to maintain the regulation of AI. But then again, the AI is not very simple to specify. It has its unique challenges, unique problems, and it needs unique solutions. That is why there are other branch of legal scholars who believe there should be AI-specific regulation. And above all, we need a global consensus. That means we will promise as an industry player, as a policymaker, that we will only utilize AI for the benefit of the society and not for the bad of the world. So this is where I come to an end. It's a very short presentation, but the position is very quite common. AI can definitely be regulated with the existing laws. But the thing is that we don't have any global consensus yet. We need an international framework, a law, or a convention. Might be a treaty where people agree how to utilize AI, at least based on equality, based on fair process, and based on justice, which we have seen in non-proliferation treaty, which we have seen in different other treaties. It's never easy when a new technology comes, but definitely it has prospect if it is regulated correctly. Look into the Data Protection Act, GDPR, or even PDPA in Malaysia. It's gaining its popularity day by day, and people are understanding how important data is. Data will be more important as AI comes into being. Definitely, your data, my data, will be important. But how we can manage the way where we know where our data are, how it has been analyzed, and what are the reasons it has been collected for. So that is the reason we require consensus, we require a new specific law, not in only international level, but also in the national level, in regard to the development, deployment, and the use of AI in various domains. And definitely we need treaties, agreements between nations, how we can manage AI more functionally. We have seen the CEO of OpenAI and other these LLM corporations are asking for regulations. World wants regulations. Thank God that the European Parliament have agreed to come up with new European AI acts, but it's still very much in vague position to understand how to regulate it. But from me, I believe it should be based on the basic principles of law and justice. It it should maintain the basic principle of distributional, procedural, and recognition justice, so that none of us are faded away from the fruit of AI in the future, or from the fruit of the technological future. Thank you so much. That's all from me. It's a very short presentation. I hope I haven't made anyone sleep in the room. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ridoan, for enlightening us. Any questions from the floor? Hi, Ian.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so as a current environment, right, it is totally not fair. The reason is the export of artifacts, which is required for all these AI training, is actually controlled by the US. They are going to set the policy in the first place, how many artifacts can actually be exported to China and so on. So number one is already not fair. And the detail of them often OpenAI lobbying for regulation, there was the counter argument of them trying to have a monopoly. Right, so what are the ways to penalty? Number one, existingly is already not fair, and putting a policy will actually create a monopoly which no one will agree with. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So the first one, that AI might be driven by only one nation, but not the whole world. A lot of people, even the scholars, still believe internet is vastly dominated by AI-related technology, and whatever we do is actually faced by the American military operations. But are we not using internet? Are we not regulating internet? Or, I mean, in certain cases, right, we are regulating. In fact, if you take Multimedia Act in Malaysia, for example, so I mean, can you post anything about anyone in Facebook?
If it's public, yes. If it's in private, no.
I mean, what's the definition for you, private and public?
Cannot be seen by the government. So you have VPN, you have proxy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but for example, in your social media account, it's public, right? I mean, anyone can see, your friends can see, right?
I can control different level of visibility.
Yes, but can you actually say anything to anyone against in the social media? For example, can you talk about a political leader of Malaysia very badly, defaming them?
Anonymously, yeah.
Sorry, anonymously? But then again, you might do that, but the third party will be liable for that, just like Malaysia Kini. You know Malaysian Kini case, right? You might do that anonymously, but there will be a party who will be affected by your content. So there are laws to make someone liable. Maybe not the real person who is posting, but there are stages. So see, internet cannot be regulated, but there can be policies and laws which can regulate our behavior, not internet. So see, you might have your own Facebook account, you might have very limited friends, but then again, you know, the police or the legal enforcement agency may pick up and can prosecute against you under the laws of Malaysia. So this is where fairness comes into being. I mean, although internet probably is, not a centered platform, it's a decentralized platform, but then again, it can be regulated. Blockchain can be regulated, which is largely decentralized. In certain cases, for example, what about cryptocurrency? You can't regulate. Regulation doesn't mean actually that the government will regulate, but regulation also gives the protection. For example, okay, let me give you another example.
Example of FTX, right? Everyone use money. Protection.
Yeah, you can use. So for example, I'm selling crypto, Bitcoin, and you are buying it. It's a decentralized platform, but you paid to me, but I haven't actually transferred the cryptos. For example, where you will go. For example, if it's a transaction, day-to-day transaction, you can go to the police, you can go to the courts, if there is a contractual engagement between you and me. But in crypto, you can't go anywhere, right? Yeah, that is why you say that it's not been regulated, and a lot of people want regulations. Like Luno, if you're using Luno and you have been cheated, you can go to the bank in Malaysia. you can make a case because Luno is a DAX, digital exchange, asset exchange under Malaysian government, regulated by Security Exchange Commission. But if it's a Bitcoin, sorry, you don't have any place to go. The government will say, I have already alerted you. Now you will lose your money. That's been happening with the scams and other things in Malaysia. So yes, this technology can be regulated, but our behavior can be. And when I mean AI, that means the technology not itself, but the what we are feeding to the technology, the data we are giving to the technology, the processing, the models that are created. We need to know how that they generate the answers. And at certain points, certain degrees regulation might be. Now, the second question that's being asked that OpenAI might ask for regulations for monopoly. Yeah, that can be true. I'm not disregarding that. But then again, what is not monopoly in this technological era? Look at Facebook, look at Twitter. I mean, they have segregation definitely. And OpenAI will have segregation through different other LLMs. But definitely there will be a monopoly. There will be one company which will have more, more consumers than others. But regulation doesn't only mean that we are helping the company, but also we are safeguarding the consumers who are using it. That's why we have Consumer Protection Act. And definitely when we talk about this technology regulation, we must be fair, keeping these questions in mind. Who are benefiting? Is the consumer or the OpenAI? Then maybe we can have these discussions how to regulate the people, not the technology itself, but the behavior behind that. Yes, Dr. Stefan.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me with that.
Yeah.
Just to weigh in on this, I mean, for comparison between nuclear technologies and AI is quite interesting. Because I think one of the reasons why we actually managed to regulate nuclear weapons, I mean, besides being afraid of the nuclear destruction, was that not everybody drills an atomic bomb in their backyard. Yeah. And I was wondering if it's only a few actors who are actually sitting in these kinds of negotiations. And I was wondering if you could say a few more, but which are the big actors behind AI? I mean, that's only also, I guess. So I was wondering, where would you see which level?
I guess it's a very good point. I mean, when he mentioned that nuclear technology could be regulated because it is not something that everyone can use, utilize, or make, but AI certainly is very different technology. But when we talk about different actors, at least to this stage, we see the big AI corporations, even OpenAI. So I was asking the Grammarly, they have now AI generated tool to use Grammarly. I've been using Grammarly for a long time. I asked them personally, how you developed it. They said they're borrowing the platform from OpenAI. So if you look into the most of the, other than even Grammarly, even Bing, or in future maybe Google as well, they will use some sort of engagement with OpenAI. So that means still you see all of the models can be created by different technologies and different methods, but there will be monopolies, as I say. There will be some people who will have the inners and outers of this technological code. And definitely when we talk about regulation, it's not about only regulating those stakeholders. Definitely we want to, when we talk about regulation, it's a more inclusive form of regulation, which doesn't only cover, only the programmers or the industries who develop the program, but also the consumers and the behind the process, the whole supply chains relating to it. And definitely in certain stages, many may disagree, it might be tough, but regulation has been there for a lot of reasons, for a lot of things. And I believe if global consensus can be approved at a certain stage, we can regulate it. We have been regulating different technologies in different reasons for different purposes and for different years. Yeah. I hope that answers your questions. Anything else?
Yes, another student.
Hi.
So I have a question about something that I think is a little bit more independent of what you mentioned about regulating people's behaviors on the type of AI. This one pertains to something that I recently saw a study before, which was the fairly recent lawsuits that the Writers Guild had sued over AI for, due to very ambiguous spaces regarding AI's relation to copyright laws and intellectual property rights. Something that can't really be exactly regulated by human behavior per se. But I think, especially since like such cases of high impact are rising in the current moment, there are fairly present impacts that AI is currently posing to people and their careers. And there is a fairly ambiguous space in discussion to the point where the global consensus that you mentioned in your presentation about developing a framework on all of AI would be a little bit hard, or it's a fairly long, it's a fairly futuristic thing to achieve, right? I was just wondering about your thoughts about whether we'll ever be able to match that pacing on the development of AI and play, like as previous presentations have said, the catch-up game. And if not, or if we're going to lag behind, what are some immediate supplements that we can use to employ and arbitrate the more ambiguous effects of AI?
That's a very good question. So regulation will always come much later than the technology develops. That's what we have witnessed so far. Definitely catching up things comes into being. But let's see, because I'm belonging from academia, when OpenAI came or the ChatGPT, we have seen papers co-authoring with ChatGPT, right? I mean, I saw editorial, I saw a full-fledged article as well, co-authoring with ChatGPT. Now, how much time it took from the publishers or the journals to come up with the AI policy? How much time it took for Monash to come up with the AI policy for education? I guess not much, right? So, I mean, regulation doesn't mean that you have to have that law passed by the parliament. It can be regulated in different stages, in different forums. And some of the forums are already here, like look into the sandbox, regulatory sandbox for cryptocurrency or blockchain technology. It can be well changed regularly. It doesn't have to be passed by the parliament. It doesn't have to be enforced by the courtrooms. But then it has a global consensus that we will all follow. Now, if you submit a paper with ChatGPT in Elsevier journals or Springer journals, they will not publish because they already have that AI policy in hand. You can't go author an assignment in Monash with ChatGPT. Now, it's a global consensus. I mean, your faculty member, institute, and you itself give the consent that, okay, we can use ChatGPT. We might put the acknowledgement for that in the acknowledgement section, not as a co-author. So see, I mean, they will always be catching up things, but as I'm saying, we need to give our consent where we agree. Once we agree, it's very easy to regulate. It's not that tough. That's what I was saying about global concepts. Did that answer your question?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ridoan. And I believe we have overwhelming questions on this very interesting topic. And Dr. Ridoan has...
I'm happy to discuss outside of this room as well.
Yeah. And Dr. Ridoan will have his time. If you have further questions, you may ask him after his session. He has certainly challenged our mind to think about some of the philosophical tenet of establishing laws and regulations towards data and democracy. Thank you, Dr. Ridoan. Over to you. All right, so first things first, I would like to thank Dr. Ridoan for that very insightful presentation about AI regulation. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natasha, and I am from Monash Political Awareness Club, MONPAC, and I'm very thrilled to be part of this event. So joining us online all the way from Indonesia is Associate Professor Ika Idris. Her work focuses on government communication, misinformation, and the internet's impact on society. She was a researcher at the Social Media Research Team Lab at Ohio University during her doctoral study as a Fulbright awardee. In 2020, she became the first fellow from outside the United States to train in the PhD Digital Bootcamp at Texas State University. The topic of her talk today is titled The Hidden Menace, navigating the disinformation landscape amidst limited access to social media data. So let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Ika.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, congratulations for celebrating 25 years in Malaysia. Yeah, Indonesia, we've just entering our third year, and hopefully we can also survive the 25 years Monash campus in Indonesia. All right, so what I'm going to talk about today is about the widespread of digital propaganda and disinformation in Indonesia. And then I'm going to discuss some collaboration in tackling disinformation, and then raise the issues of limited access to social media data. So first of all, I think all around the world, the elections are suffered by the fake news, disinformation, misinformation spreading by social media troops. This is also occurred in Indonesia 2019 election. And it's not just by one candidate, but both candidates used social media troops to amplify messages, to amplify hashtags, so that it will increase their popularity. For instance, in Prabowo, my study found there's amplifiers or social media troops during the Prabowo, after the candidate debate. Both candidates use social media troops. So what are the common topics for hoaxes in Indonesia? This is results of a national survey by the Ministry of Communication and Information. Apparently, the number one hoaxes topic is related to the politics, and then continue by health, and then religion. So if there's candidate play with the politics and religious identity, it will be like a combination of disinformation. Yeah. And then which platforms that share the most hoaxes? According to the survey, it's still Facebook, but followed by online news sites, WhatsApp, YouTube, and Instagram. Apparently, Twitter only a small number, but that's because also only small number of people use Twitter. So it's only around 2 to 7% Indonesia use Twitter, but the platform itself function as a place to establish political agenda that hopefully later will be gathered by news media and amplified bigger. If we talk about social media troops, what we have in our mind usually social unstructured, non-formal, outside the government agency social media troops. Yeah. But apparently, since 2017, the Indonesian government has been establishing social media troops. In 2017, there's a troops called the Synergy of Social Media Team, managed by the Coordinating Ministry of Political and Law, and then the Ministry of Communication and Information. There's also a team of, they call it Tenaga Humas Pemerintah, that also their main job is to stir frying the issues, or in Indonesia we call it goreng menggoreng issues. Yeah. Since 2020, even the agency like Ministry of Finance, for instance, they have also employee advocacy team. So this team, even though they call it employee advocacy, but one of their job is to keep the criticism, to silence the criticism. that occurred one time this year when there's a crisis, there's a corruption by the tax agency, employee of tax agency, and then we can see this employee advocacy team works to silence the criticism. So what are the objective of these social media troops? Their main objective is actually viralisasi, or to get the government information to go viral. So they even have a procedure. For instance, if there's a negative issues, the issues must be silenced or fight within 60 to 100 minutes. So it's really fast, and then they have all the procedure to silence the criticism. Other than that, the Ministry of Communication and Information also have many outlets and information networks. For instance, like there's a government's media centers, there's also 1,500 members of government PR, they have around 500 bloggers, they have around 400 community media, and then they have around like almost 700 government PR coordinating agencies. So these outlets will amplify the government message, including the message or policy or regulation that were highly criticized by the public. For instance, like the omnibus law protest, or during the KPK law protest. So I wrote about it in my upcoming book, Misguided Democracy in Malaysia and Indonesia. So what, yeah? So after all this, after I presented all these social media troops, you can imagine how they are going to work, or how they're going to influence the public discussion during this upcoming election. So there will be a massive orchestration of narrative. There will be a massive work to also silence criticism. So and that's just only from the government troops. I haven't even, we cannot even imagine the unstructured and non-formal social media troops, yeah. And so that because of that massive orchestration, I believe it's important to collaborate to tackle this information in the upcoming election. For instance, Monash Indonesia, in collaboration with the Independent Journalists Association, we are monitoring hate speech right now toward vulnerable communities, especially Chinese, LGBTQ, Christian, Catholic, and disabled people, yeah, because we from our previous observation, the religious and ethnic identity will still be played in this election. What about the platforms? Yeah, platforms also collaborate. For instance, platform TikTok collabs with the General Election Supervisory Agency. But when we look at the platform's collaboration with the government agency or with the fact-checking organization, the collaboration is mainly a PRing strategy. Why I said the PRing strategy? Because, for instance, TikTok collaboration with the agency is to only establish a TikTok account for the agency to counter misinformation. But it is not clear whether TikTok will prioritize the agency's content on its FYP. or will also amplify the agency's content. Yeah, it is the same with the Google collaboration with the fact-checking organization. So Google funded around 11.6 million rupiah, or around 815 US dollar. Yeah, it's to empower the fact-checking organization. But the main problem with Google, I think we all know that it's in their Google AdSense algorithm. Currently, there's a lot of websites they name themselves content creator incubator that created news, but apparently because they don't do verification, so they just end up amplifying unverified information, and they got money from Google AdSense, and even until now Google hasn't give more incentive for news organization that verify the content. So it's the same incentive for the news organization that verify the content and for the content creator. Yeah. And then what are the real challenge for the researcher to get to handle or to tackle this information is actually to get the data. So I mentioned before that we are working with monitoring hate speech toward vulnerable community. There's also another research when I and my colleague, Associate Professor Derry Wijaya, we are monitoring online polarization message on WhatsApp. But the real challenge for us is to get the data. I believe you all know, for instance, like X or Twitter, since last February, will no longer support free access to Twitter API. And then we have to pay. The cheapest one is $100 for 3,000 recent tweets. So recent tweets, not even a historical data, yeah. If we want to get more tweets, we have to pay around 5,000 US dollar for 300,000 tweets. It's around 75 million per month. Yeah, I believe there's no Indonesian researcher coming from university can afford that cost. Yeah, because for instance, like the ministry funding for Indonesian researcher from university is only around 50 million or 100 million per year, but the Twitter cost is 79 million per month. So it's really expensive. TikTok's also strict data, and then Meta, if you've been using CrowdTangle, you've been enjoying CrowdTangle, Meta now pauses new users from registering to CrowdTangle, and I believe it will be some of the engineer already resigned, and then it will be closed very soon. So what are the consequences, yeah, for research and democracy? It is now a crucial time for journalists, researchers, fact checkers, even the government agencies that work to tackle disinformation or digital propaganda. Because in this election, it will be the largest election in Southeast Asia. There will be around 20,000 seats in the legislative body from the national level to the local level that will be compete. And then there will be 271 local leadership position from governor and mayor to be compete, yeah. And so you can imagine the scale of misinformation, fake news, and disinformation in this 2024 election. On X and TikTok, it's almost impossible to investigate the actors and the networks that spread disinformation. And as you know, there has been many research studying that disinformation spread farther, faster, and deeper than the truth, or even than the correction. Yeah. And due to the limited access, to identify, mitigate, and tackle this information will be longer than before. So we also know that this information coming from the video-based platform is multimodal. So opening access should also mean opening access to all types of content, not just the caption. So at the end of the day, if this problem persists, platforms' effort to tackle this information do not really address the main problem. And I imagine I put this, there will be fire hose of falsehood. And I imagine that journalists, fact checker, even researcher will be really tired, really tired in tackling this information. Yeah. I think that's all from me. If you have any question or want to discuss something else related to this, let me know. Happy to have it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Ika, for the great presentation. Now we'll open the floor to any questions.
Hi, Dr. Ika. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. My question, I think, so my question pertains to a fairly recent article that you wrote, titled like the disinformation in the city, right? The one where it addresses various challenges about this particular topic, especially in the context of Australian and Indonesian local governments. And I think it's like the article is a great article. It very comprehensively describes very multifaceted ways in which this information can happen across the board. And what it highlights, I think that is interesting to me, is that this information can happen on both sides of the political spectrum, where in some areas, there's a trust deficit in the government due to an influx of falsehoods or conspiracy theories that invoke public outrage. And on the other end, governments also engage in the targeted takedowns of certain websites under the guise of moderating public content. And so this all kind of seems to feed into a cycle of a continued polarization, where as more quote unquote moderation happens on social media, it also is painted in a light that seems fairly restrictive, or individuals from the other side of the political spectrum paint it as a form of censorship, which increases hatred towards, say like the government, for example. If the government is the one trying to do the moderating, right, it increases that particular cycle. So it all just kind of seems to feed into further polarization and a further like perpetuation of hatred. So in that sense, especially reflecting on the upcoming Indonesian 2024 elections, what do you think are some strategies that you can use, especially in the form of centralized fact-checking, like you guys collaborating with researchers, that you can use to assuage people that fact-checkers can remain impartial in political discourse rather than continuing to feed into the polarization and narrative that this is just another form of bias like censorship, etc.
Thank you. So fact checkers, right now, I think at the beginning or at the early stage of fact checkers establishment, yeah, they came from the communities. Yeah, they came from the communities. But nowadays, there are a lot of funding for the fact checkers organization, yeah, including from the government and also from the platform. So for instance, like during the Papua conflict in 2019, there were fact checkers that only checking the government version of information. Yeah, so they don't even though they were established by the community because of the political economy relation, they are siding with the government. Siding, I mean, they only check the disinformation that attacking the government. So interestingly, like 2 months ago, I have like a webinar organized by the largest fact-checking organization in Indonesia, yeah. And then I said like, okay, I want to talk about TikTok. I want to talk about TikTok disinformation because based on my research, there's a lot of pro-Russia propaganda on TikTok, and I want to criticize that. But then the fact checkers said that you can still talk about TikTok, but let's not put it in the title, or let's not put it in your title, because we are working with TikTok and then we don't want them to take their funding or we don't want them to stop give us funding. And then I said, okay, so at this stage, I'm highly skeptical, especially if I already know that they got funding. But then I believe there's always mechanism, to check that. For instance, there's also fact checkers or fact checking organization established by the news organization. They can they can function as a check and balance if other fact-checking organization siding with government or with platforms. What we are doing right now, I and my colleague from Data and Democracy Research Hub in Monash, Indonesia, we are now establishing networks that will push the platform. So we are working with at least 4 think tank and CSOs, and each of us has our own area of research, but we agree that we will put the result. For instance, when we are monitoring hate speech, we will document that, and then later we will go to the platform and say, look, you said that you already tackled this problem, but we still have the evidence. We still find that hate speech or disinformation or a polarizing message in your platform. So it means you have to work harder, because all this time, like the PRing strategy, like we are collaborating, we are building the capacity of the fact-checking organization and the journalists, but that's just not enough. So I think keep pressuring them, because if not, like we are advocating using the data, if not, there won't be enough pressuring. There will not be enough pressure from us to the platform. I hope I answer your question.
Hi, a very good evening and a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, fellow friends from the media, and fellow attendees from Monash University and beyond. I'm Trivina Devi, the co-editor-in-chief for the Monash Political Awareness Club's editorial blog, and I'm extremely pleased to meet everyone here. I also hope the evening fatigue has not kicked in yet. Next up, allow me to introduce our next speaker, Associate Professor Derry Wijaya. Dr. Wijaya conducts research in natural language processing with a focus on machine learning, deep learning, and large language models, applications in multilingual NLP. Her studies include machine translation, which demonstrates how to leverage well-annotated languages to improve the translation of less annotated ones, and how images-related tasks, data augmentation, and LLMs can be used to improve the representation and translation of languages with little training data. Graduating with a postdoc from the University of Pennsylvania, she has also conducted research on analyzing bias and misinformation within AI models and in public communications. For today's session, she'll be talking about misinformation and toxicity related to COVID-19. Esteemed guests, please give a round of applause for Associate Professor Derry Wijaya.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. So my name is Derry Wijaya. I'm an associate professor in the data science program at Monash, Indonesia. And today I'll be talking about also co-director with Ika Idris just now on our Data and Democracy Research Hub at Monash, Indonesia. And so today I'll be talking about misinformation toxicity, and also in addition, in COVID-19 era, also in the era of generative AI, because I think this seems to be a very popular topic nowadays. So I'm just going to share also some of our research on the generative AI, particularly its relation to emotion, or we call it affect. So today I'm going to talk about how our work research on misinformation and toxicity during the COVID-19 period, which hopefully is ended now. I'm not sure, like in Indonesia, we no longer wear masks. So I think it's the same probably in Malaysia, but we believe that we can draw lessons from our work on misinformation and toxicity, especially with the incoming election, the upcoming election. Yeah, so this is one of the paper we recently published about the misinformation and toxicity, particularly in Instagram with the hashtag coronavirus. So during this period, actually, very interestingly, Instagram, despite the, the usual, right, because misinformation actually is not going against their unique selling point, right? Like if you have a lot of people interacting with the post, then it's good engagement for the platform. But during the early period of COVID-19, Instagram actually does content moderation. So the content moderation that they did was simple. Whenever somebody posts something with the hashtag coronavirus, Instagram will cover the post and instead, show this pop-up basically saying that, are you looking for coronavirus info? And if so, you can probably start with, the most up-to-date information from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, which is the center that was at the beginning of COVID, was very active at educating people about COVID-19. And so this pop-up, so people can choose whether to go to the CDC website to check more factual information about COVID or see the post itself. So they have a choice, but the pop-up comes first. So we collect the data to see what the effect of such moderation, right? So we collected data in the early period of COVID. It was January and February 2020, and then there was the content moderation starting from February 10 in 2020, where Instagram redirect traffic, and also at the same time they were reducing content of misinformation in their platform. And we check, what happens during that period in terms of after the content moderation, whether there is a short-term effects to that moderation and also a long-term effects. So we collected data throughout this period and we annotated the posts for misinformation. So what we found is, of course, very interesting, is that we annotated almost 10,000 image posts and associated captions for misinformation. And at the same time, we also want to look at the effect this moderation had not just on misinformation, but also on emotions and toxicity. an identity attack in these comments, like these posts and comments, because at that time, particularly in the US, there was the Asian hate wave, right? Because people were blaming basically East Asian people for the COVID-19. So what we found is that from our annotation, so these are annotation of misinformation, we saw there's a drop basically during the period where there was the moderation. There's a big drop in misinformation after the implementation of Instagram content moderation, and afterwards it doesn't really bounce back to the earlier period. So there is some effect at moderating content, even as simple as just something pop up and asking like, do you want to check out some more factual thing about the thing you are looking for. And another interesting thing is in terms of identity attack and toxicity, we found that before the moderation period, there was identity attack, and it peaks at the pre-content moderation and then leveled off. So there was like the not only misinformation was gone, but also toxicity and identity attack did not return after in the long-term effect of the moderation. So for this work, right, the things that we found is that we do see that hashtag moderation, something simple like that, had an effect in reducing misinformation, but also effect in reducing, we also look at the emotion that is reflected in the text and the comments. And we saw that that also reduced anger, fear, toxicity, as well as identity attack. And we also see that from our annotation that images with people of East Asian descent were associated with more anger, more fear, more toxicity, and identity attack than images of people of other races, which was supported by other findings as well. But an interesting thing is this relationship between misinformation and toxicity, particularly like before moderation, there was a peak of identity attack, but after moderation, there is little of that, and no identity attack and little, like less toxicity. So another work that we did on this misinformation is trying to identify misinformation, because the previous work we did things manually, and of course with being in data science and using AI, you want to also create data that you can then use to train your model to identify misinformation themselves. And so this particular work, which will be presented next month in December in Singapore, in one of the NLP conference, natural language processing. So this work looks at COVID vaccine misinformation. So not general COVID misinformation, but vaccine misinformation, because we believe that is important moving forward as well. Because if there is misinformation about COVID vaccine, we want to see whether later on there will be like vaccine hesitancy towards other types of vaccines. And I think people are starting to see that, like in terms of upticks of childhood vaccination drops after the COVID, at this period, so after COVID-19. So we want to basically create such data set that can be used to then train model to identify other types of vaccine misinformation as well. So in this work, we focus on 3 middle income countries. So the data set is multilingual because it comes from these 3 different countries. Only Nigeria is predominantly using English in their Twitter data set, while Indonesia and Brazil are using Indonesian and Portuguese. So we collected these 6,000 multilingual data set to annotate. We annotate, first of all, whether the tweet is relevant to COVID-19 vaccine, and then whether there is misinformation. And in addition, what are the themes of misinformation? Because we want to see if there are relationships between different countries, cross-border kind of misinformation. And the thing we did here in terms of machine learning is we realized that, you know, data set on misinformation is much smaller than data set of non-misinformation. Like in a large amount of tweets, there are like more non-misinformation than misinformation. So we want to like add more data to help us train our misinformation detection system. So what we use is large language models, particularly ChatGPT, to help us create this pseudo data set that we can then use to augment our training data and to train the misinformation detector system. So this is very interesting because, you know, when you talk about generative AI, you think, yeah, you can use it to create misinformation at a speed that no one has ever seen before, at the scale that no one has ever seen before. But at the same time, these are probably also the tools that can help us detect misinformation in the most accurate way possible. Right? So what we use is basically we use ChatGPT to help us generate more training data to make the misinformation detector more effective. So the prompt, right, like we give it examples of real tweets that belongs, real misinformation tweets that belong to a particular theme, say infertility, and then we ask it to generate more. So we have more examples of infertility related COVID vaccine misinformation. So like, for example, here you give example like the only reason why I'm not getting vaccinated is so that I can donate my sperm for 1 million or something like that. And then the some other examples of infertility related COVID vaccine misinformation. And then the ChatGPT think that this following one is the one it generates. So my friend's cousin got the COVID-19 vaccine and now she can't get pregnant. Vaccines are dangerous and should be avoided. Hashtag vaccines are poison. So these are generated tweet by ChatGPT using our prompt. So we use these not to release it to the wild, but to train our model to give it more example of potential misinformation. And then we use the model to detect misinformation in a large-scale study of 19 million multilingual tweets, all the way from 2020 to 2022 from these three countries. And using this idea of augmenting data, actually the performance of the model significantly increased. Like we can detect misinformation with like 80% or so accuracy. And from the results, we saw that, you know, there is some correlation, interestingly, between how the number of new COVID cases changes with the rate of misinformation, particularly for Brazil and Indonesia, because Nigeria had, during some periods of COVID-19, they placed a ban on social media. So there was some other influence, that other factor that influenced the results. So we saw only this correlation between cases and misinformation rate in Brazil and Indonesia. We believe it's potentially because of the ban, but there could be other factors. In any case, we saw that when the number of COVID cases rises, like new cases rises, more misinformation is being spread, which is interesting because that means, well, it supports also previous studies that, like qualitative studies that see when, you know, there's panic or there's confusion in the population, then misinformation thrives. So I think that's what might be happening here. So misinformation thrives could be at the time of uncertainty or confusion. And so this is the findings that we find from that study. And to wrap it up, I want to add some more generative AI work, because we use it to generate text. How about when we use it to generate, say, images, right? How will it affect the emotion of the people? Because like Ika said, recently things are moving towards more multimodal stuff. So misinformation will also take the form of multimodal stuff. Last time you say no picture, hoax, right? Now with picture also still got hoax, right? So, and we want to see here in this paper, this research work, like how does image generate, like AI generated images affect emotion of the readers. So we explore this kind of emotional responses by using generative AI, particularly DALL-E 2, to generate images based on news article headlines. So the headlines are based on two different issues. One is climate change, and the other one is gun violence issues, which is a big issue in the US. So with my US collaborators, basically we take the headline, we compare, between the human selected images and the AI generated images, and ask the annotator what kind of emotion they feel when they see the image. So what we find is that images alone, interestingly, doesn't always give the right emotion. So if you show, for example, for climate change, if you show like this kind of a wheat picture, people will think, oh, it's so beautiful. It's so admiration was the dominant emotion. But if you actually show the headlines with it, then it changes to what the headline is currently saying, basically. So images alone doesn't really, it's not always informative. So, but combination of image and headline could really, steer people's emotion in whatever direction you want them to go, right? So, and another thing that we find is that when the image is aligned with the headline, so like the image is containing information that is enough to capture the headline, between the human selected images and AI generated images with this high context and clarity, there's the distribution of emotion is similar. So AI with a headline, with a specific headline that could help it generate, like with a specific prompt that could help it generate a targeted image for a particular emotion, it can actually evoke the same emotion that a human selected image can. So and especially for this case is for climate change generated images, because it's harder for machines to generate, for example, gun violence images because of the guardrails the company put. Like if you write gun, it will not generate gun for you or something like that, right? Like some kind of guardrails that OpenAI puts on their generation. So, so what we found here is generative AI systems have the potential to produce images at the quality of a human photojournalist, particularly in this case, in our study was for the climate change issue. And it may be able to trigger similar emotional responses to those that were taken and selected by human photojournalists. And in our case, climate change generated images were of higher news quality and human-like images than the gun violence ones. So in summary, basically, we find that, yes, there seems to be a relationship between misinformation and toxicity, but content moderation can reduce this misinformation and toxicity, and that whenever there's a period of uncertainty, misinformation might thrive, and generative AI can be used like a kind of double-edged sword, right? You can use it at the same time to fight misinformation or generate the kind of misinformation you want to evoke certain emotions in people. So there is a need for caution, basically, when we use AI-generated images, especially in the visual journalism context. So with the coming election, because we have the election right now happening, start already campaigning period in Indonesia, and also I think in the US will also happen, right? Next year, I believe, or next year, I don't know. So politicians in this case will use any strategies to get votes, including spreading misinformation or hate towards certain social groups. We saw this in the previous election in Indonesia. And with the generative AI, this could actually be, driven at scale. So we need like a fast enough response, right, to help with this misinformation or toxicity issue. And the risk is like there are many especially for hate speech. When left unchecked, it can have far-reaching impact like discrimination. If you ban it too much, like you remove like anything with a keyword disability, for example, then it could also impact on free expression, like people cannot talk about disability, so you cannot use the keyword-based methods because they mean differently in different contexts, and then they can cause psychological harm. They can normalize hate. They can produce or deepening social division, intolerance, violence, and basically undermine democracy. So the challenges, like I mentioned, we can no longer use a lexical-based model. For example, like this HurtLex is a lexicon of offensive, aggressive, and hateful words. It's very good in English, but if you try and like, it's available in 50 other languages, but you can see like if they direct translate it to Indonesian language, so you can see there is a woman here that was considered as a lexicon of her offensive, aggressive, and hateful words. So we can't use this lexicon. And it's also based on context, right? And plus the AI model that we train, say, on English and, on English data, and if we just run it on the Indonesian data, that could be biased as well. There's potential challenges in them. Even for ChatGPT, the state-of-the-art model currently in natural language processing for many human language tasks, it still makes mistakes when it comes to toxicity, especially in non-English languages. So for example, if we ask it, so this is particularly something that was mentioned a lot in the previous election. Ahok is one of the politicians who is of Chinese descent. And people were saying Ahok itu darahnya halal, right? So like the blood of Ahok is halal. If you ask ChatGPT what the sentiment of the following sentence is in Indonesian, right? It will say it is positive because halal means pure or untainted. So it is a supportive statement indicating that there's nothing wrong with Ahok, even though we know this is super toxic, right? And even containing threat to violence. So what's next? So this, I guess, will be the election years where generative AI will play and is already playing a big role. So there are some AI company that helps politicians generate their vision, mission, campaign statements using generative AI. So what we do in our Data and Democracy Research Hub is we want to collaborate basically with all members of the communities, governments, industries, because hate speech will always keep changing and is particularly contextual. So we need all the help, we need data, we need human in the loop that we can get to help train our model to be good at detecting hate speech and adapting to this change. So with this, we're already starting the collaboration with AJI, which is the Alliance of Independent Journalists in Indonesia, to create a dashboard for monitoring hate speech and polarization during this coming election. So beside that, we have other collaboration like with Nazirul, for example, in this Data and Democracy Summit, and hopefully in the future as well in our research hub, right, Nazirul. And then with Monash Data Futures Institute, we have polarization project. Ika had been traveling in last month or so to Australia to attend Social Science Week. And then we also have a research collaboration plan with a media company in Indonesia, as well as think tanks and the Center for Information Resilience that Ika mentioned before. So that's all I have for my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Associate Professor Derry Wijaya, for that insightful talk. I would like to ask if there's any questions for Prof. Derry Wijaya.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, when you talk about hate speech, I was under the impression that Indonesia is a homogeneous group, and it's going to be very difficult to hate each other. In Malaysia, it's a time bomb. You can make any statement about the 3R, and there will be a riot. I'm just trying to figure out what is the most sensitive or hurtful statement one can make in Indonesia, which will be considered as a hate speech. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the that question is probably more for Bu Ika than me, because I'm the more the engineer side of it. Like, so I just take data from that is given from the communities that are impacted and use that data to train the machine learning to identify if something is hate speech or not. But I think it's very clear, like from Ika's presentation as well, that I'm not sure if she's still here. Okay, so no, she's not here. But it's clear from her presentation that in previous elections, there are actually several hate speech and identity attack that actually results in violence. So in one of it is the election in Kalimantan. So it was between Malay and Dayak. So even though we look like we may be homogeneous, we actually consist of many ethnicities. And during elections, these are used to, you know, to stir basically the problem between ethnicities. There is already some, you know, like friction between the ethnicities, and during the election, this is used basically to gain votes, right? So if you like condemn a particular group, you can get people who also condemn that group to support you. So something in that, along that line. So most of the time, maybe not so much, you know, not so much hate speech, maybe. We will see in our dashboard, right? But during this election, that's why we want to monitor how big is the what's the volume of the hate speech. And typical targeted group, I would say, would be Chinese Indonesian. Also in relationship with, you know, the anti-foreigner thing that is happening all around the world. Same things happening in Indonesia as well. Non-Sunni Islam groups, right? So there are Shia group, and then there are Ahmadiyya group, and those things, and then LGBTQ, I think Ika mentioned. So these are the communities that we have actually invited to be in our like focus group discussions about what keywords we should look out for, what and also annotate the tweets that contain this keyword to say whether or not they contain hate speech. Because like I mentioned, sometimes keywords on its own doesn't always show, you know, hate speech. You can say, hey, you Japanese, right? It could be okay if you are talking to your friend, hey, you Chinese or something. But, you know, in some certain contexts that could be actually toxic. So yeah, that's all I can say about it. I'm not really expert. I would say I'm not expert in this area of, you know, more towards the sociology of hate speech. I'm the machine learning person. I hope that answers the question.
I would like to invite Ms. Mogana, Dr. Mogana, please. She's actually our lecturer in Monash, in the Department of Economics and Business Statistics. And she has actually been in the data science field for like more than 5 years. And she's also working as a data scientist. and today she'll be sharing with us about the machine learning algorithms for a democratic data ecosystem. So let's give a round of applause for this time.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that 3:40 almost now, and it's sleeping time. Right. So I will try to keep this session more engaging, so I don't have to introduce myself. So as our friend has introduced me, so just very quick briefing on my journey related to data science. Because we have been hearing these phrases like big data, data science, artificial intelligence, and all those stuff, right? So where does this data science come from? Before that, let me collect some data before I start my session. Okay, so how many of you are from computer science or IT background? Computer science. School of Business? Okay, law? Okay, other than this?
School of Science.
School of Science, that's interesting. I was from School of Science as well. So I did my bachelor's degree in bioinformatics. So science person, a pure science person, turned into a data scientist. We're currently in a business school. Okay, so that's my journey. All right. So today I'll be covering machine learning algorithms for a democratic data ecosystem. And before that, I would like to share a very small story, because when it comes to data science, it's interesting to talk about data storytelling. How many of you have heard of this data storytelling? Do you know what is storytelling? Okay, we have participated in these storytelling competitions, right? Okay, so during our primary and secondary schools, what is data storytelling? Can you guess? Data storytelling. So it's more on, we start our story with the raw data that we collect, and then we have to explain each and every step that we perform using that raw data until we reach the stage of the final results, until we transform the final insights to the end users or the stakeholders. So being a data scientist or anyone in this business intelligence or this big data analytics field, the main challenge is transforming the final insights to the end user. So coming back to my story, right? Because I forgot my story just now. All right. So during lunchtime, I was discussing with the keynote speaker, and then I asked a question where, what is the adoption rate of data science in our country's database or something related to election data and all? He asked me a question which frightened me. All right. So he asked, what is data science? So, and how could we apply that in big data and all? And then I defined data science. Okay. Then he knew that they have been doing that, but then they didn't know that that is the definition of data science. So it's not something which is very far away from us. We have been doing this data science since the beginning, where we have the data, we perform our analysis, and we transform the insights to the end users. Just that the techniques are different. So there is another common question from those who are not from technical background. Why do we need to transform from this conventional statistics and analysis into AI or big data or data science? The main reason is the volume of data, big data. All right. And how do we define big data? How do we define big data? If you are analyzing a data set with 6 observations, so interestingly, just in our assignment 4, during week 12, a student came to us, me and another tutor, having just 6 observations in the data with 6 countries, because the assignment is to develop a machine learning model. All right. So came to us asking that, is this 6 observation enough to develop a machine learning model to predict what's going to happen in the future?
to provide a recommendation, right? Do you think that 6 observation is enough to predict what's going to happen in the future? Is that 6 observation enough? No, not at all. So then I found that the theory of this big data is not there, right, among the students. So that's why they don't know what is the difference between big data and normal data. So by using Microsoft Excel or some conventional statistical tools in our daily life, we have been analyzing data, but we do have limitation for the total number of rows and total number of columns that we can have in that software tools. But when we transform into these AI, cloud-based databases, and then this machine learning, Power BI, Tableau, and etc., we don't have a limitation when it comes to handling a data. That's what called as big data analytics. So yeah. So if you're wondering, am I performing big data analytics with 6 observations? I would say no. Okay? So yeah, so you need to understand that first before transforming from conventional statistics into data science or machine learning. And when it comes to the data landscape today, right, the big data sources dominate, of course, we know, and leading to centralized data storage that presents challenges and biases. Okay, and the need for better representation can help address these issues. So why the centralization of data is important is because of the lack of integration between different departments. So let me share a story of mine based on my experience. My PhD research was on healthcare analytics. Okay, I started my data science journey by analyzing healthcare data. My research was focused on breast cancer survival prediction. Then I was working closely with the hospital in Klang Valley. Okay, the data set is from that hospital, and the basement, all right, for all this AI, machine learning, and etc., is the integration of data from different departments. So if you would like to collect the data of patient A from different departments, it took like 8 months for me because the integration was not strong enough. So can you imagine the data of this patient in surgery department, in pharmacy department, and then in pathology department, okay, are not integrated, where they have to extract manually from each data storage. Only then we can combine and perform a predictive analytics. So I think that by the time we collect the data and analyze, the patient will be no more. So it is saddening, but this is the challenge when it comes to centralization of the data, right? The importance of integration in data sources where we are lacking in. So we means most of the industries actually. So it's not only about healthcare industry. Almost all the industries are lacking the process of integrating data from different resources for timely decision making and prediction. Yeah, so that is the challenge when it comes to democratic data ecosystem as well. So this one, I cited the source as well. Okay, so it's a recent statistics on the global data generated annually, and they have predicted for 2024 and 2025 by using machine learning algorithms as well, by using supervised learning algorithm. So of course, we know that the data which is being generated is increasing yearly, and the data is not only about the research data that we are talking about, or data from government or private institutes or what. So we are surrounded by data. So I'm talking now. You're listening, right? That is also data in audio format, unstructured data. So now that just now I asked you a question, right? How many of you are from IT department? So that is also a way of data collection one. So this is how data is being generated every second. Okay. Then Yes. And you can also see, I took this diagram from the same website as well. Okay, so you can see the category and the proportion. So for the category, it's on the types of data, video, social, gaming, web browsing, until audio. And on the right, you can see the type of media. All right, type of media, amount per minute and amount per day. Interestingly, email sent is in the first rank. Why is it so? Can you imagine? Because when we send an email, we can copy so that it's black and white. So when we send an email to our boss, we can copy to someone, right? Okay, so I informed this to my boss. So he can't say that you didn't inform me, correct? Okay, so it's also about the security of the data, privacy and security issues. So that's why email is still leading the data protection and also security. Of course, social media, I would say personally, my opinion, it's not advisable to share important or personal information, confidential data through social media because it's being saved. But emails are also being saved. Yeah. Okay. Emails are also being saved. Right. Next. Why we need a democratic data ecosystem, as I mentioned just now, the integrated or centralized data, is because of the biases in current machine learning algorithms. Yeah. When we talk about the biases in machine learning algorithm, for those who are new to machine learning, so let me explain quickly what is machine learning. Imagine that it's a robot, it's a machine, and human needs to communicate with the machine by providing data and instructions. That is how robots work, right? We will program the instructions, step-by-step instructions to the robot, only then it can perform a task for us, right? Yeah. So the same thing, the same concept for machine learning. We provide the data and we provide the instruction. We will train the machine. Now, by using the model which has been fit into the machine or the program, it is going to predict what's going to happen in the future with a new set of data. So the new set of data will not have any decision, and the machine is going to make the decision for us automatically. So this is how machine learning algorithms work as well. And when we talk about machine learning algorithms, there are various types of machine learning algorithms, and each machine learning algorithm supports different types of data. That is where the integration between different data sources is important. So when you integrate data from different sources, like you can have structured data, you can have unstructured data, let's say image data, as our previous speaker mentioned, right? About the image analysis, remember? Yeah. Then we will have a free text data, also the sentiment analysis from Instagram posts about the COVID. Yeah, all these are this machine learning analysis using different types of data. So we call these different types of data as multimodal data. You can go and Google multimodal data. To prevent the biases in machine learning algorithm, we need to produce multimodal data first before feeding in the data to the machine, the robot. So that when the robot is training the multimodal data, it gives more insights, correct? Logic? Yeah. Only then it can make the prediction more accurately. So we can increase the prediction accuracy for an efficient decision making. Yeah. So that's the bias on machine learning algorithms. Then foundations of a democratic data ecosystem. So you can see the inclusivity, equitability, and transparency are the core principles of a democratic data ecosystem. So I can talk about the transparency, okay, when it comes to data as well. Even our keynote speakers and also the other academic speakers have explained about the transparency in sharing data. So it's not easy to share data because of confidentiality issues. But then, without sharing the data with the right personnel who can solve the problem by using the data science techniques, eventually we are not going to get the right predictions. We are not going to change the method that we have been applying all this while. So this method is not giving an efficient decision. So you're struggling, which is your problem. Because data science is problem solving. I would define data science as problem solving. But then if you don't share your data, if there is no transparency, if the data doesn't go to the right hands, you're still going to face the same problem. How are you going to find a solution to the problem, right? So we need to find a way in order to solve our problem so that transparency is important, but it depends on the types of data as well. Because of course, you will agree with me, transparency could not be applied in every domain, right? Yeah. Then, yes, so I explained about the training data just now. Let me give you some suggestions on the data diversity can be achieved by, okay, so the centralized data to produce a good quality training data, to train the machine, right, to make decisions. We can add more data from underrepresented classes, okay? Then, by gathering data from different sources. So usually we will just focus on gathering data from one source, especially when we are conducting research. We'll just focus on our research. Okay, we won't like mingle with another research group to share data. All right, so we must start to collaborate. Okay, we must start to collaborate. So this is where the interdisciplinary projects or problem solving case comes in. So when we collaborate, we can share data even like internally with different research groups, and then we can produce a good quality training data. Then number 3 is a bit scary, but it is also one of the methods where you can improve your training data. By data augmentation or artificially manipulating data sets. So, you know, by using our generative AI tools, that is ChatGPT and all, we can create our own data sets. Okay, so you just give the right instruction, the prompt, and then it is able to create a data set for us. So how can we produce an augmented or artificially generated data is where you have to provide your original data first, and then you have to ask a question, right, to ChatGPT or BART or any other software tools to generate a data something similar to this. But don't stop there. Let me give you a tip. Okay, don't stop there. So you have to add on some criteria, spend some time. Okay, you're just communicating with the machine, right? So you can add on points like if it is a numerical variable, you can specify the values like minimum and maximum. Can we do that? And then if it is a categorical variable, you can specify like, okay, there are 2 categories like gender and female. So I want like 50% for female and then 50% for male, something like that. So I'm just giving an example. All right. So add on these criteria to increase the accuracy of the data, but not stopping there as well. Once you generate the data, you can again evaluate the quality of data. We do have many methods to evaluate the accuracy of data in statistics and also by using machine learning, right? So you can evaluate and make sure the data is good enough to proceed with your decision making. Yeah. So then we have hiring applicants for the AI development process, of course. So this is again collaborating with different expert pool, improving transparency and accountability, introducing regulations to build diversity and inclusivity. Yep. Okay. So this is what we can do to improve the training data. So I would like to share one success story by integrating data from different resources by using an open source platform, which is being used by most of the companies worldwide, which is this OpenStreetMap. Have you guys heard of this? Yeah. So it is a collaborative project to create a free editable map of the world. And then unlike The other data sets, the OSM, is driven by a diverse community of mappers, coders, and enthusiasts. So anyone can actually fit in data there. So for our real-time example, I would say that Waze is something similar to this. We are using Waze. You can add on data, right? So you can inform if there is an accident, if there is a police there. You can also communicate with the other Wazes on the road. So this is also an example of data integration and centralization, where they don't only make predictions or decisions by using the existing data. At the same time, they collect the real-time data and they revert back to the users by using the real-time data, making predictions in real-time basis as well, right? Yeah. Yes, tools for building a democratic data ecosystem. Open source tools and platforms play a crucial role, definitely. And we need to introduce resources for further learning and implementation to empower individuals to take action as well. All right. So my summary would be, give importance to transparency of data, sharing data between different departments to solve a problem efficiently, to make timely decision, and to come out with efficient decision making or a framework. Yeah. And then develop more open source resources instead of, so you need to follow these rules in order to get the data. So it will take like 8 months, 2 years to get the data in your hands. So I would suggest that the institutes or policy makers can come out with simple rules at least, so that they can just process in 2 to 3 weeks, not days, just weeks. Okay, then we'll get the data in our hands, so then we can start our analysis already. Okay, so these are the things that I wanted to cover today, my end goal. So overcoming obstacles, definitely the data privacy, quality, the security concerns, the same things. And the last part would be decision making. So in order to make a decision, we can make use of all these machine learning algorithms. But again, going back to our first square, data is the new oil, right? So you must make sure you know what your data is telling you before you start your analysis. So don't just directly jump, okay, I want to perform machine learning analysis using this data. Straight away put the data into your Tableau, and then you can analyze, come out with your result, and you start in interpretation. Don't know what the result is going to tell you. And then how would you explain to your end user then? So spend some time. We have to spend, not some time, we have to spend a lot of time understanding our data. Then the analytics is the same on any kind of data actually. All right. So that's quick sharing from me. And I hope I shared some information quickly with you guys related to machine learning and also this data privacy and issues. So thank you. And do you have any questions? Question? No questions? One bit. Yes. I think you can ask from there. I can hear you.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think so. One question from me, I think it might be a very dreaded question, is earlier you mentioned like obviously 6 observations is not big enough, right? But when it comes to machine learning, when it comes to big data, normally econometric analysis and economic analysis, the dreaded question is how big is big enough, right? Yeah. But when it comes to machine learning, what is a rough rule? Is there even a rule of thumb, or is there like a certain number of observations you're looking for in a data set?
Right, that's a very good question, a question which I received from students as well. In machine learning, we have no threshold for the data set. How we evaluate whether a data set is good enough to proceed with analysis is by using the accuracy of the data. So let's say like if you're using 100 observations, then your accuracy is good enough, 80% and above. For me, my threshold is 80%. Based on literatures, it's 70%. Okay, based on literatures, it's 70%. If you reach an accuracy up to 70%, that number of observation is good enough to go. Yeah. Any other questions?
Came up with this 7%.
It's based on literatures. Actually, we don't have a fixed number. It's based on literatures mostly. They report that if they reach an accuracy of more than 70%, the data set is good enough to proceed with predictive analytics. Yeah. You want to continue? Please.
Okay, so we actually practice as much as possible, right? So we will try to collect as much as possible. And a key about data type, right, is actually an iterative process. You collect, you do your data exploration. From your exploration, you usually have a form of descriptive and narrative and information analysis. Present what you find to the stakeholder. He will give the feedback if it's sufficient to move to the next level or not, or if more data is required. Then only you go back to the same loop. Right, so you have to start at the loop of data exploration, data cleaning / exploration. Until your stakeholder actually say it is okay, only you go on to the modeling aspect. So different fields and different requirements. For example, breast cancer, obtaining medical data is very difficult, so a few thousand is usually enough. When I profile people online, I have 33 million users. Right, because online it needs to be large. So it will actually vary based on the use case. But importantly, since you're creating a narrative finding for the stakeholder in the end, it's a continuous process discussion front and back. So there's no magic number.
There's no fixed number actually. Yeah.
So even the number 70% depends on the number of labels.
Yes.
Right. So if it's finally true or false, 70% is considered low. It should be around 80% and above. If you're looking at emotions, right, you have 8 different emotions, even accuracy of 60% is already enough. So again, it depends on the outcome, depends on the labels, use cases, a bunch of stuff. And even accuracy may not be the single measure, it can be recall as well. So for example, if I want to find cancer, accuracy is not important. Recall is more important because if you have cancer, I need to find it even if it's a false positive. No, yeah. If it's a false positive, it's totally fine. Right? If I get a true negative, no I get. So depending on like if not a defined field, defined quantity is literally actually.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Question.
Question?
No, Mike.
A lot of questions. No.
Hi. Sorry, this is going to be a bit of an amateurish question because I'm just wondering something like from the perspective of someone who doesn't have much experience with like machine learning or the collection of big data, right? Like at the current moment, personally speaking, I am familiar with the various applications of like collecting and analyzing big data in various different frameworks in society, right? It is used in a variety of different areas like the criminal justice system to like making predictions in the future about possible trends. And other than like this being a tool for say businesses to use, for example, and the map example that you had mentioned earlier in your presentation, I was wondering if there is something about the nuance in machine learning algorithms and like what exactly are some larger impacts that they can also be applied to in the real world.
Okay. So you're asking about the larger impacts of machine learning algorithms apart from the predictions, right?
Yeah, like just like how is machine learning algorithm like applied in like various facets of society?
Alright. Okay, so one thing obviously for machine learning algorithms, we know that we can perform predictions. What's going to happen in the future, right? Based on the existing data, the past event data. Apart from this, I would say that feature engineering is another important function of machine learning algorithms, whereby using this feature engineering, we can examine each contributing factors, okay, to the target variable. Okay, so let's say like if you're analyzing social media data, right? So let's say for example the Instagram data. So you have a target on analyzing the positive and also negative comments on a particular subject, right? So the contributing factors can be from different fields, like it's based on like demographics or it's based on their experience, it's based on their personal emotions and etc. So by using the feature engineering, okay, feature engineering method in machine learning, we can analyze each and every contributing factor in detail for the target. Yeah, so this is another advantage of machine learning. And the growing algorithm, I would say, is deep learning, where we can analyze unstructured data. By using conventional statistics, we can only analyze structured data, whereas by using machine learning algorithms, we can analyze any kind of unstructured data. So you can fit in video, like for football, right? So we can fit in the deep learning algorithms to extract the objects and come up with the structured data about the event of the game. So the advancement would be on unstructured data and the feature engineering. Yeah. Did I answer your question? You asked about other applications of machine learning, right? Yeah.
All right, so thank you very much to Dr. Mogana for that very comprehensive presentation about machine learning and data. So hope everyone's enjoying the session so far. We have a few more speakers to go. And our next speaker is Dr. Andrei Kwok, who is a senior lecturer and the director of the graduate coursework studies under the School of Business. He studies decision-making behavior and strategy with a focus on emerging technologies in business. His research seeks to raise awareness of how emerging technologies can contribute to socially and economically thriving communities and how they can influence behavior and decision-making towards technologies. Today, the topic of his presentation is Deepfake, synthetic manipulation of reality. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for introducing me. I'd like to thank Dr. Nazirul and the organizers for inviting me here today to share about the topic on deepfake. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. It's late afternoon, I understand. Now, what is deepfake? Before I go through these slides, I'd like to invite you to participate with me in visualization. Do you have your handphone with you? Do you have a QR code scanner? Okay, please get them ready, because I'm going to share a lot of sources of information that I'm not able to contain within these slides, but it's going to expand your knowledge into several areas where you can look for more information. What is deepfake? I'm glad my previous speakers, my colleagues, have actually done the heavy lifting of explaining a lot of concepts about the importance of data, what is AI, what is deep learning, and what is machine learning. Yeah. So the term deepfake is actually a portmanteau of deep learning and fake media. So it's combined together, right? Using deep learning as a subset of AI, it can merge, it can combine, it can replace, superimpose all forms of media, whether it's in textual form, is video or audio, and you can create a fake or synthetic media that you can't even differentiate between the real one or the fake one. What's important here is that it has visceral appeal, so that makes it very attractive. Let me share a video with you This is publicly available on YouTube. I believe many of you have come across this video before about how they create the video of fake President Obama. It's actually done by the University of Washington. So let me play this video and share with you.
It got me thinking about my full-time employees and their ability to survive on $8 an hour in New York City. And foremost in all of our minds has been the loss and the grief felt by the people of Orlando. Most of us don't get our healthcare through the marketplace. We get it through our job or through Medicare or Medicare. And what you should know is that thanks to the Affordable Care Act, your coverage is better today than it was before. Women can get free checkups, and you can't get charged more just for being a woman. To give his employees come together to pass a common, there's a bill that would boost America's very, very hard times.
Some progress, at least within the small confines of the legal community. I think it's real important.
Here we go. President Barack Obama, when you giving a speech, make sure you use a lot of
America's businesses have created 14.5 million new jobs overseas.
It's all about. Now, before I go through and explain a lot more about deepfake, we have to understand why deepfake, the history behind this whole thing. It is about the history of photography. Anyone interested in photography? Anyone is a photographer here? Right. This is the very first photograph in 1826, almost 200 years ago, by Joseph, the French. A few years later, in 1839, is Louis Jacques Daguerre. He created the first permanent photograph. Very popular, very famous because he's the first one. And he got all the accolades and recognition for being the inventor. Of course, at the same time, we have Henry Fox Talbot. He created a different form, but it is the one that is used today, the positive and negative film. Now, with all the accolades, with all the recognition, is everyone happy? At least someone is not happy. It's a fellow inventor. And this became the first fake photo and fake news that is known. He's also an inventor of photography. Yeah, but the fact is that he came later because he came out with this self-portrait as a drowned man in 1840. This is by Maya. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but I will just highlight a few areas. For example, the corpse which you see here is that of Monsieur Maya, inventor of the process that has just been shown to you, all the wonderful results of which you will soon see. He's still alive, right? So another one is, he's not happy with the fact that the government, which has supported Monsieur Daguerre more than is necessary, declared itself unable to do anything for Monsieur Maya, and the unhappy man threw himself into the water. So he's not happy, so he created this photo to attract attention. Tell everyone, he's equally a good inventor. He has put in a lot of effort. So this is the first known fake photo that comes together with fake news. Now, what do you think of publicity of fake news? Is it all negative? Do you remember this photo? Or have you seen this photo before? Nessie, right? Taken in 1934. And a lot of people believe it, right? What does Loch Ness Monster have to do with creating fake publicity? Did it do anything good? Yes, you're right. Tourism. In fact, it brought the attraction of Loch Ness to popularity. And you can see that this is how the official website of the Inverness and Loch Ness tourism destination promoted as the possibility of monster sighting. But we know that's done after so many years, isn't it? Yeah. So image manipulation has always occurred throughout history. We have a few notable examples. For example, the composition of the 18th US president using 3 different photos combined into one. This is to bring up, to show that, to portray himself in a much greater light. It can also be used in a different way. If you don't like someone, you can erase the person from the photograph. As you can see from the example here, this person is missing. And if you have your handphone ready, let me show you that in Play we have Photoshop. And we know that a lot of you have used Photoshop before. We do a little bit touch up, but this goes to show that Photoshop has been used to manipulate image, to create or to enhance image as well. If you have taken photograph, do you want to touch up yourself to make yourself to remove some blemish? Is it common? Yeah. So, but it doesn't work all the time because there can still be errors, right? Because this is still the old way. But today, Photoshop has started to incorporate AI to improve the reality, the realism of the photos. So we know that in movies, there's integration of artificial intelligence in the visual effects and also computer-generated interface. So, for example, the latest movies we have in Indiana Jones, they de-age the actor Harrison Ford. They also use, for example, you watch Marvel Captain America, they can actually do a body transformation. And if you watch Avatar, so they also make the actor Sam Worthington as a role in the show Jake Sully. He turns out to be paraplegic, but in reality, as the real actor, is able-bodied. Yeah. And posthumous reprisal of Brian O'Connor in Fast and Furious 7. You can see that they can bring up deceased actors to reprise their roles. Okay, so I won't explain any more about what artificial intelligence is, machine learning, and deep learning, because this is all a subset of it. Now, when I put up this slide, I was thinking, what should be the best title? Because if I say how to create deepfake, it sounds dangerous, right? Because it's as if I'm teaching you how to create, to make deepfake fake images. But what I want to show you is that what is the mechanism behind the creation of deepfake? There are two ways: autoencoder and decoder. Basically, you're mapping two sets of target images, let's say A and B. Then you allow the AI to learn what's similar between both of the pictures, and then you insert the first picture into the second picture. Yeah. Or another way is the generative artificial neural network, whereas you train two competing models based on the neural networks, and they learn from each other. One is to generate the pictures, and one is to try to discriminate to tell whether it's real or fake. And over time, as they learn from each other, you can't see the distinction between the real and the fake anymore. So it means that they are able to generate a fake photo that is as clear or as that resembles the real one. They can't really differentiate. So we are actually living in the times now where it becomes more and more difficult to discern what is fake compared to what is real. Yeah, not just images or media, but also news in terms of information. Let's move to the next one. Now, there are a lot of positive users when it comes to this kind of technology. For example, you can change a horse to a zebra. It still looks the same using an existing photograph, or you can change night to day. So it's not just human images, but you can use all kinds of images. Companies have used it to improve user experience and to enhance marketing. For example, if you go to US, the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg in Florida, you can actually visit this museum, whereas they resurrect the renowned artist Salvador Dali. So in the image, you have Dali, seems to come back to life, can take photos with you, and can interact with all the visitors, and also this is used to enhance the visit experience. People like it actually, the visitors. They find a lot of joy and fun interacting with a deepfake Salvador Dali. Another one is Volkswagen's 70th anniversary advertisement in Brazil, whereby they actually tap on nostalgia, right? A deceased Grammy-winning singer. This is Alice Regina. She died in 1982. But it's significant to the Brazilians because it's actually helping them to recall a certain era, right? And actually, there are people who move to tears watching this kind of advertisement. So it's been very effective. Now, In China, there are also cases whereas live streamers, you can't be doing live streaming 24 hours as a human being, right? Because you need time to do other things, like you have to go pay, eat, and so on. You have other activities that you need to spend time on. But you can create deepfake images or videos of yourself. And these deepfake images or videos can help you continue live streaming, and your viewers can't tell the difference. So in other words, you can continue selling your products. But then again, we know that deepfake has been used for nefarious reasons, malintention, and that's because of bad actors. So it has impact on democracy because you can see some of these news headlines. For example, deepfaking it. When it comes to election, you can see that a lot of avenues use fabricated videos, which try to cast politicians either in a more positive or in negative light, or spread wrong information, disinformation, or malinformation about certain endorsements or rants, right, that creates disruption. Or even adopted Rishi Sunak, the PM of UK. So this disrupts actually public opinion. Another one is, this is the actual case that happened in 2019. Fraudsters, in fact, use audio deepfakes. It's not images only, audios. And actually, the company lost almost 220,000 euros. This is a very recent case in May 2023. You can see that fake AI images have been used to create an explosion in Pentagon. And actually, it disrupted the financial market. So there's a dip of 0.29% over 10 minutes until the Pentagon actually clarified there's no such thing. So you can see that deepfake has actually a significant impact on democracy and also people and also our understanding of the current world. So the underlying issue is that individuals tend to believe what has been shared. In the absence of warnings or captions, you can't tell the difference. I think one of our colleagues has shared before, whether with captions or without captions has significant impact on emotions, right? So we tend to share images when we think they're accurate, right? Because we try to be hopeful, isn't it? Okay. So this is what happened when researchers found in their studies. Another one is that we know that it's been confirmed deepfakes actually contribute to online disinformation. The problem is that when you view such kind of fake images or fake videos, you can't tell whether they are real or fake. The problem is that when you can't tell, you feel uncertain. And the uncertainty leads to erosion of trust in the media because you no longer are able to trust the source of information, where it comes from, especially a lot of news is now available on social media. And when it comes to detection, here's another study, a very big study published in PNAS. These researchers actually asked 15,000 old participants to try to detect which is authentic and which is fake. And they found that you only need a combination of human eye and also AI to be able to detect accurately. If you use AI only, it is not perfect. If you rely on human eye, it is also not perfect. You can't really detect accurately. So it means that it is very difficult to discern authenticity in visual media. And if you refer to Europol, these are some of the examples of criminal activities. It can be harassing or humiliating individuals online. It can also be perpetrating extortion or fraud, as we have mentioned in the mimicry of audio case earlier, or facilitating document fraud, falsifying or manipulating electronic evidence for criminal justice investigations, disrupting financial markets, as I mentioned in an example earlier, or distributing disinformation and manipulating public opinion, and finally, stoking social unrest and political polarization. These are not exhaustive. If you go to the website, you can see a lot more issues, criminal activities related to deepfake. So how can we improve governance and authentication mechanisms? This morning, Dr. Tricia mentioned that there's always a lag between government policies and regulation compared to when it comes to trying to regulate issues like this, isn't it? What we can see is that perhaps we will need to eventually invest in detection techniques, something like an antivirus. When the first computer is created and subsequently the softwares and everything that comes together, we find that people have nefarious reasons to create virus. And now, perhaps one day we will need detection filter. Social response, we need to fact check and counter disinformation. But again, if you rely on websites that help you to do a fact check, it is not sufficient because it's not all encompassing. There's a lot of fake news, fake media that circulates around in the internet. So it boils down to individuals to check your information to make sure it's correct. Regulation, of course, we need to pursue the beneficial users, but we also need to curtail the malicious ones. But if you over-regulate, you can also stifle creativity and progress because technology, as we know, is a tool. It depends on in whose hands it is used and for what purpose it is used for. So also important is to ensure individual and communal values are safeguarded. So it's not just about regulating technology, we also need to protect, provide the rights, to enhance the rights of individuals and community. Or reframe the narrative or discourse of deepfake, because now we are reading a lot about the negative impact of deepfake and how deepfake is being used for nefarious reasons, but we haven't really heard about the benefits of this technology. So what is important is this. Perhaps we can take a different perspective, call it the social construction of technology perspective. So what it means is that the society as a whole, where there are stakeholders, when you find that there are benefits of this technology, you use it, you become a stakeholder, definitely you want to shape its development towards something beneficial, something good for the users. So when stakeholders find that they are beneficial users, they will develop it in a positive direction. And they become responsible for the technology development. Ultimately, these stakeholders, as a society, they self-regulate the technology, the direction of technology, and also they will start to establish code of ethics. Because to ensure that all the stakeholders are well protected and they can shape the technology socially in the manner that they wish it to be in a positive light for the greater benefit of the society. So here's two further reading. You can read more about social construction of technology perspective on the left. And on the right, this is actually a report that's sent to the Dutch Parliament for the policy response. And together, there's a number of researchers that's been interviewed to give their perspectives. So I was also one of those who contributed to the perspective. So thank you very much for your attention. Any questions?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. When you were bringing up potential solutions to address the proliferation of AI deepfakes, I was wondering, would education help to curb the issue as well? And considering how quickly the technology is progressing, would any education even last as long with the tips that we teach maybe the older generation to use, like for example, checking for like audio hitches or looking for like mild distortions in the face shape? Since technology is progressing so quickly, would any education or advice that you can provide to the older generation hold up at all? Would it even be practical to show them how we can actually deepfakes at that stage? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I think what you suggest is very important. Education. Education is not just about detecting the defect technology. Education is about being able to be digitally literate, especially for the younger generation, the young children, and also the older generation who are not tech savvy. Yeah. So what is important is that they are aware of the kind of fake news or fake media that's circulating around the social media or the internet, that they will be able to fact check for themselves, and they will behold circulating this, it's reflexive, isn't it? When you receive something, wow, something has happened. It is very visceral, and you feel that you want to warn your relatives or your friends. But it's important with education, with the right kind of education, with the enough information, that you withhold and check the information before you circulate it. So that is important because it boils down to individual understanding of what's happening in the current world. Yeah. And second question you mentioned about sorry, I want you, if you don't mind, to repeat the second question.
Whether this sort of education will like hold up in the long run as the technology.
Yes, it's true. I would say that if you look at all the sources of possibility of authentication, I would say in the 1 or 2 years ago, there's still possibility of detecting deepfake. You can see because deepfake has become accessible. This kind of technology, manipulation of images has been available for a long time. Has been used extensively in the media, in the movies, right? Big companies. But as technology advances, it becomes less costly, and it becomes more accessible. So the early stages of deepfake, you can see glitches, you can tell that it's actually deepfake. But as the technology advances, authentication becomes more and more difficult. And for people, the stakeholders and developers of authentication technology, they also have to work harder to try to detect. But eventually we find that it's a battle between fake images advancement and also authentication advancement. But yes, you're right, education is important. Because at the end of the day, we all have to continue to upgrade our education as well with the contemporary issues so that we are well aware how to safeguard ourselves. Thank you very much. And one more question?
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to ask a quick question because in one of the slides you mentioned about shifting the narrative about deepfakes from a negative perception to something more positive. So I wanted to ask, like, what could be the positive implications of deepfakes? And the second question I want to ask is, you mentioned that regulations shouldn't be too stringent because that could hinder innovation. But from my perspective, I think regulation is really important because of all the harms. Yes. So yeah, what balance do you have to combat that?
You're right. We are facing a tug of war, actually. If you focus a lot of when the narratives is very negative, and you highlight all the issues of how deepfake has been used to great harm on not just individuals, but society and a lot of stakeholders, what it means is that you're actually inviting a lot of bad actors to see the potential of this technology to be used for further harm, right? But we also want to highlight the positive users because the technology is already here. But by telling people, hey, there are benefits, and there are companies, for example, Dali Museum and also Volkswagen, they've used it for marketing purpose. These are acceptable, isn't it, by the viewers, knowing that in the movies, right? So a lot of stakeholders, developers, those who have interest in this technology will come in and build this technology together. And we have more people looking at the potential and positive side of the technology. Over time, they'll outweigh and overcome the negative aspect. There will be more good people looking at the good side of the technology compared to those who want to use it for malicious purposes. Yeah. So what we are trying to see, this is based on the social construction of technology perspective, is so that the whole society can come together. So we don't just rely on government to regulate the technology. But if you over-regulate the technology, what happens is that it can go underground. What happens is also that we do not have good developers who are willing to take it further for positive users. So we have also curtailed innovation to a certain extent, the positive side. Yeah. I hope I answered the question. Thank you. Any more questions? Any? Yes, one more.
Hello. I actually have a question that's related to the amount of positive impacts for Deepfake. So my field of research is in human trafficking, and I've noticed that with software like Clearview AI, they've started to track child predators using AI. So my question is whether Deepfake can be used for social movements as well. In the example that instead of it being seen just as like cyber criminals and in terms of complete fake pornography, whether these things can be used to actually capture child predators or traffickers instead, or if there's any research in terms of like deepfake and if there's like law enforcement that's actually using it as a content.
Thank you very much for the question. At the moment, we stand to see a lot of negative aspects when it comes to deepfake. But if you go back further, the underlying technology is actually generative adversarial networks and also AI that's being used to generate images like this. They're being used for medical imaging in healthcare. They're being used in various areas, not just movies, but also in the marketing side. Yeah. So definitely, we also want to invite more and more developers and stakeholders to come explore this technology so that it can be taken in a positive direction. Right now, we see that it's been co-opted for nefarious and malicious use. Yeah. So we have to find more people come together as society as a whole to move it in a more positive direction. Thank you.
Okay. All right, a very good evening. Sorry. What excited? Yeah.
Hi again, folks. Pravina here, and allow me to introduce our next speaker for the day, Dr. Loganathan Krishnan. Dr. Loganathan began his law studies at the University of London. He then pursued Master of Laws at the University of Malaya. Thereafter, he ended the graduate certificate in tertiary teaching at Curtin University of Technology. He then completed his Doctor of Philosophy in the area of company law at the University of Malaya. He was in legal practice for 3 years at London before moving into academia, where he has 20 years of experience. He has presented research papers at local and overseas conferences. He has also published a book titled Principles of Business and Corporate Law, Malaysia. His research expertise is in the area of company law and constitutional law. He's also an editorial board member and reviewer of Australasian Journal of Law, Ethics and Governance. For today's session, he'll be talking about legal issues on AI and big data, gaps in the Malaysian framework. Esteemed guests, please give a round of applause for Dr. Loganathan.
Thank you for the very kind introduction. A very good evening to the participants of this forum. I'm the last speaker for today.
No, second.
Second last. There's one more after this. Okay, I was just going to say that law comes right at the end, and this is what exactly happens in reality. Most of the time, when there is a problem, the law will only step in at the 11th hour. We will study the problem, we will study the issues, we will form a committee, and that itself will take 1 year, 2 years, and by the time we resolve it, the problem has already escalated. I remember when Nazirul and I went to meet the minister, there was a discussion about to regulate this area. The minister is fully aware that there's no law specifically to address this. And it is the ministry which will have to make the first step, the baby step. Would have been great if we had invited one of the representatives of the ministry to sit from morning till evening now to get a picture of how pertinent this issue is. And they could
go back to the drawing board and look into how to formulate a framework to address AI and big data. Now, I am going to look at the issues from a legal point of view on AI and big data. The whole day you've been hearing about how good AI is, or how negative it is, how useful big data can be, and how damaging it can be. Whatever said and done, we need a law to regulate this. You heard the keynote speaker, the second keynote speaker, who mentioned about how Europe has transcended on this. The second speaker also mentioned there's normally the law will come at the 11th hour. I think it is also good that besides European Union, we look at Singapore. Yeah, Singapore has also addressed this issue, and it will be very useful because Singapore and Malaysia share the same geopolitical scenario. Now, the introduction, as you all know, how data is growing, how much it is being used. There seems to be no limit. Someone snaps a photograph here, immediately puts it on Facebook, immediately puts it on Insta, and then you get about 10 likes or 20 comments. It is easily sent. Yeah. So that is the situation now. And this big data, sometimes you will notice you may have just gone to Sunway Pyramid looking for a quote. And then later in the evening, when you're having coffee or when you're having lunch, when you're just browsing through Facebook, you might get some advertisements in your Facebook about shops which is selling quote. And you're wondering, how did that happen? I think you know the answer. Yeah. So big data understands us, how we think, how we feel about friends, family members, and this is being influencing people. And eventually the intelligence, the super intelligence will surpass human intelligence. It will. Programming computers will then become, will come to a stage where it will begin to influence us and program us. So we know that. So now, what is the issue in law? Do we have a law which regulates AI and big data? And to what extent does the law regulate this? These are the two questions I have in mind. And let me begin with the Personal Data Protection Act 2010. Some of my colleagues were having breakfast and we were talking about it. Was it yesterday? I can't remember. Now, personal data protection, from the first word, the word personal, right? If the data is kept by the government, that is not covered under PDPA. So you would have noticed that a few months ago, we heard this information about data being leaked by the National Registration Department. Now, none of us can bring an action against the government for that. Section 3 of this act specifically says the federal government and the state government are excluded parties. Yeah. So when you say personal data, what type of data? Is it only personal data? So that is one of the questions. And what about the compliance level? Someone takes a photograph here and then puts it in Facebook. Do I have a right to bring an action against you? You know, yesterday or day before yesterday, on Monday, we had a seminar here in Monash where a photograph was then taken and published in a magazine. They brought a case against the magazine for breach of privacy law. You know, don't get upset, Nazirul. I'm just using an example. So Nazirul invited me to be a speaker. Did he ask me for a photograph? Or did he take it from Monash's website? You know, So I think you took it from the Monash's website. So then the next question is, did I give an implied consent to anyone out there who's accessing the website to take my photograph? So these are some of the questions, we need to think about. And what about the compliance level? Monash is a private company. It's a university, but it's a private company, right? You also have public limited company listed. They have a lot of money to spend on personal data protection. They have. But what about micro and small, medium industries? Do they have the resources? Level of consent can be complexity. I think someone spoke about that just now. When you have an app, right? When you want to install an app, it says, do you allow this? Do you allow this? We're not interested to read all that. We just want that app. And then later when we're in trouble, that issue of consent comes into picture. Yeah. And then enforcement. If you don't have law, you don't have enforcement. And I was telling someone this afternoon or this morning, my memory is so bad. Every few days, do you receive a phone call from somebody? What does that mean? Which means we don't have any enforcement. It is still going on. And there are students, right? Sometimes, I got a phone call 3 days ago. Would you like to earn some extra income? I said, no. Do you have a job? I said, I have. But why don't you want to have extra income? I said, I'm lazy. I'm super lazy. But you see, if they know that you are a student and you are a student, you want extra income, careful, you might get scammed into it. And I've been always getting phone call from Post Laju. You have an uncollected parcel. Please press 1. Of course, not in English, in Malay. Yeah, I'm just translating it. These are all scams. Yeah. So then what is the penalty? There's no law, there's no enforcement, there's no penalty. So can this go on? Yes, it will go on. Yeah. Then what about multinational companies, transnational companies? The speaker number 2 said the law in Europe is so good. But then if your law in Malaysia is not good, and you have a business which is dealing between Malaysia and Europe, how are you going to deal with AI and big data? So it's going to be a problem. And does PDPA apply to AI and big data? The answer is a big no. Yeah. Does it apply to political parties? Questionable. Right? Does it apply to federal and state government? I've already given the answer just now. And there can be bias. Yeah, biasness. You see, it all depends on what information I put in the system, correct? If I have certain prejudice, if I have a certain stereotype, I can put in those information into the system to make the system make certain decisions. Last week I was at a conference and there was this big guy who came from Singapore and he was explaining about how they use AI in the bank and financial institutions, right? They have a certain criteria. They use that criteria. And based on that, they will make a decision whether to give a loan or not to give a loan. So the information is fed by someone. Yeah. And then who has ownership of AI generated creation? So copyright issues comes into picture. Patent comes into picture. I just finished marking assignments 2 weeks ago. The answer is perfect. And I know it is ChatGPT. I knew it. But what tickles me is the subheading is hopeless. The subheading in the it's an assignment, right? You have subheadings and then you have the contents, right? The contents is very good. The substance is good, but the subheading is so horrible. So what they wrote, the student wrote, just doesn't commensurate with the subheading. So in other words, they only use ChatGPT for the contents. They didn't use ChatGPT for the subheadings. So, maybe I'm giving some ideas, I don't know. Now, an error, okay? We know that we already have electric cars, right? What if something goes wrong? What if the judgment is wrong? Now, who is liable for that? Cyber security is another issue, yeah? We have some laws in Malaysia, Computer Crimes Act 97, it addresses computer-related offenses, including unauthorized access to computer material. And then you have a national cyber security policy that takes care of the security of the cyberspace. You know, there was a time where they wanted to create a green car. So Volkswagen decided to come up with a green car. And they advertised it, and that was the highest selling car. In America, they detected that they manipulated the AI. It was a software which was manipulated to give a result that yes, it is a green car. Now, the point I want to make here is the damage is already done. Volkswagen has already made a huge amount of money. The person who was in charge was already been found guilty. But that is a good example of how AI is being manipulated, just like how the earlier speaker, Dr. Andrei, mentioned. It's all a question of how you use it. A knife can be used to cut onions, can also be used to kill people. It's all a question of how you use it. You cannot ban knife completely. You cannot ban AI completely because there is some usage to that as well. Yeah. And the issue is, of course, can the law keep pace with technology? And my point here, to my mind, if European Union can do it, if Singapore can do it, then we should be able to do it. We just need to move forward. Yeah. Of course, there are some laws in Malaysia which has not moved at all since 1957. Anyway, interpretation of the law is also a challenge. Yeah. On Monday, they were talking about it. What is AI or what is AI generated system? All this definition, lawyers cannot think about this. We need to get people who are from that field, sit down with them and ask them question. Okay, what is AI? What is AI generated? What is, all those things. Only then you can come up with a law. Yeah. And public awareness. Even yesterday when I was reading the papers, an academic was cheated 143,000 ringgit Malaysia through a scam. And you think, how did this happen? So, but someone was asking about the education part, which is true. Yeah, you can educate, but the education might be slower than the technology. But that doesn't mean we're going to just sit down and say, okay, we're not going to do anything about it. Yeah. These are some of the regulatory bodies in Malaysia. Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Commission. So this is the ministry which is headed by Fahmi, right? They are the one who need to go back to the drawing board and look at it. That's the only way. Yeah. And Central Bank of Malaysia, more popularly known as Bank Negara Malaysia, but this is of course only financial matters. Yeah. Malaysian Medical Council, but that is only regarding health matters. Do you know there was one company? I think one of my master student is here. There was one. They presented a case study. There was this company which was giving health advice, but people didn't know. The patients didn't know. They were not doctors. It was AI generated health advice, and they brought an action. Of course, my students were looking at it from ethics point of view, but there were also cases on that. Yeah. So that is definitely a legal issue. Yeah, because there was no disclosure that the advice was given by AI and not a medical doctor. Yeah. So sometimes you come across this word "ask me," asklawyer.com or askdoctor.com. You got to be careful whether is it really a doctor or is it really a lawyer or is it an AI? And of course, we are in Malaysia. At the end of the day, there must be a proper coordination among all these departments and ministry. I don't want to say anything further on that. Yeah. Okay, so the only way is to decentralize the data. We have a right to self-determine. There must be transparency, especially on a consent issue. Digital literacy. I will quote the name of this restaurant. I went to Old Town White Coffee to order coffee. And the guy said, I said, please bring the menu. No, we don't have menu. Please, scan the QR. Okay, I scanned the QR. First question is asking for my name. Next, it's asking for my address. Next is asking for my telephone number. Let's just stop there. Is this permitted or not permitted? Why are you asking for my name? You're going to do the coffee differently? Why are you asking for my address? You're going to deliver it to my house? And why are you asking for a telephone number? Because tomorrow you're going to tell me we have a new coffee. I said, no, I'm not going to fill up this information. They said, it's okay, it's optional. That's because I know a little bit of law. That is why I argue. If I'm a lorry driver with 10 children who don't know anything about law, I will just give very happily, my name is Loga, I live in this place, and this is my telephone number. Please call me in the night. I'm very lonely. So digital literacy is very, very important. Yeah. So we definitely need to take a leaf or two from EU, UK as well, Singapore, South Korea, and Canada. Definitely. My concluding remarks is 5 o'clock. Huh? Maybe I got an AI set me. Until and unless laws are enacted to regulate AI and big data, it is definitely a threat to humans. I think Dr. Andrei mentioned just now, about how the explosion, right? The explosion, right? Now, if we do that in Malaysia, where we show a video or a picture of racial clash, and although it didn't happen, and you just do that a few days before election or something, it can cause trouble. It can cause trouble. And, we can't pinpoint who, because there's no human element here. It is an AI. So who's liable? And I think in my question earlier, I asked, Malaysia is a time bomb. That is why I think I'm very happy that finally the royal fact that, His Majesty spoke about the 3R: race, religion, what's the third one? Royal. Don't touch on these three issues because they're very sensitive issues in Malaysia. So we hope that doesn't happen here in Malaysia, Dr. Andrei, those kind of fake reports. Yeah. And you know that in Malaysia, we wanted to pass, we have this law called fake. There's a fake act. There's a reason why we wanted that, because things are so sensitive here. Yeah. But law is not the only panacea. It's not the only medicine. Yeah. There must be enforcement. Yeah. So if there is no enforcement, people will keep doing it. Yeah. So Singapore is a good example. You will not think about going at 120 kilometers an hour because someone is going to come after you. Whereas in Malaysia is different. Yeah. We always have out of court settlement or whatever you call it. All right. So with that, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Loga, for that insightful speech. Are there any questions from the audience? No?
I'll try my level best to answer.
Hi, thank you for your presentation earlier. My question is, since we're touching on the whole topic of law, I'd like to ask something that's a bit more in depth. So since a lot of AI models nowadays can be used offline or are very, very accessible, it is very likely that there will be a lot more misinformation out there on the internet than can be reasonably policed. So even if we had laws surrounding, let's say, misinformation related to AI, how do we ensure that these policies are actually properly enforced instead of just sitting there like a white elephant? And in addition to that, how can we make sure that the proper parties are actually properly found and convicted. Because let's say, for example, party A might make an image just for fun and they may go in appropriately, but a malicious party like party B might take the image and give it a different caption to give it a different connotation altogether. And then that might start the chain of misinformation. How do you make sure that party A doesn't get caught in the crossfire when conducting these sorts of investigations? Thank you.
You see, this goes back to what I was mentioning, that we don't have a law on that yet, right? So when we don't have a law, we don't have an enforcement on that. So that is why it can happen easily. It can happen vice versa. Either we take from elsewhere, or from elsewhere they take from here, because they know they can do all the wrong things here. So like as I was mentioning, the ministry have to sit down and look at the laws in Singapore and look at the laws. There's several countries I mentioned just now. You got Canada, South Korea, EU, Singapore, and what they should do is definitely they should look at Singapore first, because geopolitically we are very close to there, and then perhaps have a look at South Korea, because South Korea is also a developed country as Singapore. South Korea is very advanced in terms of technology, and therefore they would have definitely regulated equally as the technology as well. And perhaps just as a comparison, have a look at EU. Yeah, that's the only way. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Boils down to the previous one. Is cybercrime actually regulated? Is there a law concerning defining what cybercrime is in Malaysia?
Yes. Cybercrime, yes, we have.
And is it actionable in the sense that is it adaptable to the cases that were brought up in cases of AI and things like that? Or are those still outside of it?
It's outside of cybercrimes.
Okay. So do you see any ways in which, so one of the issues, like, for example, in my home country, there's now a law that's being debated where the government, it's a thinly veiled law that's aimed at reducing cybercrime. But what happens along these lines is it also removes the ability to critique. Like you mentioned earlier, the 3 R's, right, in Malaysia. Basically, you cannot touch on the 3 R's. So certain countries, when they say, oh, we need to do something about it, and we need to do something about these features that are concerning these things, it could also be construed in a way where any sort of mention of these 3 things, even if it's not related, could be deemed as hate speech and therefore removed. So do you see any issues with freedom of speech?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. May I know which country you are referring to?
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka. Okay. Remember when you heard the first speaker today, Dr. Azmi? Yeah. You see, you need to know a little bit of Malaysian politics as to what happened to him. There was an election, and then in the state of Perak, you're supposed to choose A as the chief minister, but they chose B. And in Selangor, many years later, same issue arose. They're supposed to choose A, but they were thinking of selecting B. And all Dr. Azmi mentioned was just one sentence. Is there going to be a Perak fiasco? That's it. For that statement, it was considered as an attack against the royal. And the ruler of Selangor was not happy about that. And that's it, the sedition charge. So, like what was mentioned in the morning, it's very difficult to draw a very clear distinction that a statement made against the 3R is a hurtful statement or is it a fair comment. It will certainly impinge on the freedom of expression and freedom of speech. But there's no way out, because usually these statements will come just before election. Because they know this is a trump card. This is the only way not only to win votes, but to damage your opponent. I've told a lot of times to my friends, my colleagues, I don't think that religion and race is a sensitive issue. To me, let's say you want to say anything about my race or my religion, please go ahead. So I think awareness must come from people. The day when we are strong ourselves, that we will not be affected by a person's statement, then that is no longer a racial card, no longer a religious issue. You know, it's freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. But I know many will not share my opinion. Many times it's always like that, but that's a secondary question. But that is the issue. It's very difficult to draw a demarcation line there. Yeah.
Are there any more questions? More? All right. So since there's no more questions, thank you, Dr. Loga,
Yeah.
for an insightful session.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to just also thank Nazirul for inviting me as a speaker. And I'm very happy that Monash has a political awareness club. Yeah. Only today I'm aware of it. And I'm very happy for you all. I think this is important. Not because you want to take things to the street, but ever since the government passed a law that minimum age is 18, this is good. Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Loga. Dr. Loga is not wrong to say that he's the last speaker, the last academic speaker for the day. Now, to close for the session, we have the privilege to invite a speaker from the industry whose job depends on AI. Without AI, he has no job. So, T. Chenwei, a performance marketing and AI specialist himself, he graduated with JPA High Achiever. He doesn't want to tell his GPA, but yeah, he's a JPA High Achiever in Bachelor of Business Administration from University of Malaya. We have the privilege of having him here today to share with us his experience of working as an AI specialist in marketing strategy and performance advisor. And he himself is currently attached with Vision Building. Is a corporate team building and training expert in the country that has been served on many occasions to many big and small corporations. We have the team here as well, Vision Building team. So without further ado, let me invite T to the stage. Before.
So,
Thank you.
good evening, everyone. You know what? When I received the invitation from Mr. Nazirul and Dr. Evan, and I look at the panelists, the speakers, and the other keynote speakers and the speakers, I found out an information which I have no any titles like doctor, assistant professor, or professor. I'm really nervous until I can't really well yesterday night. But then it's my pleasure and my honor to gain such powerful insights from all these experts and professionals in Monash University. I can say, you love Monash, I love Monash, we love Monash. Because this powerful insight is the insights that I really couldn't get from my industry, which are marketing. So, before we delve into our discussion today, please let me do a brief introduction about myself.
1 minute, sorry.
Okay, no problem. So, my name is T. Chenwei. So, you can see, actually, my surname is spelled as P-E-A-T. So, for you guys, easier to remember, you can just call me P. I know lecturer have a tough time to remember the student names. So, you can just call me your cup of tea. Okay, then, I'm graduated from University Malaya with a bachelor degree of business administration, majoring in marketing. But then currently I'm holding a job task as a performance marketer and also AI specialist in the corporate team building and training service provider called Vision Building. So we are a bunch of guys that have vibes. So you can see I have my BGM, the way I speak like non-professionals, but then this is the Vision Building vibes. So I hope my sharing is my greatest opportunity for here to able to share my small findings with you guys. Yes, now let's talk about the thing that always come into our mind, which is the AI, artificial intelligence. This one topic always remains controversial, as many people misuse it. But the way we have to treat it is like a friend. So today, I will be sharing with you guys about how we actually need to treat AI like. So AI to me, it's not like this. I don't even bother want to talk about this. This is the result that I get from ChatGPT yesterday night. In my mind, artificial intelligence looks like this, which means artificial intelligence is actually our friend. And this friend needs our help, which is refers to the human intelligence. They need our help to understand the world better. And we need their help to make the world a better world. So, but then here is a phenomenon. Many people rely on it and it kills our human intelligence. When such a powerful machine on AI placed in front of you, it is not surprising that people would misuse it or even treat it bigger than us, the human intelligence. And another phenomenon occurs, which is it kills our creativity. And why is this happen? At this point, you will ask, P, why is this happen? Why AI, such powerful machine, will kill human intelligence and boost our creativity? The first reason is the emergence and introduction of ChatGPT by the company called OpenAI. So ChatGPT have such powerful processing power, they're able to process a large scale of data, and you can get the result, your intended result by using ChatGPT. So once the ChatGPT is launched, it is the nightmare of every lecturer. You can just simply complete assignment in seconds by generating articles, your assignments findings by using ChatGPT. But then, this is the reason, one of the reasons it kills our creativity. Because we can't forget our human smarts when a powerful machine is introduced in front of you. Next one. Last time, Da Vinci have to use 10 years to perfect the smiles of Mona Lisa. And now, we just need 10 seconds to perfect an artwork. And the artwork is being used by a designer to get a champion. But then the organizing committee, they do know this is the AI generated content. Here comes another controversy on creativity. You see, this beautiful sunset can be generated by using the text alone. You can just simply prompt the AI software and you can get such beautiful sunset in seconds. Let's do a small quiz. Which one is the real portrait and which one is the fake portrait? So if you think the left one is the real portrait, you can raise up your hand. Okay? And the right one? Okay. The answer is both is generated by artificial intelligence. Who knows the eyes and noses are ours? The artificial intelligence can be generating these portraits by just referencing our image which we posted online, like Facebook or social medias. And AI currently is very money making, which means you can put the AI skills in your resume to just simply impress your employers. And of course, employers are looking forward for a candidate who can make good use of AI in terms of effectiveness and efficiency in a company. So these are the reasons that AI are too reliable until we tend to forget our human smarts, our human intelligence, and it kills our creativity because we tend to copy paste everything from the ChatGPT. And then this phenomenon occurs, which is the artificial intelligence is being treated bigger than the human intelligence. So I have a small findings to want to share with you guys. The proper way to create ChatGPT or other AI software, we have to, yes, communication is the key. we have to communicate well to AI so we can get a better result. And if we can communicate well with AI, we can grow in terms of personal development. So this is the framework, or I mean it is a perfect triangle that we have to always bear in our mind. So in the world of data, in the world which is consists of many AIs that we can make use of it, we have to communicate them into each other, which means you have to integrating them into your real lives. So here comes the question. Every time we use our phones, every time you search through your Shopee, every time you're making a purchase to the kiosk at McDonald's, we create data. But the data, without the human intelligence, it is just a bunch of numbers. And the AI, without human spark, it is just an empty vessel, I can say that. So, this time you will ask me again, P, how do we communicate well with AI? Why do we need to communicate well with AI? So this is the reason. Because how well you communicate with AI equals to how well you communicate with the others in your real life. So today I will be introducing to you the new way to really communicate with ChatGPT, which is our artificial general intelligence, which is introduced by OpenAI, so we can make ourselves a better version of ourselves and create a better world. Yes, this is the cases I use the most in my daily life. I don't have a wife, but I do have a girlfriend. And do you realize men tend to skip step 1 and step 2? And we say sorry directly to our girlfriend. And the result, you know, they are not accepting our apologize. They don't accept our sorry. And they don't feel our really sincere about the apologizing. Why? Because we tend to skip step 1 and step 2. So with ChatGPT, until I realized this is a good method that I can communicate well with ChatGPT, so I can communicate well with my girlfriend, I find it really useful in my daily life. Yes, before that, we have to understand the powerful or the mechanism behind ChatGPT. The first, in terms of speed, it has wide range of parameters that can process a large scale of data, so it can provide you with the result you want to be. But then you have to communicate with him first. Secondly, it consists of many perspectives, which means if you want another role to talk with you in a professional way, you can prompt it to do so. Compared to normal human being, they have just one perspective. But ChatGPT, because it has the large scale of data being supported in the back end, so it can do this. And in terms of language, yeah, it is better than Google Translate. Please do not use Google Translate anymore because Google Translate cannot understand the context you're typing in the Google. So I found a super assistant framework to let you communicate well with ChatGPT and other AI. So the framework is just instruction, context, and output indicator. We using the instruction as the command to people the most. But then in other contexts, we tend to forget we have to tell the context and output indicator to our AI, even to our friends. Imagine, Jason, can you please help me to carry the bunch of paper to me? And then if this is your colleague, he will be curious. Which bunch of paper or stack of paper you are mentioning? So if you can provide more data, more context, like please help me to carry the stack of paper which is in blue because we need it for data analysis presentation later. It makes a whole different world. The people can understand more data from you, context from you, so they can give you a better result. So many people, they are always blaming each other about, oh, my colleague is very stupid because they cannot understand what I say. No, it's our problem that we couldn't provide more data from them for them to give us a better result. This is the reason. So in ChatGPT, The example of instruction is you can ask you to translate, write out, summarize, or do anything. But then you can see there is a love shape there, which means the instruction is inevitable in the prompting process, which means you have to have instruction in ChatGPT in order for ChatGPT to provide you the result. But then, the more the context, the more data you provide to ChatGPT, it can provide you a better result. So at last, we set a limit to them. So it doesn't provide us the data we doesn't want to use it, which is the output indicator. I will show you some example later so you can have more image in your mind and you can understand more further. Yes, this is the first example. One day I want to learn about the first law of Newton. So I asked about ChatGPT. Can you please tell me about what is the first law of Newton? And then it tend to give me some professional terms that I couldn't understand. After that, I tried another second way. I give it an output indicator. Please give me the definition or please explain to me about the law of Newton's. But then this time I have an output indicator. Please structure it into 5 paragraphs. As you can see, the answer is more structured. As we can understand more from the first law of Newton compared to first version. So the last version, I input more context inside it. Yes, this time I want a 7 years old kids also can understand the first law of Newton's. So the result come out with really the case that a 7 years old kid also can understand. So this is the difference that if you input more context into a ChatGPT, you can get a better result. If you can input more context or data to your colleague, to your spouse, to your partner, then they can give you a better result. This is the relation between AI and human intelligence and how it's applicable in our daily life. So the first example, translation. Yes, this is a paragraph from Beauty and the Beast. So this is a proper way from ChatGPT to translate the task for you. In this case, please translate the below text for me. This is the instruction. And the context, which is the paragraph from the Beauty and the Beast, is the context we mentioned earlier. And the last one, output indicator, we limit the AI so it doesn't provide the unuseful information to me. I just want it in 1 paragraph. Please don't separate it into 3 paragraphs for me. I'm too lazy to read. So the output will come out in 1 paragraph in Mandarin. So another example, information searching. Yes, by providing me some cases of the communication in the workplace. And the communication method have to be used in workplace is by context. And the output, I want to be in a table. So you give me a clearer version of answers in ChatGPT. And what is ChatGPT able to do so? Is the role playing. You can just instill a character inside ChatGPT. So it gives you the result based on professional perspective. So the first one, a tour guide. So you can prompt ChatGPT about, ChatGPT, I would like you to become my tour guide of the day. So the instruction, you recommend a place near my location, and I will provide you with my location. And in the instances, I will also tell you the type of places I intend to visit. And you will recommend similar types of places near my first location. I'm in Penang now. You tell it ChatGPT. I don't want to be exposed to the sun. Yeah, because normally they are afraid of suns. And then I only want to visit indoor facilities. And you are able to input such context into ChatGPT, it will give you a precise result. And then the last one, output indicator. Please do not suggest me the places that are further from 20 km from Georgetown. So ChatGPT knows you don't want to walk further than 20 km. So it doesn't suggest you any location that are further than 20 km. So the result is very precise. And you can try it yourself now, even with the free version of ChatGPT, which is the 3.5 models. Or you can make it your interviewer. This is a perfect role for the interviewing candidates or even lecturer. Because before that, you can have a role playing with the ChatGPT and you can say playing around. It's simple. ChatGPT, I want you to become my interviewer of the day. And the instruction, please do a mock interview for data scientist position. And ask me the common interview questions for the role. So the result will be, yes, firstly, ChatGPT will provide you with the general question first. So you can have a look, then you analyze this question in your mind first. And then secondly, ChatGPT will provide you with the scenario-based question. So you can have another look which interviewer might ask you later. And the last one, behavioral culture. Yeah, this is some we call K-1 question during our high school. ChatGPT also will provide you with this instance. And then now let's begin. Let's answer me the first question. So when you start typing and the role play is already started, you can try now, and then you can just ask, answer, and then ChatGPT will answer you accordingly. And then the new feature, which I'm impressed with the new development of the OpenAI, which is the advanced data analysis. When you import an Excel sheet on a number set into ChatGPT now, of course, it only can be used in the paid version, but it is very useful because this is employee sample data. Once I put into ChatGPT, I want them to analyze. Can you give me a brief summary about the data set in the Excel sheet? So the result will come up. Yes, it analyzed for me in seconds. And then I want it to create a graph for me, a bar graph. And then this is the result generated in seconds. So before that, before the ChatGPT invented this feature, we tend to spend a lot of time in analyzing data, in thinking how to take a clear look of the data set. But then with the help of AI, we can now analyze and generate data more easily and more concisely. So far, I have not found any error in using ChatGPT on generating data. So they have another feature which is the image input, but then I will leave the feature for you guys to explore yourself. And we have to talk about the limitation. Yes, this is a very, very important point. The first one, the dependency I have mentioned earlier. So when we are using ChatGPT, we tend to rely on it. And then we tend to get the result they are becoming the filler content, which means it have a very strong AI traces. And then the second thing is we have lack of creativity. This is how ChatGPT are killing our creativity if we are unable to analyze it further, or we are unable to put our inner thoughts into our results. And then the second thing is, yes, it is a strong AI traces. Actually, AI is very lack of common sense. I will show you the example later. And then they have no personal experience or emotion. Everything he provide or she provide, I don't know the gender of ChatGPT, but then it is dependent of their large scale of data set. You can see from this example, it really can suggest me to cook a steel wire ball. So from this case, you know that ChatGPT or AI, they really do know what is tomato. They do know what is the color of red. They are relying on the data that we human provide to them. They don't even know what is the steel wire ball. So they say, oh yes, I can cook for you, you eat it. This is the lack of common sense in ChatGPT or other AI. So it stores the limitation to these AI tools. And the third one is the content misconception. The knowledge limit of ChatGPT is now still, the free version is just until 2022. And the paid version, and they are lack of common sense. So they tend to provide you or feed you with the wrong result. So it is our job to rectify it. And the next one is the trueness of data. Like Dr. Andrei and Dr. Logan just mentioned earlier, it is our human job to rectify the data, to find out, to fact check every data we have received from AI. And then the fourth one
yes, job displacement. This is one of the issue that the most people are afraid of. People are afraid of AI, that AI might conquer the world, like the movie Terminator. People people is afraid of AI because AI took over their job. But then in my mind, AI never took over our job. If we can perfect these skills, then we are the one who control AI, rather than AI is the one control us. So it is our human job to review the data and verify the trueness of data, and at last, optimize our human thoughts in our results. And then do not give up on communication with your data sets or even your AI. If you can bear in your mind that AI is always your friend, AI and data is a perfect relation, but then you have to make good use of it so you won't misuse it like the Deepfake feature that Dr. Andrei mentioned earlier. So any question?
Okay, I think T is chop Q&A. Well,
it's already exceeding time.
Well, if anything, we will remember your tomato with spilled wire ball. That is the image that will stay for a long time. And you have.
I read up. So data remains dormant until we breathe life into it with our insights. So without our guiding hand, even the most advanced AI is but an empty vessel. So if you bear this in your mind, you will never misuse the AI itself. So thank you.
Thank you very much, T, for your insightful sharing. This is a nice way of ending our session today. I'll pass the time back to our chair, Dr. Nazirul.
Thank you. Thank you, Uli. Just a short one. So there's some tea outside. So just a short summary of today. So thank you so much for staying the whole day. And I feel that we have discussed the worries, the concerns, but also some chance of optimism as well. What occurs to me is that most of the worry is because all this big data and algorithm that leads to the AI that we have now takes away the human element of it. We worry that one day AI might control our energy, control our nuclear, our weapon, and things like that. That's what we worry about. So I feel that it's more important than ever now that we bring in more human elements, more communication, more consensus, more chatting, more just speaking to each other, And COVID didn't help either. That we had to stay away from each other, and after that we kind of lost touch in the human way of communicating and things like that. So I think Jeffrey Hinton, called the godfather of AI, he left Google because he's so afraid of the things that's being developed here. He developed the actual transformer paper that was used by OpenAI to develop ChatGPT. So he said that even though AI is just a correlational machine, but at this point it actually understands. And then we say, oh, it just calculating the correlation. Is a machine doesn't understand. It's not understanding like how human understand. But then we don't really know how human understands either, do we? We think, oh, it's like a computer machine, transistor and all that. And then now, oh, it's like a quantum machine now. We don't really understand how human mind works. Perhaps how ChatGPT understands is how human understands. We don't know. It's a black box. That's what I feel is really scary about it, because you don't really understand how it arrives at certain thoughts or certain decision. So therefore, the human element, I think, is very important. If we understand each other more, we empathize with each other more, we share our knowledge more, and I think we can path a better way forward for us, for humans, for the planet, and for everybody. So thank you so much. That's all for today. I really appreciate it. And that's all. So please enjoy the tea later. Thank you so much. Have a good day.